It is the final playday of the group stage here over at the EML, and there's still all to play for the top 2 and for the top 6. A lot of Steam teams still find themselves in contention for those spots. We'll find out today who gets them. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me, as always, we have Alfama and Fresh. And guys, can you believe that it's already last day of group stage? It went so fast.
Yeah, that's what happens when the games are entertaining.
Yeah.
But now today should be the most entertaining day, Jack.
Yeah, entertaining. They've been phenomenal. I've really enjoyed EML this stage. It's felt like we're back. There's been a lot of changes. Yeah. 2 new promoted teams. It's been so good. And still, 9 teams have something to play for today. It's incredible.
It is. Obviously, we'll look at the schedule and how things are looking so far for our teams. But I think by now you're used from us that we do talk about the best players from yesterday, the best players of the stage in total. But for the final day of the group stage, we decided to spice things up a little bit and talk about some of the best things we've had so far, the worst things we've had so far, and also the most entertaining things. To start off with, the most entertaining player, and you two both picked someone else.
Yeah, I think it's the most important award. Who gave us the most entertainment, right? And for me, it's clear. It's Frick, the Dutchman, the one that was really poor in stage last year, and then came in, and these types of things keep happening. First kill here, look at this impressive flick. Oh, that's just magnificent. And that was just so many multi-kills. And then look at his interaction. 1, 2, 3, he gets the triple kill. He's just so funny. He's always funny in interviews, always crazy in game. I just love him.
I like that he's showing us some personality. He probably doesn't like that these entertaining clips are not netting his team wins, because he has been on the losing end quite a lot. But for me, the biggest entertainer has been Teb. He's come up from tier 2. We've seen him in tier 1 before, but he's come up from tier 2, and he's given us a little bit of personality, particularly in those interviews, Anne.
Yeah, and especially, you know, when we talk about specific interviews with Teb, you must love how he was trash talking you.
What?
Good evening, guys. That was our easiest game of the league. Thank you, Krex. You are really bad, my friend. That being said, Fresh, what are you doing on X? What was that prediction?
What? What? No, he's been great, hasn't he?
It has been really funny. But I guess now, given that you two both picked someone else, do I have to have the final say in who is the final most entertaining?
You are the adjudicator.
Come on.
And you might call me biased with this one. And before you actually do call me biased, because I have a very good reasoning. I knew you were going to call me biased, so I actually came up with a reasoning. I want to pick Frick, and I think it's because of what you said as well, right? It's not just the interviews where he's trash talking us or talking
the in-game.
It's also the in-game. It's the emotions that we're seeing, emoting after the clips and everything. And yeah, also, you know, maybe because he's Dutch and I am Dutch as well. But
Teb has the most clutches in Wylde Siege, Anne, and you're saying that's not entertaining?
Yeah.
You not like clutches?
I mean, sometimes he's getting a clutch and he's like, yeah, and then where's the reaction? Like, obviously, we see reactions from Teb, but not all the time as we see them from Frick.
She's cooking you.
Yeah.
It's common occurrence right now.
See if I can cook you more, because one thing we also want to highlight is obviously we talk about the best performing players, the ones that have really been showing up, but I think it's also time we highlight some players that have maybe dropped the ball a little bit. Players that we were kind of expecting more from going into the stage. I guess we can call them our least valuable players.
Yeah, that's a harsh one, but we also have to throw some people under the bus. And this stage, I think for me it was Ghost. I think he's had a team that has overperformed. He had a team that, you know, is all the way and qualified to playoff. And he replaced Gemini, a face that was really well known in Intelligent Siege, a player that played for G2 as well. So I had lots of expectations on him, and I think he really underperformed to these expectations.
Yeah, I think fair enough. I will give you that. The reason I picked Evan is we stuck our necks out on the line for him. We did a whole content piece about how he was a star of tomorrow. And he didn't show us it until yesterday. And I will say we picked this yesterday, so I was committed to this before they played yesterday, and they did win yesterday, to be fair. But we picked him as a star of tomorrow, and realistically, Wylde haven't made that step up that we've seen everybody else make that step up, and Evan is the IGL, so he takes ultimate accountability on that.
45% cost for Ghost. That's mean that he's useful less than half of the rounds. I've barely seen that any time in CG Esports at pro level. That's really rough for him. He can still get away with it and get better in playoffs.
I think we have to excuse the both of them for the fact that they are rookies, right? Obviously,
yes.
We've been doing our rookie watch. We talk about how difficult it is for players to come in. I mean, Evan mentioned it in the interview, like he said, the nerves. It's so difficult to have to go and play those first best of ones against these players and these teams that you've been looking up to since you started playing this game. I mean, there was a reason you made it into Pro League. You were watching it and you were cheering for these players at some point.
It's very true. It's all and positive, but Anne, you've got to choose. Who's the least valuable player? You're not getting away with it.
No, but I hate having to pick someone who I think was like the, you know, the absolute
worst
down there.
Yeah,
no,
yeah. You're picking it, yeah.
I really hate that I have to do this, but as you know, what we've been doing so far is, you know, we've been kind of like should talking down on you a little bit. So I think I'm gonna have to side with you again. And unfortunately, I have to pick Ghost, especially given that he is on the better performing team.
Yeah.
And he's kind of the one dropping the ball next to his teammate. So sorry, it's nothing personal, obviously out there. But yeah, as we said, rookies. So with the stages that are still coming up, we're expecting more from them.
Yeah, he can redeem himself. He's got the playoffs to play, right? Evan has nothing to play now. He has 2 months to try and get better.
Yeah.
I think for Ghost, it's not finished. He can still prove that he has it in him.
Any comments?
I just think you both hate me. I think you're ganging up on me.
She just shows the better analyst. That's fine.
The better, yeah, okay.
You know, I think there's a way we can solve this, because the last thing we really want to talk about, I don't think there's any discussion on that. I mean, when we talk about the player that really has stepped up the most this stage, been so consistent, the player that we constantly see as the MVP has to be Pasha. No discussion possible.
Bring up the king. He has been, by far and away, the best player this stage. And what's actually quite funny is Virtus.pro are sitting there in 4th. So he's the best player in the league on the 4th best team as at right now, of course, and we will see them. And you just see some of the plays, like Pasha has had pretty much everything. You know, you see Nook plays from him, you see him trading out his teammates, you see him playing backline. He probably is the most flexible player on this Virtus.pro team.
On top of that, he's also extremely vocal. He's one of the players that helps always carry that team, and I think he's helped this team kind of reshape themselves. Like that jiggle pick around holding that red ball, it was just absolutely crazy. Single-handedly dispatched 3-player and walled around for VP. Look at his stats, 94 kills. And once again, I think he's one of the guys that allowed VP to get a little bit faster, to get a little bit more aggressive and to fit more the meta.
Yeah, he was the one who we were talking about last year as being the one that was trying to drive this a little bit. And I think him, plus the addition of Kazeka, who's the one that's doing it from a strategical coaching point of view, has now allowed VP to make those advancements and make those improvements.
I'm glad I just don't have to pick between this, because obviously, like I said, there is just no discussion possible. Pasha deserved to be that MVP for the stage, and I think he's a bit of a trendsetter as well, right? If we look at the Pasha scope, I guess we're gonna call it now. At least Doki called it the Pasha scope, the Cybertruck holo. I really hope we get to speak to Pasha today, so we get to ask him, like, you know, what is it? What is the tech behind that scope? I mean, we'll see. Obviously, Virtus.pro right now is fighting for the top 2. Let's bring up the standings as well to show where they find themselves. I mean, you told us already, they find themselves in 4th right now. The jump to top 2 is technically still possible, but it's not so much fully in their own hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Virtus.pro need to pick up a clean 3 points, and then they need to hope that G2 basically beat Falcons. Round differential is the first tiebreaker, then it goes on to head-to-head, just to make everybody aware. So essentially, the way this scoreboard is leading up, we're fighting for the top 2 positions between the top 4, because they're the only ones that can basically play for it. Macko are basically safe and secure in 5th no matter what happens realistically. And then it's Gen.G, BDS and Fnatic that are fighting out for the 6th spot. Wylde and Wolves, unfortunately, cannot make it into the top 6.
Yeah, lots of to play for. I think also loads of expectations on organizations like BDS, like Fnatic, like Gen.G.
Yeah.
And 2 out of the 3 will not make playoffs, and that will be a huge disappointment because there's nothing to play this summer. They will have to wait till the next stage in September, and that's going to hurt. And 2 out of these teams, 10 players, they stop their season right now, tonight.
Yeah.
That's going to be rough.
Yeah, it really is difficult to have to let go of some of the teams going into playoffs. Obviously, playoffs is really exciting, but the fact that we're losing teams is something we really don't look forward to. Let's have a look at the schedule for today, our final day of the group stage. And as you said, obviously, there's still all to play for, and especially given that we have the top 4 teams playing against each other right now. And then we also have what could be, depending on the results, straight shootouts for that last remaining top 6 spot.
Yeah, Jack said it best yesterday. Every single game matters and sets up more anticipation for the game afterwards. Team Secret play Virtus.pro. That will directly define who gets the top 2 for the games between Falcons and G2. Same thing for BDS here and the rest of the teams that are going to be playing for the playoffs.
Yeah, obviously the schedule is very important, and that's what we'll be looking forward to today. But to really round off the group stage as well, there was a little game that we want to play. And we see this so often in sports. It's pick your own dream team. We've collaborated a bunch of players together on this graphic, and you can participate as well, obviously, in the Twitch chat. Check our socials as well, because they should be posting this one as well, so you can really make your own dream team. But there's important rules that you have to keep in mind.
Yeah, there's one important rule, Leo, and you love to talk about it, so why don't you take this one?
All right, so the rule is you cannot pick 2 players from the same team when you build this dream team. Second thing is, I know we will get a lot of shade for this. It's not because Bride and Shepard are all the way at €1 that they're less valuable than Tep, Garen, or Wes Wizard. It's just that we did it statistically based. Obviously, the hard breachers and the support players will get a little bit of, I guess, down value because they won't have the right stats. That's all good. But yeah, they have way more experience.
So what we're saying is that Bride might be an absolute steal. Did you pick? Let's start with your team. Did you pick Bride as well?
100%. It is an absolute steal, but I could not pick Bride or Liquefact. And for me, the IGL is the most important pickup for the side of Falcons. I think Liquefact has had an incredible stage, so I really wanted him to lead my roster. Then I've got Loira and Noah, two of the most consistent fraggers in this league, to be supported by the calls of Liquefact. I have Wizard as a flex support, who's been the rookie for me of the stage with Stompen. And then we've got Shepard, the one and only, the players that is the most consistent throughout 8 years that can battle with Bride. I think these two are, in my opinion, some of the best harbiters of all time.
Yeah.
I think that lineup is just, if we take into consideration that they can all speak the same language, then it's actually crazy.
Oh, that was the third rule, was that we assumed everybody could speak the same language and it was all in English no matter what, right?
Yeah.
I like to shit on you, Leo, but I love this team.
Yeah, it's
But you casually
incredible.
just ignored the MVP of the stage.
Did casually ignore the MVP.
Do I need one guy to be, right now, collectively, they're top 4, right?
Yep.
Do I need one guy to be the best in the league, but then still top 4? No, I need a roster that can compete for the top 1, right?
Valid, yeah, no, I totally understand that. Obviously, that was your team, and we asked you to do the same, Jack. What is your team?
We did. I was literally just thinking my team is almost identical to Leo's, but then I realized I changed it up a little bit. So what I went with, and here was my line of thinking for this team, is I want 4 ultimate fraggers and then 1 incredible spot. Again, it was basically a Bride or Shepard decision. I wanted another Falcons player in there. So if we start on the right-hand side, we've got Shaiko. He is the ultimate fragger, the ultimate player. Yes, quite a stage statistically, but you're silly if you're not putting any Shaiko in any dream team. Noah's my favorite player in EUL. Absolutely love him. The resurgence that he's had. He's been so good on Secret. Massive impact. I've also broke the rule as well. I don't know if you've just noticed this, because I've just noticed this. I've got 2 secret players, so I'm breaking my own rules.
Job.
I went for Stompen, the best import into Europe this stage, but maybe in totality. The best entry player. We're pretending Mowgli still plays for Wolves, guys. That's what's happening. Mowgli's the best entry in the world. And then Shepard, the most consistent spot.
Disqualified.
So he literally did not, if I recall with the value, I don't think he even spent all the money. You didn't spend all the money.
So do I have to change Mowgli out?
Yeah, and so, wait. So you didn't spend all the money. You picked 2 players from the same team.
Production, can we bring the graphic back up very quickly? Because I'm going to change Mowgli out.
Yeah.
If that's possible.
If we can have a look at the players again.
Who's
so
your IGL? You've got no IGL.
Yeah, okay,
What
so
happened?
we're going minus Mowgli, and we're going to put Freck in there. That's fine.
Okay.
And so then, but no one is IGLing.
Doesn't matter. I've got all the fraggers.
But yeah, because you spent €1 too little.
I spent
technically, right?
€1 too little,
Yeah.
I was told. So
Cool. There you
it was
go.
a 14
Oh wow,
euro team.
they're so quick with
Wow.
it.
There we
That's
go. This
great
is the
pickup.
correct team.
Very nice.
I know what I'm doing.
Awesome. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm seeing a trend. Obviously, we all made our own team before we really talked about them together. And now that I'm seeing them on the screen, I'll show my team as well so I can defend my place and my team in this case. Noah's going 3 for 3 because he's made all of the teams in the same...
Wow. Yeah.
He was at a great price point, I
Yeah,
thought.
yeah. I think great value for what you're getting with the player. Obviously, I had to pick a Falcons player as well. I think that's a recurring trend as well that we're seeing. Falcons players being brought out specifically. Wizard having an amazing stage as a rookie. Definitely had to be put on there as well. Frag being so consistent and really entertaining. I have to pick it. And I'm sorry, but we're just not going to casually ignore the MVP of the stage here. I felt that would be illegal, and I had to pick Pasha.
It's one of the youngest rosters, I would think. It's plenty of full talent, and Bride as the experienced player. Once again, no IGL. That's all I will say. You need someone to lead the team. You need someone to make the calls.
But what if you have 5 fraggers and they just shoot down everyone they see them? Do you really need an IGL then?
Yeah, just look at G2 for the past couple of years.
I think this team would be vocal enough, actually. Looking at it, I reckon so.
Yeah, you have good shot callers in Frek, in Noah. Wizard speaks a lot.
Pasha, that's fine. I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll be honest with you. I maybe casually just ignored the IGL rule thing, and I was just picking some players that I think are going to do really well. And I mean, obviously, as we said, you can let us know what your dream team is in the Twitch chat, but it also should be out on socials very soon as well, so you can have a look at the players that are available. You €15. Once again, you cannot pick 2 players from the same team. Big rule.
I know. I don't know how anybody could break that one.
Yeah, no. I mean, you learn how to not pick your dream team, I think, is what we saw here, and then we really love to hear what you have to pick as well with your players. But that was our pre-show. It is time to get into the games, because the games are oh so exciting and so important today. And as we talked about, those straight shootouts for the top 2, we're getting one already as the very first game of the day. We've obviously made a beautiful movie poster to really show you what today holds for these players. The All-Star Showdown with the top 4 teams battling against each other.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal, this one, because every team in this All-Star Showdown, the top 4 teams, I think we expect these to be the top 4 teams that go to international events for us to represent our European and MENA region. And they're all against each other today, and they're all against each other with the top 2 on the line. It's not set, it's not certain at all.
And look at the names on this poster. I mean, you had Shaco, you had Stumpin, you had Joystick. You know, you've got such big names. Even Joom, that now is a staple name in Europe. We've got so much talent, and I just want to see them finally play BO3s at the top level against each other. That's going to be the first glimpse of experience we're going to see from these teams before an international event. And I keep praising that. I really hope that our region is back on international stages. And that starts in playoff with the level we're going to see from these teams. And that starts right now with the match between Secret and VP for the top 2 spot.
Yeah, and obviously with that match between Secret and Virtus.pro, I think the big headline is that both these teams did suffer a loss yesterday. The positive thing for Secret, though, on that side, they did actually pick up a point against Gen.G, and that point might really help them in that end to get the top 2.
Yeah, it puts them slightly closer. Obviously, they're in 3rd place. I will say they came out afterwards. They said that they didn't feel like realistically they played like themselves. What we've seen of normal Secret has been fast, aggressive. Mowgli has been that best entry in the world, and they've been playing off the back of it. That's the Siege that we love. I think this week so far, this Super Week so far, they've gone away from that identity a little bit, and it's caused them to lose.
I think yesterday was one thing that was absolutely amazing from Secret. So right now, everybody grab your notebook. We're gonna see the shortest, the fastest round of Pro Siege that I've ever seen in my life. That's gonna be a rush that anyone can try if you've got 4 friends. That's probably excluding 90% of that Twitch chat. But if you are playing with 4 friends in ranked, you wanna catch this one because it's gonna be amazing. You're facing a gym bomb site on Clubhouse. You need 5 players. One, it's gonna be your hard bridge breaching Jacuzzi. Then you need a lion coming through gym window. You need a player on construction window with smokes. You need a striker with flashes and smokes on office hatch. And last, you need a crazy guy to go with Amaru into the main stairs window. Everything needs to be well timed, but it all starts with one thing: getting Jacuzzi Breach open. When that Jacuzzi Breach is opened, you can then trigger the rest of the execute. And let's start with the striker on the office hatch. You're gonna get information on the office player. Then you're gonna send flashes to flash him and make him completely blind, and then send a smoke to cover your own drop, and so that construction cannot see you. From the other side, the con window player needs to smoke his own entry. Then, because we're sending flashes in office, the Amaru rappels in and takes the first gunfight onto the office player. Office drops, watches and prefers towards construction. Here, a free kill, and then a second free kill by just preferring again towards construction. Rest of the team collapses on the only anchor on site, and then you can see Noah. He went into construction, gets a first kill, and then he drops, and he's gonna get one more kill. 2-13. This round took 47 seconds, and from the very first flash to the last kill that we're gonna see here, 20 seconds. The fastest round that I've ever seen in Pro Play in Siege, and a rush that you guys can try in ranked on Clubhouse. That's Secret explosiveness, facing a VP that is usually a little bit more standard.
I mean, 47 seconds is just about as long as the whole prep phase is. I mean, I'm clipping this, and I'm gonna make sure I'm showing it to my stack when we play Clubhouse, just so they can get themselves ready in the prep phase for a rush like that. The fastest round we've seen in a long time.
That's the Secret we know and love. That's the Secret I want to see more of, because they are one of the best teams in the world at that type of play.
They're absolutely amazing. But on the other side, VP have changed massively. VP are more aggressive. VP is faster. And VP is dropping immense amount of frags with people like Pasha, with Always.
They're this team that we've always known as this kind of artisanal team. They'll play the traditional way of playing Siege, and then they've added in this element of flair. What was surprising for me about Virtus.pro, particularly, was that game yesterday. They looked stressed. They went away from what they normally works from them. I've seen them over-peaking, getting themselves in tricky scenarios. We're not used to seeing that from Virtus.pro. I think maybe a little bit of pressure got to them.
Yeah, they were a little bit slower as well that we've seen the whole stage. It was like the first time we saw them play on Clubhouse in a long time.
And they reverted back to type,
and they reverted back to, oh, okay, this is the methodical step by step, and they were easily readable. And they were getting absolutely slammed by Wolves in defense, especially.
Yeah, and given that Wolves is currently the last team in the league, you really wonder what happened. Obviously, with the pressure being on that game and it really mattering in regards to the top 2, maybe the pressure was just a little bit too much over on the side of Virtus.pro. But obviously, they do have the MVP of the stage for a reason. And I think if we were to put 2 spearheads of these 2 teams against each other, the ones that we really expect to put numbers on the board today, has to be Pasha versus June.
Yeah, the two standout players for me, the two young ones as well. I still call them young despite they have a lot of experience. But for me, they're the two standout players, some of the best prospect and players we've seen coming out of Europe. Loads of talent on these two. A little bit of an advantage to Pasha because the guy dropped 94 kills, 94 frags in 8 matches. So that's crazy. But June, back to usual performance. It's going to be an incredible matchup between the two.
These are the two players that their respective teams are going to be looking at to try and lead them over the line today. Because today's fixture is absolutely massive for that top two. And realistically, it's going to need a performance from somebody important on the team. These have been the most important players on their team so far this stage.
Yeah, it really is looking forward to those two players in specific. But also another thing that we need to know is the map that we'll be going to. It's our last day of group stage, so the last day of best of ones. And our first best of one, Clubhouse. What a surprise.
All right.
47-second round?
Yeah, maybe. Really funny that we're going back to the very map that both of these teams have lost yesterday against a team of the lower end of the standings. From one side, you've got Secret that lost it to Gen.G. And then VP that lost it to Wolves. Two teams that are all the way at the lower end of the standings. Both of the teams look like not themselves, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's a big redemption, and I think with VP, you know which map that you're going to go to. Secret would have known about Clubhouse. They said they haven't felt like themselves. I'm guessing it's the same for Virtus.pro. So again, it's another story of redemption for both of these teams on this map. One very quick thing. If you're a G2 fan, you want Virtus.pro to win 3 rounds. That would qualify you automatically to top 2, and so you're hoping that Virtus.pro do that.
G2 fans are all of a sudden turning in the biggest Virtus.pro fans, I think. Then 3 rounds is what Virtus.pro need. And G2 find themselves in a very good spot as well. But the match is almost ready. We're going to bring our casters in for today. Joining us once again for this week, we have Fluke and Demo. It's been a busy week for the two of you with the Super Week, but you're getting a really good game for the first one today.
Amazing, amazing. And I would sit there and talk about it. But first, I do need to ask Demo what his team would be with the money that came through on the graphic earlier. Demo, what'd you buy?
How much was Shaiko?
4.
That's it. It's 4.
Give me 4 Shaikos. That's I'll go with that. Go 4
Yeah,
Shaikos.
16 euros.
That would be 16, and you wouldn't have 5 players.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
can I take...
Look, I'm good
can
for
I
the
take-
money. I'll give you the extra euro if you need it. It's no problem.
Can I take 15 Brie days?
Oh,
Who
that
would
was
win?
that
4
allowed?
Shikos or 15 Brie days?
15 breeders any time of the week.
4 Shakos.
15
Who
Brie
would
days.
you rather
But
fight?
yeah, would you rather fight a Shaiko-sized Brie day or I'm excited. I'm excited. Demo, you excited?
Yeah, I mean, look, Clubhouse, I think, is weird, considering both these teams did not look great on it yesterday. And again, they lose to Wolves and Gen.G, who we know have been really struggling this stage. So it is weird to see them both want to go back here, but it is a map that we usually see both these teams face off against. This time last year, inside of Stage 1 in 2024, this was the same map that they played against each other back then, and it was a 7-5 victory to Secret. So I think Secret, just based on history, might feel as though they can do it again against VP.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing is it might be a very close game as well. Obviously, with the importance of this game really being there, a straight shootout for the top 2. So it's time to get the first game started.
Thank you very much, Anne. And yes, I am so excited because technically, in some ways, every single game has weight. But obviously, this could define based on not only the result, but the rounds that Virtus.pro are able to take away here from Secret. If they get 3, G2 are locked in top 2, and then becomes a bit of a brawl for that second spot, that other one that would otherwise take you through with the bye onto playoffs. But it all starts here, as it always does, Demo. Bloody Clubhouse.
I mean, I like Club.
I like Club. We see a lot of it.
We do see a lot of it, and we know everything that happens in Clubhouse. It's very rare
Yeah.
that you would see something new that would really catch your eye.
Like a rush. A
yeah.
7-second rush.
Of course. But a good Clubhouse from a very good team, I think, is one of the guilty pleasures you can have in Siege.
It's very true. I think there's something about when a Clubhouse is going right, you just know a team has locked fundamentals.
Yeah.
And fundamentals are the basis of everything. Fundamentals are the groundwork for every other aspect, as it is in any discipline or whatever. So it's a good test, it's a good taste of how a team is sort of handled now. Between Secret and Virtus.pro, as it was pointed out, this can be a straight shootout for one of the top 2 spots here, chasing the tail of G2 and partially Falcons, who are otherwise probably watching this with a bit of anticipation, and obviously those two hit heads later on themselves.
They do. I think starting the kind of pacing off with this game, obviously it'll just put pressure on the either GT or Falcons, depending on the outcome of this. So I think it makes things a lot more enjoyable from the kind of Jeopardy perspective. Obviously Clubhouse, we've seen both of these teams play it. They both lost it against lesser opponents you would expect to see them win against. I will say, in the Secret game, don't know why Secret are taking Gen.G to Clubhouse. It's one of the few maps that Gen.G can play and are actually very good at. So I don't get why Secret went there in the first place. I get it why you're going to Clubhouse against VP, because again, we know that the map ban phase for VP is obviously very predictable and you kind of get your choice. It's something that Leader talked about in his interview yesterday whenever the desk had asked him, oh, what about Clubhouse? Did you know you're going here? And he said, yeah, it's kind of between this and another map. It was kind of obvious, so we thought, oh, let's go for Clubhouse. We've played them before on it. We think we can take them. So yeah, I think the map bans for Secret were definitely poor. I think against VP, they should have a better time here, because VP, look, yes, it's a map that they obviously will play, but Wolves exposed a lot of problems for VP yesterday.
So it starts with an approach down towards the basement, cutting themselves in towards dirt, and a busy blitz of Savage getting the clear down above. Now we've seen some very good pinches on players that try to escape and slip and slink their way from the top floor, but it doesn't really seem like anyone from VP wants to overstay a welcome, at least on the CC side. You've got one on the far side of Brick main stairs, and otherwise somebody hanging not too far away, but not in a way that they're going to have a brawl or a fight. Dan is tempted to offer just a bit back, but it's always that gets caught out first. But that's that player on the main stairs side I talked about, and they are the one that is punished. So at this point you can see Pasha drops out, Joystick moves away. They're not going to give them a chance to claim a second. Dan is still pretty confident he's going to have a fight, but how long is that going to last? In fact, it's toying with the idea of going upstairs. There's some support from an Azami that's going to head up instead, but Dan gets caught out. There's June with the lockdown on Joystick, and Virtus.pro have just been encircled and punished.
Yeah, VP attempting the retake above, losing out on that player on main stairs because June just sat just outside the window and held it pretty well. They thought, look, we need to try and apply pressure back upstairs, and they went for that rotate, but June was still just sat holding the exact same angle, so the patience for June really paying off for him. Two really easy kills just by holding on to main stairs, and yeah, at this stage the round should just be done. Secret have had a very good start, and yeah, they'll continue that. 1v5 for Shepard to try and go up against the has a gadgetry you can play around with the Goyos, but there's just too many angles to look for. Gets a nice shot onto Noah, but we know that Blitz is just waiting for him, but Blitz will not get too close because Adrian is there. Over towards that triple wall, gets an easy kill. So Secret, I mean, that's a breeze of a round, isn't it?
Very, very unstressed. Very, very easy peasy. It was, as I said, a very good awareness on where Virtus.pro were going to be. They weren't immediately throwing themselves at the Virtus.pro players. They're obviously still getting CC wall open, still getting some, a watch on the back end in case they try to rotate out via gym, via bedroom, down the main stairs, and they just had somebody in these positions to catch them at this point. And yeah, Virtus.pro at one point they went for the retake, but at that point Secret hadn't made it phantom pressure, right? Maybe there was an expectation from VP that all of Secret had rotated around and they could sneak their way up behind the droned game, but no. Secret were there. They just made a circle and made it smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller procedurally until they had wrapped up all of Virtus.pro. But hey, a false start has never stopped anybody before. They are off to
10 seconds left.
A bit of it, but here's Virtus.pro now moving on to CC instead.
5 seconds remaining.
VP, hopefully they can just try and stay alive a little bit longer than what they did the last time.
It would be nice.
It's always a bonus, isn't it, whenever we see teams you want to win the game. It's always nice to see, but maybe VP aren't in the mood for it. We don't know. Obviously, with this bomb site, look, Azami's up, Flash is up. 2 must picks for this if you really want to hold it down. I even like the addition of having the Doc in as well. We've seen Doc have really good times up in that catwalk and Joystick. The wall gets opened up and he just sticks his head out of it. Look, he gets one, he gets traded, but still, what a pick though. Look who he's been able to eliminate. The Capitao, who we know is pivotal for the attackers whenever it comes to this catwalk.
Oh, I mean, of this list of people, maybe the favorite to get out of it here. They've lost the Capitao, so now those rafters are going to be, well, more survivable. The Doctor is in. allow Shepard to get himself back up. Pasha suffers a bit of a strike, and it's some sort of pinches and punches and pulled blows here. Now they know somebody's well underneath, but they don't really have anything to full send towards it because, as before, Secret are more than happy to keep watch. They have the long-range Kali, and I don't know if I've ever seen somebody go from playing Blitz one round to Kali to the next, but we have it this time. The Savage is sort of sitting at distance, waiting for somebody else to get a bit close, but Secret, they've pulled themselves round. Instead, going to focus on maybe the pressure on towards the Clash on the top of rafters, see if they can just try and strong-arm their way out. And there's a good little bit of motion there, and the Clash playing for survival, trying to burn their way around these ADSs, and the protection from the feet, it's shot after shot, and bounce after bounce, but there's not quite anyone to pick it up until they just slink round the corner. Always is gone. They wasted a bit of time, but there was no one else from Virtus.pro to support them, Demo.
Yeah, just once that breach gets opened, really, what can you do? It sections your player from catwalk off from everyone else. So yeah, all the Clash could do is just sit and die. With that Kali bearing down on them, they couldn't fully extend. They couldn't control the catwalk. Yeah, great pickup, bringing in the Kali, and they've got Catwalk, which again is very impressive considering that they did lose that Capital right from the get-go. So Secret now, this should just be easy for them to move in and go for the plant. Yeah, this is pretty cut and dry, a standard take. In goes the smokes. Oh, the off-plant position as well from Pasha. Or not from Pasha, from Noah. Will dodge the smokes from Pasha, should I say.
No, is it, but he's going to stick it and take the drop. I mean, they just smoked out everything, but it's still a post plant here. Demo, Pasha's used two of his, got one left. They have an opening, some pressure. Joom can put it underneath. He spent most of this round just sort of making holes and angles and things uncomfortable. So Pasha's going to see if he can try and get him out. The floor-based Kiba and the protection from the slip across, but somebody top rafters is probably going to make a friend very soon. Adrian does get one more, and there's at least the attempt on the drive on a fight, but at this point, as you said, this should be, as it was, an easy lockout to get the kid down, an easy lockout to the end of it. There's at least a take onto one, but Secret 2-0.
Yeah, standard stuff. Easy execute. Nice little reposition in the plant. Yeah, no issues at all for Secret. Not very phased. I mean, even losing the Capital right from the get-go. I think the main point as well, yes, you lose that operator, but the fact that they're able to problem solve and still be able to push through it with losing that operator, I think is great from Secret. You still had the Kali deal with that dreaded Clash. You even had the Grims as well, just in case it wasn't the Clash there. Someone else who obviously can get split out by the bees and can be picked off very easily as somebody walks up the stairs. Yeah, good stuff from Secret all around. I'm liking the tempo that they're staying down. They look commanding. You have to look at VP now. I feel as though VP, they're getting caught out in these positions just by themselves. They're not playing in positions where their teammates can easily trade them off.
Cover me. Deploying jammer.
2-0. And Virtus.pro, oh, they're going to go back to the start, back to the basement, and back to trying to maybe get their teeth sunk into those that have seemingly taken a full run of this. Obviously, Shepard's been able to get himself a couple of kills. Joystick got that early peek out that was instantly traded, but that's really it, Demo. They've really struggled to just know where Secret to put in the pressure on and be able to step into it, not only decisively and deadly, but safely to get themselves out of there.
One thing about certainly Savage, it's the flexibility, isn't it? You mentioned it before. One player can go from being a blitz into the Kali. Now he's back in the blitz again.
Back to the blitz.
That's it. And obviously for Savage, look, he has to kind of play that role where whatever the team needs. It's kind of like the niche operators, I like to say, because obviously shields is one thing. Not everyone can be shield mains, and that is a top tier play from Savage. Straight in through the window. An easy pickup. However, Joom has been killed this time. Had a good time down here the last time, just holding the planks down. Oh, the blitz again. Needs to be careful, though, to run up the stairs, because your head will be exposed. The C4 will keep him at bay at the moment. But this is risky stuff here from Always. Has he got a teammate in support? He's going to fall back to said teammate over towards Pasha.
There he is, the swing round. Now there's either side, and Always just gets the pinch on the angle, gets the second as well. Adrian does get Pasha though, pulls himself back, tries to set the pressure on. If he can win this out, it's obviously a 3 versus 2, but it's currently a 2 versus 1 on the top floor. So they need to try and win this engagement, but Always Gets one more, gets out of that, and now it is for the rest of the round a 1 versus 3. Adrian has had a huge time so far, but the meteoric effort of always back to site. They've reinforced off. They're just going to close off the back and go right. As soon as we know where he is, let's make sure that we do not offer him any semblance of a trade or a route in. Was able to... Well...
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, that's a way for you to go, hey? 2-1. 2-1.
Who designed this clubhouse? Surely that breaches health and safety, having some of those lying about the place.
Well, I don't think they built those with the intention of them being shot, but I could be wrong. It is... I don't go to many motorcycle clubhouses. Do you?
I've never had the pleasure.
I'm trying to think who would from... I don't think any of the talent team ride.
We don't have any
motorbike.
bikers. No.
Parker looks like he could be one from like the 70s or the 80s.
I just think he likes to wear a leather jacket just to be a little bit edgy.
He's the opener. I mean, what a moment for them to start, but then obviously this happening at the same sort of time, and you got to give credit to Always Here. Stepped in to get this. Yeah, stepped in to get the side of the blitz as his teammate was offering some support. And it's sort of what I talked about a bit before, where it was seemingly the first 2 rounds, Virtus.pro members weren't quite able to offer trades, or the trade game was slipping away. It was clean takes, or whereas there it was just the perfect response up the top floor.
Yeah, he understood that he was going to get pushed. He falls back in. He calls for his teammate, comes towards construction. And yes, you know, he did lose Pasha in that instance, but Pasha was there to provide the support and allowed Always to remain alive. You know, the blitz was obviously caught where he had to look at 2 different angles, and Always was able to abuse the fact of that. So yeah, much better from VP. That's just what they kind of lacked in the first 2 rounds, was just that little bit of team play. Now we go to somewhere we haven't been just yet. Is going to be our gym and bedroom. Also, don't forget the bans have come in, and Secret have went for the Azami ban, which obviously will make things a lot easier whenever you're looking at clearing away these roamers who will extend in towards construction, over towards cash, and then vice versa. Whenever you look at the cash floor defense as well, Raptors are going to be a lot easier for them. A hard breacher ban from VP though, so that will limit Secret quite a bit to only the Habana, so they're going to have to go for the Habana trick, which is what you see here now. Oh, just misses it though. So what's supposed to happen is you put 4 pellets in the top, 4 pellets in the bottom, and it will just remove the reinforcement entirely, and then you can move in with a soft breacher. Your Buck, for example, can move in and open that up, but it looks as though he has just missed it, and missed it again.
I think it's the top, yeah, but...
Real hash.
Unless there's been a patch change, but...
No. Oh dear.
No, you're an expert in the field of the Barnet tricking.
I don't do it personally, but I know if it's wrong, and that's wrong.
Right, it's wrong. Rip it up, do it again.
Yep. Don't look 10 openers though, but look at that.
Okay, yeah, I think it's the top. I think... And at this point, you've already dedicated even more than you would otherwise to make the breach, so just going to get the angle and...
Time.
Get the job on. Time's done. Yep, time is done. Now the pressure and the first... I don't know why I thought that was a fight for a second. Imagine. No, jumping between outlines there has thrown me through a loop, but we are about to get the first fight. You can see Mowgli's putting some pressure up underneath her, is ripped and ready and raring to go. They're hoping to get the slam around the player as the E1D screams out, but safe behind the clash. They're just going to keep themselves still steady. They are now the only one left though. However, it's a divide to cross, and as more of the floor gets ripped up, you can see the clash rips up the shield as well. Pasha, they can just sidestep themselves to safety. More time wasted, damn it.
Yeah, and this is the exact same play that VP did against Wolves, where he had Pasha just sat in top red for the flash, and he plays position very, very well. And they've decided to pull back. They feel as though they've wasted enough time, wasted enough utility, and I think they've done that. 45 seconds, and Secret still don't look as though they're much closer to getting in for a plant at the meantime. Doom is still able to get the first pick, but 30 seconds left and still a host of C4s you have to try and move through. This could be difficult for Secret.
Oh, there goes the second Shepherd caught out, and they still have the clash that they can sort of set up at the long sight, but as joystick goes down, they just have that clash now, and they're a bit worried about where they can swing, where they can find a route out. It's being watched again from all around. The plant is being cemented inside, and at this point you try and drive your way through. Uses it to get past, but what a bold movement. Doesn't pay off. Always does find one, but they would have to ace this one out to have a chance at the clutch, and I think they were pretty expectant of the swing from CC Window. Secret keep themselves rolling 3-1. Still work to be done.
Don't really know what VP's doing. All of their kills for Secret that round just came from players sitting outside in the windows. So it makes you think, how are VP in positions where they're dying to windows on that site? There was nothing coming in through Logi, nothing coming in through construction side. That was still in control of VP. Players just started swinging needlessly, I imagine, against the windows for no real purpose. Yeah, very strange from VP. And also another thing you notice is wherever they were dying, it was just one kill, nothing. One kill, nothing. One kill, nothing. Just, again, no trays from VP.
It's... I don't want to say it's then it's a sort of alarm-worthy problem, right? And obviously, you know, they're fighting for a top 2 spot. They're fighting for the chance of getting that bye. But even if they don't get it, they can still fight in best of 3s, which they've done pretty well at historically. But still, it doesn't feel like it's the same sort of intensity
Attackers have
of a
discovered the
Virtus.pro
location
that
of a
we've
bomb.
seen. Back-to-back clubhouse disappointments for them is really a bit tragic. Obviously, it was what, a loss 4-7. Secret lost to Gen.G, a similarly struggling team as Wolves that beat VP, but at least they sort of got to OT, right? They
got a point.
Yeah, they got a point. They should have won it. Fine, you can always say that, but they still kept a fight here. Virtus.pro just feels, unfortunately, like more of the same of yesterday.
It feels limp, doesn't it? Feels like they've got an injury or something.
Yeah, and well, it's currently, I guess, if you look anywhere, specifically Dan and Pasha not being able to get themselves into the kill game. Joystick struggling as well for how brilliant they have been, especially Pasha, throughout this season so far. This is unfortunately what happens when I guess you're missing them, and
rough. It is. Yeah. Secret. Bit of a curveball. In comes the Ying, which we haven't seen brought as of yet. So this will obviously do 2 things. One, it's going to give you that little bit of pushing power in the late game. And also will bring in 10 openers, which with the bans that VP went for the double heart breach, yeah, you're going to need that. Savage, he knows how to do it. He opens that wall up pretty easily. Also, another thing to note with Adrian, he's went for the hungry special, as I like to call it. He's went for the Ying shotgun. So this could get a little bit fast and ferocious from him. Hey, Jum, downstairs, holding onto the flank. Does he know? No, Joystick. I think Joystick kind of knew, but loses the engagement nonetheless.
I mean, Secret have just been so on top of their ones, right? It's one of the things that you can sort of talk about for, obviously, you know, we can say the trade game has struggled, but at the same time, Secret's initial game, their ability to get on the first fight has been so locked in, and here it is. The movement in, the blind in. Oh no, that was an air jab! Knocks the player off, no chance. Oh, that was absolutely brutal, and it hasn't quite ended yet. The shotgun just screams through. They're just pushing for fight. Demo. Oh, we should have cut to black. That was brutal. I don't know if we're allowed to show that.
I think we should frame that. That was brilliant to see. Yeah, look, the hungry special comes in with the Ying shotgun. Great value. You have to admit, though, nice little bit of play between Jum and Adrian. Knowing that the Yings go in, the guy's going to be blinded. That guy can no longer see where that air jab is as the air jab got shot at him. And then the air jab goes off. Absolute freebie kill for the Ying. So I thought that was really nice to see, wasn't it? It was, yeah, nice little bit of duo play. Shotgun obviously working really well in those close engagements. FVP just getting absolutely dumpstered.
I mean, you know, there's sort of all that we can sort of repeat and all that we can sort of say about it, but VP are just struggling, and there's great little bits of play, as you pointed out there, from Secret. The movement's really, really good, but also the prediction game on what Virtus.pro are wanting to do. It's felt like Secret have a very, very well put together strat book. They're able to read these positions. You know, they have the watch on this. The flank is well prepared, and again, just these engagements. Ultimately, on a different day, that could go the other way between those two calibers of players here. such a snappy little drive through. You can see the support coming in across. Mowgli's having a good time. Virtus.pro are not. And I said it before, obviously, you know, we're missing a couple of big pop-off moments from Virtus.pro players. At the same time, Doom and Adrian are on the opposite end of that. You know, Adrian hasn't been as loud as Doom. Doom is obviously 4th best rated player in the league from the start of today. He is wanting to jump towards that top spot.
Oh, he's floating. And the good thing is he's up against Pasha, who currently holds that. So he's got a good opportunity.
You know, and you don't want to sort of look towards negative on players. Obviously, always look towards the positive. Some people can have good days and bad days. But at the same time, you can definitely see that it has an effect on the team because the kills game and the trade game, where Pasha's been so brilliant at, where Dan and Joystick and the rest of Virtus.pro, it's just not, unfortunately, in their wheelhouse today. And this is that sad result of it. Secret, though. Job's not done, obviously. They are trying to get themselves in towards the top 2, but G2 will also be watching this because, as it was pointed out by Fresh on the desk, if Virtus.pro get 3 rounds, G2 are confirmed top 2 due to round difference. So G2 are probably hoping Virtus.pro at least pull 2 more rounds out. They've obviously got the second half to do it, but this would be a nice place to start.
To the basement for their last defense, and last time it was a very heavy kind of roam strategy from VP, which just got shut down immediately on the side of Secret. And however, the second time, not so much. Where certainly always was looking pretty slippy in towards that top floor. So a complete different change of strategy to the last 2 times that we've seen.
I like that shot. That's like Interstellar, that. That's some real Christopher Nolan you're doing there, Ante and Easy.
It's a full bunker, and typically whenever you look at the bunker setup that teams will want to go for, it really does rely on how much util the attackers bring to root you out of those positions. Because you think about some of the power positions that you have. Obviously, Church in its entirety. You've got the triple wall. Obviously, you can sit safe behind. You've got Blue, which is another issue. You think about the AK position, Deep Armory. All those different positions will need to be worked one way or another. And I think they've been able to do Armory because obviously of the RAM. They're now starting to work on the triple wall, but that mute jammer will cause a few issues where they have banner. But the impact EMPs are there. So wall being opened up now. Oh, never mind. He actually dropped the mirror window and it got all of them, I believe. Yeah, it did. Didn't pop it at all.
Well, they at least still have the angle open there and going to move into the Bs and want the fight here. The blinds come out. Pasha does get there first. Savage is gone. There's Joystick getting Mowgli. And always finds Noah locking it down here on the basement. I don't think he knows about the player to his left, but, well, now there's 5 ahead of them. Virtus.pro are flawless after the timeout to end their half, everything that they could want, and now they get that, okay, let's reset. Let's get ourselves on towards our attack. Let's start to, you know, build a bit of difference. It's obviously far from over here, but G2, they get 1 more round, and you are locked in at the top 2 places, or one of them. Secret, 4-2 half. I think they'll probably be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, not bad. If you look at how both of the teams performed yesterday on their clubhouse, VP, they were only able to get 2 defenses against Wolves, so similar replication here. And they're also only able to get 2 attacks out against Wolves. And then if you look at Secret, they took an even split. So they were able to get 3 defenses and 3 attacks against Gen.G, but then went on to lose the game in overtime. So, by that logic, this is looking good for Secret. You know, we know that VP struggled with their attacking half against Wolves. Secret, again, just an even split. So, yeah, I think this is looking positive for Secret.
Virtus.pro, work still to be done. As we said, you know, regardless of result, they're obviously not going to fall out of playoffs. They're still pretty happy to then get into those best of 3s and get their sort of teeth stuck into longer run games. But you kind of want to assert yourself, right? It's the same things that we talked about with the Secret and Falcons game from the other day, where it won't be the last time these 2 teams butt heads. You probably expect the same from these 2 teams. We wouldn't be surprised if you had them in our listing towards a final or towards a sort of, you know, quarterfinal, but currently Secret have sort of run amok with it, and they have the chance to put a bit of distance in the play with the Monty, backed by the Ying. feels like it's going to be a bit of a attempt to rip players out of positions here. Straight up rafters, straight up the walkway. Obviously, the limitations of no capital means it's going to be a bit stickier to get your control up there. All the castles offering a little bit of a barricade bastion. But the pressure starts here on towards, I'm assuming, Noah with his army.
Yeah, it will be. Only 2 nades, which I think is good if you're Seeker's perspective. Only 2 nades, I think, is easy enough to dodge around. It's whenever 6 of them get tossed at you and there's really no place you can go. So, yeah, maybe lacking just in the grenade department from VP, especially knowing that Capital isn't available. But at the moment, their main concern is, of course, going to be opening up this wall. Now, always with the impact DMPs has had to rotate up here, an area you don't see the Monty in all too often, but again, for the versatility that Monty gets with his secondary gadgets, then yes, good to have. Oh, Adrian gets caught out, just rushes down in towards blue, but very swiftly traded out though, as joystick does go down, and that's a bit of util gone. That's a Sophia out of the way with. Those Azamis, I think the Azamis are going to be the issue. With only 2 nades, that's all you have. And Noah still has 2 in his back pocket alongside the ones that are already up.
That's it. They're going to have to maybe come up with an alternate sooner rather than later. And whether it's a bit of pressure up red to try and draw the focus away, because they're still just punching Kivas here on Garage. And unless Noah just sacrifices themselves on the altar of, oops, I've done that, they're going to be pretty locked in. Monty is now stuck on this side. They're going to try and bully the man blinded. They'll probably de-shield. They're going for the fight with the pistols. Noah wins it out, though. Monty could not get the drop, and yeah, he was trapped. But as Pasha gets Noah, they're trying to just retake, keep the momentum up. A change of shells. Skopos is out of there. And that means that they don't have to remove that castle. They're able to freely swing, but 45 seconds, they've taken some control. They're going to have to drone it to make sure that it's safe before they go for the collapse. But now, Demo, we talk about not having enough utility. Look at what they've got left to try and make this plant stick.
They've got 0 attacker util, and there is still 2 C4s. Copious amount of stuff still for Secret to play with, and with not a lot of time left, are they going to sacrifice playing a man below to stop these C4s? I mean, that's going to be really tough if they do, because then you're really relying on the player outside on the main breach to hold it down for the player moving in for the plant, and the C4 will get ripped, and oh, just about misses Pasha. But that's good for VP. That's 1 C4 down, but it's the second one. That's the issue.
Obviously, they're using the Skopos shell as a bulletproof cam to just tell them where everybody is. They've just sprinted their way in to find the fights because it's all just information from the inactive robot. And, I mean, Secret... Is it a question of their hold was too good, or is it a question, as you sort of pointed out, that Virtus.pro just didn't have the right tools for the job?
Yeah, they needed more util. Needed more ways of dealing with the Azami. It looked as though their way was, the Monty will kill him. Nah, that does not work. You know, Monty has a pistol, and obviously with the shield changes, if it was 6 months ago, yeah, Monty could clear that out solo, no problem. But now with the way it works, where you get bashed a lot more easier now as shields, it's a different story. I think the Skopos got a really good highlight as well. I think showing off the unique characteristic of that operator, because it's the only operator in the game that has a teleport. You know, it's which sounds a little bit futuristic, doesn't it, for our kind of game, but it's a TP. And being able to get his way out of catwalk and cross back over, it's the only operator who can do that. We've already mentioned if that main breach gets opened up, catwalk player's trapped. Not for a Skopos though. Also another nice little play was whenever Mowgli sprinted across just the open breach to get in and fight those players as they're moving in for the plant. Did you notice that his teammate also swung from red to take that attention away from Mowgli as he goes for that cross? Just another nice little pocket play I noticed. So I like these little duo team plays that Secret have shown today.
Yeah, it's been a sort of consistent ideal, right? And we've seen Secret struggle with that on previous days. We saw it when we cast on Monday, where they weren't quite able to get their hands and that handle on that trade game. And, you know, obviously we weren't casting yesterday. They went the distance for it. But here, where they've been able to really reassert themselves, what an uphill it has been if you marked out the progression of their week. And now the players just felt exciting. It's felt like they've been anticipating all of these engagements. They've been playing to the level that you sort of want on them, and Joystick, he takes a bit of shrapnel to the face, but otherwise getting another slow. of Kivas. Obviously, they can just leave at this point. Noah isn't, though.
He's stuck.
Maybe. Yeah, he's stuck. They've got some support on Reds. They're at least not going to come up behind him, but now the breach is open. How much time can Noah waste? All of Virtus.pro are surrounding this position, and Doom went a bit risky. A lot of damage coming in. There's the Monty getting the lockdown. 2 kills. Secret maybe overextended and over-egged the pudding.
Yeah, I think Jum kind of looked at his teammate and thought, right, he's dead. Is he going to get a kill? It's going to be tough for him. I'll see if I can sneak one back because we'll probably need it, but you've overextended. They've lost 2 players at this stage, yeah. You very rarely see VP lose from this perspective. Whenever they've got 5 players up, they've still got their shield alive. They can just move through the motions and get their picks.
Well, it's not going to be a perfect, flawless one this time, as it was the last round that they won, but Adrian is making friends with the Monty whilst the rest of the team slowly unravel and just try and lock him down. The Monty is just being a noise distraction at this point. Saw the reload, at least got 1 kill, but he's blind as he tries to make his way down the stairs. They're just going to plant at this point and cover. You don't need to throw away your win con. They do slip their way up, but they get knocked right back down. Virtus.pro, that is the 3rd round they require. I believe that now confirms G2 as a top 2 team, meaning the shootout is primarily for Falcons' position at this moment in time.
Yeah, and now it's kind of the reverse of G2 hoping that obviously VP get the rounds, and then now you're kind of looking from, I suppose, Secret's POV. If Secret going to win this game, which they're still in a good position to do so, don't forget, as they are still leading 5 rounds to 3, they're then hoping that G2 can beat Falcons. So yeah, one team rooting for the other, and now it goes reverse way.
I think that's sort of the drift of it now, obviously, is there is games that reflect games which reflect games. The most uncomfortable thing and the most frustrating thing is often when games are reflected outside of your control. And, you know, it's not that G2 aren't going to be playing as hard as they are. G2 bring their all for as many games as they go against. Falcons are an opponent that they've hit heads with many times.
They want to beat Falcons. That's the main thing.
They want to beat Falcons.
Beat that team.
Yeah, and it's just always going to be there. They could be playing round 1 in a friendly in the off season, and they will want to absolutely demolish each other.
Also, I think for Secret, you touched on it as well. It's from where they were on Monday, where they suffered that big loss to Falcons, and then they go OT and, against Gen.G and lose as well. To see them then come out here today and bounce back massively against VP, I think would be great for them. Obviously, that Falcons loss, you know, hit them hard. 7-2, weren't really in the game. To be fair, Mowgli's on their team now, who just never beats that team anyway, so maybe they should have been ready for that, because obviously that whole entire old Wolves core is just cursed against the Falcons team. We know that. We've seen the graphics. But Secret, I think, have done really well today, and hey, another good start for them. Noah, opening pick, takes down Pasha, the top player.
Well, that's it. And it's, you know, this sort of thing is obviously at one point we didn't have Pasha in the game at all, and he's really started to show himself back up again. Is it too late or too late? Is it the same conversations we had about a team that lost the first 3 rounds? There's Joystick getting 1, but Mowgli gets a kill right behind him, and Dan levels things up from underneath. Still wants to fight a blitz, but surrounded in Secret. Questions about how much you wanted to put into the sort of fight there, but they're still not done. There is still somebody on the top floor. Brawls the blitz, hits them with a bit of the spray, but Joystick will just sit and wait. Call this out to the team and say, look, let's just kill this guy. There's another spray, but it's another blind. You can see Virtus.pro's coming up, and again, cuts to black. Secret maybe losing the plot a little bit this round.
It's looking like my rank games. I'll be honest, this round, the way it's panned out. Nobody was in sight. The last 2 players were above. One's been able to get down. The other one was just trapped in a steel cage with Joystick, who, I don't know if you remember, we cast it. It was the second play day on Clubhouse. We've seen VP, and it was Joystick on the blitz. And he had a torrid time. Like, we thought, why is Joystick on the blitz? He's turned it around to, you know, Joystick on the blitz today he's basically set up 3 kills with the way he's played it.
They're prepared and ready to sort of sit and wait for the final 30 seconds, but it's a 3 versus 1 with a blitz on, and now the blitz knows exactly where Noah is. There's one, gets himself a second with the pop of the Goyo. Clever move. Now he has a bit of space, but he can assume the fight is gonna come through. Does some damage in towards Joystick. Took a bit of a risk. There's still hot pings on the player. Now he wants this to be a 1 versus 1, but their only route in, well, is the one that they've just made there. There is the watch on it. Is he gonna go deep? Is he just gonna try and stop the plant? Couldn't get the fight on it, but if there was a second player with him, who knows how that could have gone.
Oh, that Goyo caused a lot of issues, but thankfully there was a breaching charge from the Ash still available to be used. And I mean, Joystick and Dan that round rolling back the year all the way back to 2019. That's what it felt like. I don't know if anyone else from VP actually played that round. It just felt as though everything was Joystick and Dan.
It was, I mean, it was everything sort of bouncing off of Joystick as well, right? Joystick playing the shield role, sort of pulling people in, but also flirting with danger as much as they could. It's good that they're feeling that positivity. I do think there was a couple of tactical snafus from the side of Secret, and they're going to try and sort that out themselves. Maybe just talk to them, say, look, calm down a bit. We're overheating. We're getting a bit too throwy here with our positions and where we're at. Let's not let this suddenly level up from where it was, because, you know, there has been some engagements. There's been a clutch round in the first half, you could say, by how Always was able to draw most of the team upstairs and kill most of the team. It could have been a 5-1 opening half, and yet now we're sitting within touching distance.
Good timeout, I think, for Secret, where you haven't lost the lead, but you're starting to lose the lead almost. You know, 1 round behind now. That's all VP is. It's just the 1 round gap. So I think, again, Twister, I think, is very good at calling the timeouts to calm his team down. Yeah, because I know there's some players in that team. Looking at Savage in particular, the emotions. Well, you know, he's an emotional guy. He is, and I think Twister's very good at making sure he's in check. Because as we know, you need your IGL in the best mind frame possible. You know, we have seen IGLs shut down and the whole team's follow suits. The IGL is so important to keep that mental. And some of them just need a little bit of help from their coach every now and then. And that's what I hope Twister's used that for, to just make sure his team are steady-headed again.
10 seconds to insertion.
I think that is entirely it. Like, you know, couldn't ask for more, couldn't settle things more. It's not that the team aren't playing well. I haven't been playing well. They've just overexerted. They've overexerted, overextended, and a bit too confident. And Virtus.pro have been given time to build, time to cook. And now, you look at the kill spread of this whole game is pretty much even. The only person who falls a little bit behind is Mowgli. But at that point, you know, almost all the Virtus.pro players are, if not even, almost even. It's a long way from that confidence. Well, it's a long way from the team where Secret built their confidence that they were up against before. But anyway, we find ourselves approaching. CC is the first lead in. Now, they dedicated some players here for a long time last time before they pulled them back towards the hold. It seems like they've got a little bit more of a sort of comfort blanket of additional players, additional utility to cook against it. And they were watching and waiting for that swing, but the wall will get opened either way, and there's nobody to immediately trade it out. But the difference is this time they pulled back Demo. They are not sitting around in rafters to see what happens next.
Yeah, they've played the Azami now towards top ramp. You probably won't get as much value because, you know, rafters, you can place multiple keeper barriers and kind of play that whack-a-mole system where you don't know where you're going to get swung from an attacker's perspective. But just having him in red still keeps him alive. You still get some value out of the keeper barriers. They've just kind of shored up the defense a little bit more. They just said, let's play a little bit more firm. See maybe if the bandit can do something, because, you know, they bring in the bandit to hopefully try and go for a bandit trick. But Doom isn't actively playing on this wall, and the nades are going to get sent in, and will catch all that util for the wall denial, and out goes the C4, which doesn't connect either. And now Mowgli, he will remain, and he's going to have to try and take the gunfights, but loses out to Pasha. Still this player over towards top red, who's now being pressured from 2 different angles. And look at this from Noah going aggressive onto the player downstairs, and Garage very swiftly moves over. However, look where Shepard is. Of all the places he could be, Noah will be right Imagine that one.
I mean, you're assuming Shepard was a few feet above, watching the breach a second ago, and then they made that call that somebody was there and he just dropped down. But still, yes, you would be frustrated. It's a 4 versus 3 at this point. Virtus.pro, they have less time to cook with this time, and they obviously don't have the shield of the Monty to just sort of drive themselves further and further forward, and there's still a couple of smoke canisters in the pockets here, ready to pop in, and at least one of those C4s is placed somewhere. There it is, ready for the approach in. Thank you, perfect observing. But now, waste time on Logi Hatch. Don't let them drop in comfortably. They're going for the breach behind you. It's quite late for this to come together here, but it is suddenly going to make this swing round a bit more dangerous. They have Jim open. They have the swing covered. They have it all watched. They're just going to try and stick the plant in. Pasha goes deep, takes a lot of damage, but now he's planting and holding on. There's a fight on the window that is back and forth. What is Secret going to do? There's one. There's Dan drop. There's the catch, but a post plant. Suddenly just Adrian left in a 1 versus 2. Technically. Now there is a down outside. Pasha's massively hurt, but so is Adrian. Virtus.pro just took enough of the ground that they needed. They have the swing on either side, but we are all tied up, Demo.
Yeah, the VP, just the time, getting away from them, and they just had to full send it. And Secret, they missed the important kill. They couldn't get the guy who was going for the plant. They had used their C4, expecting that VP would force their way in through Logi, which, I mean, I get it. Most of the time that you see the attacks from VP, it will come in through Logi. They like push in from construction, push in through the bedroom door, and plant that way. This time they went completely off field. They jumped in through gym windows. We don't see that all too often from VP, so just that little bit of counterplay has kind of thrown Secret for a loop. And yeah, we're all squared up. 5 rounds apiece. Secret. Now you should start to get worried because they also use their timeout. They don't have another chance to try and settle the nerves, and typically whenever we see a team go for the timeout and then they lose the round right after, even we get worried for them.
I think it's that sort of, to use maybe the oldest idiom about Virtus.pro and about these players across the many rosters, the big Russian machine that has just turned itself on and kept on sort of driving as these players have opted for round after round, time after time. They just get going, and then it's hard to stop them once they get going. They found that groove, that little pocket of possibility. And since then, the players themselves have just been able to sort of lock themselves in, keep putting that pressure on and keep putting that drive on towards, sometimes regardless of the odds that are put ahead of them. Now, on CC instead, Blackbeard watching on the back of the window, just gonna pop a nice little handy grenade out. Pretty hard to stop, and, well, won't be. The second grenade will come through, but Mowgli, oh, just perfectly tricks it and slips the way out. Okay, threaded a needle. Virtus.pro, what do you do now?
It's surprising to see them actually falter in that, because it's one thing that VP dealt with pretty well for the previous 2 rounds, is that Bandit has been a consistent pick or Secret to Bandit trick that wall, and they always dealt with it really well. Joystick would come in below and impact below the Bandit, but yeah, not a good start for VP. Also losing the Blackbeard, which I mean, that operator is just so strong, and to lose it without any value is a shame. A little bit too late here going for this Joystick. You know, already lost 1 Thermite charge for it, but nonetheless, they will try and use the second. Is Mowgli going to go? Come on, Joystick. Get your head in the game, mate. What's going on?
What a time for things to falter when both teams...
No average.
Both teams need the full 3 points to a degree, right? Both teams desperately sort of clutching at it. If Virtus.pro get it, they obviously jump up to 18, and that still sort of puts them even with Falcons' current totals. Secret desperately want that sort of setup, and well, as Savage gets Pasha, they're eyeing themselves closer and closer towards it. Now it's, I was about to say, not entirely done yet. It's closer to being done. It's nowhere. It's just done with this round, Demo.
Just one misstep. Can't open the wall. And that's it. On that site especially, that cache wall needs, or the CC wall needs to be opened up. You cannot win that bomb site. I mean, we have seen it before where teams have won that bomb site without opening up that wall, but that then comes down to an absolute mare of a performance from the defense. But you can see Secret, you just play around that top floor. You have the vertical holes, which they were using, of course. The guy in rafters was so safe. Yeah, VP, one mistake. That's the level that we're at. I mean, it is sad because it is such a fundamental mistake. Losing to a bandit trick like that should not be happening at this level.
It's almost... I'm not going to sort of say... I'm trying to think of how to phrase this now, right?
You're trying to be too nice. Just say it how it is.
I'm trying to be very nice, but it is a fundamental, and it ties us all the way back in. If you were to close your eyes and think about a wall that is going to be bandit tricked, it's probably that wall of any Rainbow Six site or map.
Any person who's played Siege should know this. Like,
should know this.
How common it is.
To the point where I think maybe in 2021, 2022, doing EUL, we created a video showing how it's going to be tricked and these are the ways to counter it. And that included me. And I'm just play-by-play. That is how obvious.
That's your catchphrase this stage, by the way.
That's my catchphrase. Yeah. You're analyst, I'm play-by-play. People stop expecting things. But as I said, Secret, they still want the full fat 3 right now. They cannot let another round slip away. Virtus.pro could still spoil the party because, you know, if Secret get 1 point from this and OT lost, they've guaranteed themselves at least a point. Would bring them onto 18 points, which is neck and neck with Falcons, but they fall short on round difference unless there's something insane that happens later on, and head-to-head. So they're guaranteed third. If they get the full fat win, 3 points, they get themselves a buffer as well as a buffer against potential OT. As Pasha gets Doom, that's not the best first sign. The Deimos just sort of dragging everything out for the players outside. Savage does find all ways, and Mowgli drifts their way slightly further away with Savage. They've been able to escape, and the Blitz is putting a bit of a chase, but remember last time we were here and how many sacrificial bodies there were from Secret and how Virtus.pro struggled with the landing. They might be in a good position here, Secret.
Yeah, good pick as well. Taking out the sledge, the only real form of soft destruction that they have. And yes, they still got 2 breaching charges from Pasha, who could obviously meander over towards kitchen and open that up. But still, you would like to have the sledge because it covers much wider area of effect. Secret, realizing the operators that they have, i.e. Goyo, it's time to pull back. It's time to lock it down. Minute 10 to go. VP, they really need to get a move on because don't forget, the last time they were here, they almost lost the round due to a Goyo canister, so I think they should be aware of that.
Now as they have the read, just the Deimos tucking out players on the back end, but 50 seconds and the roll of the grenades to maybe get rid of any Goyos that could be on the back wall. Remember how much it cost them before, as we sort of talked about, and now it's the pressure. But always come the steady work being done on the soft. The limitation of no sledge means it's all down to the pocket soft breaches, but they've sort of set themselves up here for an attempt to the drop on the hatch and a plant just inside. Dan finds Mowgli, though, as he was sort of leaving, drifting away. Now with this body advantage, that means when they go for the plant, it could be an even position, but Adrian has the crossfight. Not entirely sure where Dan was sending himself, because there's no one else to support it. Adrian, perfectly placed to get himself a couple. There's a trade out, but with 8 seconds and you're in fire, on fire. Secret get the 3 points, jump themselves up a bit, and finally find the win they wanted.
Going for a kitchen take without opening kitchen floor is a big mistake from VP. Honestly, 2 very common mistakes. Back-to-back rounds. Lost them that game. They were looking really good. They pulled it back from 5-2 down, and then they just toss it away with 2 silly mistakes to end off the game. But credit to Secret, they can only play what's in front of them. They knew they had the Goyos, fall back to site, make it work for them. Yeah, overall, I think Secret will be very happy to get those 3 points. It was close, but what a bounce back considering where they were on Monday and where they were yesterday.
Well, let's go to a break before we're back with the desk.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
fight for top 2 here in the EML is still very much on, with Secret now locking themselves in there or putting themselves in there. Obviously, they have done their part. It now depends on the results later today between G2 and Falcons to see where Secret actually find themselves. But as we said, they did their part. A regulation win against Virtus.pro and a good bounce back after 2 more difficult days from them.
Yeah, I think especially the attack side was impressive from both teams. I think especially for Secret, the early start was really good. We're going to start to see the highlights here. In the very first rounds, I mean, 2 first wins, did that blitz there from Savage, I think sums up the attacks, right? Really explosives, trying to roam clear here. That's the only big mistake they did, giving this triple kill to Always on the mute, just because he killed Savage on the blitz, to be honest. If they don't kill that spearhead, it's a full-on force.
Please have the Ying shotgun highlight. Please have the Ying shotgun highlight coming up, because this was incredible from Adrian. We've seen Pasha get a free K from this position yesterday. Absolutely incredible. Adrian, couple of Ying Candelas, one Nomad trap, Clash dead, second person dead. Didn't get the 3rd kill. He was really trying to style with a pistol. But what I will say, Secret's attacks so good. They were back to that Secret identity that we know and love.
I want to ask, actually, I will see you with Savage. I want to ask if that was a direct counter strat, because they had the green downstairs on the red hallway, down red stairs. They also had then the air jab, and then they had the Ying through the drone hole. And that's such a good way to clear that top red. Also for anyone that's watching,
This fight.
Yeah, that was really close. I will say the joystick has improved on the shield. I think he did a good job on blitz as well. Yeah. Both teams were huge blitz scratches. But overall, yeah, almost an attacker-sided match. And I think the big story for me, because we're having 2 really big teams with big individuals, it was also down to big individual moments.
Yep.
Out of the 12 rounds here, 8 had a triple kill from someone in there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's actually insane. Some really big individual prowesses we're seeing from these players. Obviously, Adrian really stepping up massively for this team. I mean, you're happy to see that, aren't you?
I love to see Adrian, stepping up and be a big player. He had the opportunity to actually win the game for his team yesterday. Didn't quite go so well for him, but then today he's had a couple of massive rounds, and that's what we know and love. He's kind of that player. He's developing into that backline player that's then becoming dependable and just getting big kills when he needs to. So it's really good to see that for his progression. In terms of Secret as well, the fact that they got over the line in that final round and it's a regulation win eases a little bit of pressure in this race for the top 2. They just need G2 to win now, and then they will be secured in the top 2.
Yeah, I think looking at the backline stepping up right now, Adrian on one side, Shepard on the other, is also a good testament of, how close that game was.
Yeah, it really was. Obviously just finished out in regulation, but due to Secret winning it, we get to speak to the victors. We should be joined by Savage to ask him some questions, because Savage, congratulations on the victory. Your part is done here. How are you feeling?
I guess satisfied. I think we should have closed it out yesterday with our win, and now we would be secure. But now we have to wait for G2's game. But at the end of the day, it's not the biggest deal, but it would be nice to have one game off. But we'll see.
What do you guys think went wrong yesterday to lose against Gen.G?
Honestly, we had a bit of a talk, and it just felt like everything went wrong. Like, so many individual mistakes, default reactions weren't being applied, gunfights maybe a little bit, but we didn't feel that much pressure, but it's just individual mistakes. I mean, it's very clear, even today it showed it a little bit, that we are struggling to clear some default holds, some power positions, when people play a bit more turtle, something that we're going to work definitely on this week now, so we can come sharper for the playoffs. But yeah, definitely individual mistakes, default reactions, and the team play to clear these power positions was very weak.
And speaking of clearing these power positions, we saw you guys clear the top red with the green downstairs, the Nomad, and then the Ying. Was that a direct counter to knowing that Pasha was going to be there with the clash?
It wasn't talked about, but it was in the game, a thing. Funny thing as well is that I was supposed to be the Ink, but Adrian doesn't know how to do the Ibana trick, so I had to go on Ibana.
Yeah, that got shown.
Yeah, so but I'm glad, because he got 2 big important kills on that clear. But yeah, it was a good clear, Nomad with the clash and the Ink as well, and then the Grims to stop a cash is it was good.
It's a good job Adrian can shoot, because those Hibana pellets were not going in the right place there, Savage.
We have to go on a custom game there and check that out.
Yeah, you're going to have to, yeah. If only you were professional players and were only paid to play this game, eh? In terms of G2, obviously, they need to win to secure yourselves into top 2. Is there anything you want to say to them?
We're the biggest G2 fans today. That's all. We're hoping for that win.
We'll clip that. We keep it.
Yeah.
Whenever you guys face G2 in playoffs, we're gonna bring it back.
Hopefully it doesn't come by to bite me.
I want to talk about those players actually, because if you look at the last 3 games that you two played, right? It's it's Clubhouse. Are you guys cooking or saving anything for those players with these maps?
It's just the vetoes, like against these teams, you know, like we knew at least 2 Clubhouse we were most likely to play. Against VP, it was only going to be ever Clubhouse or Border. They decided to ban Border, so it was Clubhouse. Gen.G, we could have took them to bank, but we 11-0 them on the scrim on Clubhouse, so we thought, well, let's just play them on Club, and fair play to them, you know, they beat us, and then same thing for Falcons. Their veto match is pretty much ours in terms of maps, so it was about what map they didn't want to play, and it came down to Clubhouse.
I did think that yesterday when I seen you guys take away Bank to go to Clubhouse. I was like, why? That doesn't make a lot of sense because you're a very good Bank team, but I suppose that makes sense if you've 11-0'd them in scrims.
Yeah, we just didn't have much info on the Bank as well. The club where like we knew everything they would do. It was on quote-unquote a safe bet, but well, ended up not paying off.
All right, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see then and find out what you really are saving for us in those playoffs. Obviously, best of luck. I assume you and the guys are going to watch that game later between G2. We're wishing you best of luck in the hopes of locking in the top 2, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, guys. See you soon.
Good interviews we're getting. I mean, again, I keep on saying it, but the insights we're getting on why, you know, certain decisions are being made, but why teams are doing certain things. I think it's really nice to get to know that from the players in these important games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think cooking Adrian's always fun as well, especially when he's just top ranked. Carried him over the line, giving him a chance for playoffs. Yeah. But no, he can't ban a trick, so we'll throw him on Ying.
He actually had one of his best game of the stage, and the only thing you have to say nice about him is just throw some shit at him.
Adrian knows that I love him. I'm Adrian's biggest fan.
No, but it's actually great. I think we saw both teams on a pretty good level. I think it could have went to overtime. I think VP was slightly under where I expected them to be.
I think VP fans are going to be like, you guys have got to start playing a new map. You've got to just bring one of those maps into a best of 1. Because Clubhouse is not it, and it's not been it now for a couple of years for this team. They used to be monsters on this map, but it's going further and further away. Yeah, sure, they're good at the banks. Sure, they're good at the cafe and the border now. But Clubhouse is that map that teams will start trying to take them to inside a best of 1s. And they don't seem to have some of the answers on that map.
We talked a lot about this in the context of the secret position in the top 2. You know, the last or the second game today between G2 really mattering in this regards as well. This is obviously what we're looking at right now. Secret on equal points with G2, and then there is the opportunity for Falcons to push them outside of it. That's why they want G2 to win, obviously, to either keep things equal or have G2 clearly be above them. But then for our second game of the day, that's why we brought up the standings, because whilst we just focus on the top 2 standings, we're now going to focus our attention a little bit lower on that top 6 over there, because BDS, after the break, will be playing up against Wolves. BDS needs to find their way back into that top 6 against the currently last ranked team. So we'll see how they do after the break. We're back for our second game of the day, and that is none other than BDS going up against Wolves, very much for the top 6 spot. The final top 6 spot remaining is what BDS is fighting for. For Wolves, it doesn't really matter anymore, but we gotta give credit where credit is due. Leoya came up with an amazing title yesterday for this matchup, because BDS right now, they find themselves really with their back against the Wolves. I mean, when we talk about it, it's not necessarily fully in their hands anymore. Yes, they need to win this game today, but then it's still not just decided.
Back against the Wolves, and Wolves is wounded. That makes him a very, very scary animal. The reason for this is he has nothing to lose. He's gonna die anyway. They're all the way at the end of the standings. They can't make it to playoffs. So, they are very hungry. And who do they have to eat? Frek and BDS as a whole. I think that's the story here. Literally, Wolves have nothing to lose. BDS right now, they don't even have their faith in their hands. The only thing they can do right now is try and make the maximum amount of points and then cross fingers that Gen.G just somehow loses.
Feels like such a long time ago that BDS were beating G2 and really on the up and coming, really looking to secure themselves in playoffs. At that point, it looked inconceivable that they wouldn't be in playoffs. And since then, there's been a little bit of a decline, and it's now not in their hands. For them, they just need to do the best they can. They need to win, basically.
Yeah, let's look at those BDS players as well then, because like you mentioned, it was really looking good for them at some point, and then especially this last week, I feel like, and that loss yesterday, a really costly loss, and then only that, you know, that dropping that 1 point against Gen.G as well. I think at the end of the stage, should they not qualify, those are going to be the games that you look back at and you're like, oh, we really dropped some points, or we should have gotten those victories over the line there. Yeah,
first that was Reload, where clearly the objective was to play against big teams, and they were consistently losing. I think they had like a 20% win rate at the end of Reload. Okay, that's fine, we give them time. Then they come into the stage, and that's another moment to prove, right? But during the stage, it was very inconsistent. And it seemed that we saw growing potential with the win against G2.
Yeah.
But clearly, they're dropping the goal again. It seems that like there is a ceiling in the roster so far.
Well, what we've seen is like an inconsistent team in terms of their team performance.
Yeah.
There's maybe had this layer over the top that's been one particular individual in Frek, really, that's found big plays and big moments, that's almost carried them over the line and carried that momentum. And the problem with that is it's not consistent, it's not reliable, it's not trustworthy, and there are holes to be found. And I thought yesterday, Fnatic exploited those holes perfectly.
There is a bigger problem. I mean, even when you get hard carried by someone and you can still not get enough points to get to playoffs, that's my scary part. Because even if one guy overperforms, you still don't have collective results.
It's a shame because we kind of like what this roster's got cooking, but they've just not shown us enough right now.
It's that potential that they keep on talking about in interviews, but it really is time to start showing it now if you want to keep yourselves alive for the top 6, and especially when we talk about their opponents for today as well. And when we looked at Wolves yesterday, they seem like a really hungry team of Wolves, fully on the hunt, because they actually beat Virtus.pro. I don't know how it happened, how they've managed to do that, but it's a really impressive result, but it's just a little bit too little, too late.
Yeah.
This game doesn't really matter for them anymore in position, but it's kind of freeing them up to try some new things.
How nice was it to see Wolves be confident and aggressive, and most of all playing together yesterday? They said two things basically weren't working for them. Their defenses weren't working for them, and their late rounds weren't working. Well, yesterday, their defenses was incredible. They were taking risks, but they were being aggressive. Mainly, they were doing it together. And then in the late round, they had the composure, they were working picks, they were using whatever the win condition was, whether that was plant, whether that was man advantage, whether that was time, whatever it was, they were using it perfectly and making the right decisions, which we've not seen from Wolves before this stage.
So you spoke about defense, and then you spoke about late rounds. Clear weaknesses, right?
Yep.
Those are symptoms. The main cause is very obvious. It's nerves, it's stress. Yeah. And it was very obvious in the interview with Kendrick. Kendrick said, we're overthinking things that should be very simple. When does that change? That changes when they have nothing to play for.
Yep.
It's exactly what happened yesterday. They could not make it to playoff.
Yep.
They started playing like they should, like they probably play in scrims, and they beat VP. And that's very scary for BDS to face, because they're facing the momentum of Wolves right now. As you can see on this graphic right now, that momentum has clearly increased from the last 2 play days to a great victory yesterday against a big team.
Huge.
And look at BDS. It's literally a yo-yo graphic.
Yeah.
Completely inconsistent.
Yeah.
And now, right now, on a downwards trajectory, where Wolves have nothing to lose and on an upwards trajectory.
And Wolves are on a very steep upwards trajectory. Of course, this is the round differential in the games that they played. So below 0 is a match that they lost, and above 0 is the round that they won. And I think it does actually go to show that even when these two teams are winning, it's very close margins. And they're having inconsistencies not just between games, but also inside of games themselves. What that sets us up for, by the way, when it's in a game that's a race for the top 6, is an absolute firecracker of a game.
I really hope it will be not just a 7-0 blowout from one team or another, because indeed, like you say, the trajectories of these two teams coming into this matchup have been really different for the stage. And while the importance is really high for BDS to get this one over the line, for Wolves, it matters a little bit less. Maybe that comes into play with the map picks as well. Once we start looking at those, obviously, a best of one between these two teams. But going to Lair, is that a positive thing for either of these two teams? Who's got the better cards maybe going into this?
I think it's scary for BDS. The reason why I'm saying this is... Wolves, they've played it twice, and they've lost it twice. But there's a big but here.
I was about to drop a lot of buts. But.
There's a but as big as...
No.
All right.
Make your point.
All right. The big but is... they lost it. They lost it to Secret, and they lost it to G2. But they lost it 7-4, 7-5, and they looked amazing in these games.
Yeah, the first play that Wolves played, they played up against G2 on this map. They looked great, but it was the late rounds that kept letting them go against G2, and it was the same symptom against Secret. If they've sorted that out, which they showed us they did yesterday against Virtus.pro, this is actually a good map for Wolves. In terms of BDS, they played it 2 times at the Reload event. They've not played it in EML so far. Twice against APAC opposition, they actually beat the Reload Grand Finalists, one of the best teams in the world, Cyclops Athlete Gaming, on this map, but they also lost it to FearX as well.
Yeah.
Never thought you'd say that. But either way, I mean, obviously for BDS, you know, they really want to win this game. It's not just Wolves that is on the hunt for them. It's Gen.G, it's Fnatic that can really capitalize off of this game if BDS were to drop points from this one. So the fight for top 6 is still very much happening, and we have good news. The game is ready, so it's time to send it back to our casters, Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we are back and heading to Lair, of all places, to see if BDS can keep themselves fighting or if Wolves can pull them down to the depths alongside them, Demo.
Yeah, Wolves play a bit of spoiler. Obviously, BDS still in the running for making it into that top 6. Wolves, not happening for them. Too many mistakes throughout their previous days means that today means nothing for Wolves. If they go and win this 7-0, means nothing. They cannot get into that top 6. So they have an opportunity here to pull a bit of a funny moment here and knock BDS out alongside them.
There's a fun little thing about this showdown is that if, a year and a half, 2 years ago, Wolves versus BDS was one of our like big brawl games for the top of the board, and there was that frequent sort of overhang of Wolves being able to beat BDS. Will they? Won't they? Ooh, usually not. And now we get the other side of it, of a fresh Wolves and a fresh BDS. I think maybe there's one player across.
Fresh as Wolves.
Fresh as Wolves. Yeah, no, he's not.
I hope not.
Also, this is unrelated to anything about this game. Fresh being like, oh, they beat one of the best teams in the world, CAG, and then lost to FearX. I think you also mean one of the best teams in the world, FearX, as well. I am, as you are to G2, I am to FearX.
I like FearX.
I love FearX. They're the best. That's all. Okay, now back to this. Who's your money?
Has made it onto the broadcast. Good to know.
I love... Hey, shout them out. Like how there's an esports tab in the game, we are the esports tab in my heart. We start on the top floor here with a couple of standard removals. Anything out of this jump to a surprise here for you, Demo of the bands?
I think the Glass. Gotta look at the Glass. That is certainly a niche band to go for because it's a niche pick. Yes, I know Glass has his uses, but it's not as though we're seeing Glass every single round. Obviously, the operator band out alongside him, Blackbeard. Now that is an operator that we see every single round. So yeah, good ban for BDS. For Wolves, obviously on Lair, the desk kind of mentioned it. They played it twice this stage against 2 really fierce opponents. One being G2, that was the first opening play day. And then the third play day, they also played it against Secret. Now Wolves, they were able to take 3 attacks off of G2, but then they were only able to take 2 attacks off a Secret. So a mixed bag in terms of how their attacks have went on this map so far this stage.
Immediate breach through on towards the master office as the wall get popped open, and they'll circle and cycle some pressure now towards the opposite end. Focus on display in the bathroom windows and just sort of draw attention towards the other side of R6. You keep the pressure hot across the whole of the top floor right now, and also maybe worried about somebody trying to sneak out as the pressure now starts to amount to operational room or op room. It's this swing position that they're going to see if they can shut down. And there's no limitation on obviously the Ace and the Selma's trying to get their way in. They've got themselves the breach onto the wall of the site, so I'm assuming that second one that was thrown there by Noodle was maybe to force out a player on the top of Ops, and now, yeah, they're rotating their way back around, so we'll get a taste of the rest of this pressure in just a second. But it's Lasmo. Opens things up, removes Tyrant on the far side. No Grim Bees, and now less pressure on towards our 6 side. So instead, Azza and Leader will have to double stack here, and there's concern about maybe somebody underneath the C4 return, and not anyone caught.
Yeah, he's lucky he had the scanner out. He's seen that C4 come up, or else that would have been a death for Cracks. But that is, again, also good information. They know that someone is also below that they can maybe try and pinch and find, and Leader will go for that hunt. He will scan that Valkyrie and see if he could win as one. Everyone else so is starting to meander over now towards the bomb site. Of course, that main wall, I believe, is going to be opened, and Robbie just has to be careful now. Again, he is a very strong operator to be backed up against the wall, being the Azami can just hunker in, especially behind that desk where he is right now. This is such a power position.
Well, that's it. He's so tucked and ready. Has the Kiba to offer himself a little bit of wiggle room, but with 45 seconds and a 4 versus 4 and a very narrow line of what the site is and isn't right now, they're going to have to start trying to fight their way out of it. They've double stacked, but even then, it's got him an extra foot. There is P4. Do they know about him? Oh, it doesn't matter if they do. They seem to swing into the fight. It's trades all across the board with Robbie getting the double. As he said, the power position came through, but narrow line of what was steppable terrain there by the end.
Yeah, it just didn't look like a whole lot of anything there for Wolves. I feel as though they got way hung up and trying to chase after that Valkyrie for way too long. That's what it felt like. The Valkyrie was spot out below the C4, and Leader spent the entire time trying to find them, where you kind of needed that operator over to obviously try and deal with the Azami. Again, Deimos has the nades. It would have been great to have scan out the Azami, fire the nades in, but he was just occupied elsewhere. So yeah, Wolves, not a great start, but BDS on the other hand, I think using the Valkyrie very well to get them that information early on. Obviously Robbie in that position, that's a very common position for the Azami, but you can see why, just how strong it is. Just keep reinforcing yourself in, using the barriers. You can swing breach, you can swing onto the single door. Yeah, great work from BDS, good hold. Didn't really look bothered, and overall, yeah, good start. BDS now, move in towards our basement now. Typically, Fluke, what we see, the way the basement kind of play out, is the roam game. I think teams understand if you try to anchor in this bomb site, you will be crucified, because there's just way too much vertical pressure that you can apply early on. It's a big map. Go out there and stretch your legs. That's the benefit of going to this big map if you have strong roam players. Let them excel. Whenever they've got multiple staircases to maneuver around, big rooms, a lot of rooms, that makes it difficult for the attackers, obviously, to try and hunt down, and that's why you see very common operators like the Deimos and the Dokumi being brought in, because attackers know how difficult it is to deal with roamers on this map.
With focus now on towards the second site, down towards the basement itself. We'll see if they can try and get a bit of a quicker pace on those roamers that you talked about before. They obviously were playing a bit of a loose game there, BDS, and if they had some awareness of the Deimos swing, it could have been a slightly different moment if they pulled the player out and sort of propped them, but it starts in a similar fashion. Get your breach in, put the pressure on towards the site and try and just lure BDS back towards it, and that's another way of finding them. However, seems like Lasmo is more than tempted to try and find a fight against Krex, and if they lose the hard breach, they lose a very big boon right now, so instead pulls themselves back. There's a fight over the top. Valkyrie takes a bit of damage, Noodle does as well. Another early C4. Doesn't quite net anything, but it does pull the Valkyrie a bit further back. You can see Freck is watching on the far side. They have 3 players on towards it, 2 above. Currently, BDS don't seem to feel the shake in the tree just yet to cause them to fall.
Yeah, look at the positions of the 2 roamers. They're one towards the top floor on the other side of the map, and on the reverse flip, Virtue in the mid floor on the other side of the map from his teammate. It's very segregated as far as it goes in terms of roam game, and you can see the downside of it. No trades coming out from BDS after losing both of their roamers almost back to back. A 2-second gap between both kills falling for Wolves, and yeah, great work using the Demos, using the Dokumi, gets that information and hunt those roamers. They're by themselves, easy pickings for Wolves. Now it should just be a simple case of overwhelm your opponents. You've got the man advantage. You've still got all of your util available. You can get the ram in, start opening up the vert. You've still got a demos track as well that you can utilize, which I believe Tyrant has just used as last. And yeah, just brute force your way in through the bomb site.
Setting up a sequential breach.
They're going to try and get a snappy take here on, well, I was going to say Robbie's position, but Robbie's going to opt out of that. They're ready and waiting for the drop on the hatch itself, trying to just get a circle of pressure. If they can still find that single place, the push is coming through, almost gets gifted. Dockerby rebuilds the breach, gives themselves a little bit more wiggle room, but they've been able to cross this divide and just tucking for the plant and then force right out as a huge amount of damage. Has to wait 15 seconds, and this is a very long fire, but there's no way that they can just drive behind it that far. There's a kill in the fire, and there it is. Leader dropping in, Freck trades out Leader, but they all just keep dying. Demo to this backline, Noodle above, but what can you do?
If you were to sum up Wolves' season in one round, it would be that. The same thing that they have struggled with time and time again is closing out rounds whenever they do the hard work in the early game. Being able to move in and get both of the roamers pretty quickly, not lose anybody in return, have lots of util left as well, and then they move on to lose that round is... What can you say? It's the same thing that they've had time and time again. Deja vu, Groundhog Day, whatever you want to call it. The same nightmare over and over for Wolves. The breach. Don't know what happened to the breach. They couldn't get in it. The breach was one part and then another part. It wasn't fully open. You couldn't vault through it. That Goyo goes off at 20 seconds. The round's cooked. They try and just run through the flames. Yeah, just... What can you say? Same thing again for Wolves. Same old, same old.
One thing went wrong for them, and it shattered everything. And it's sort of, you know, I was talking about it with about 40 seconds, 30 seconds left, where it only takes one aspect for things to suddenly fall apart. And this, how clean the two takes and the two roamers were. You've got 3 players stuck outside to fire. Azza sprinted right into it, but look at the time and look at the fire still there. What other options? Okay, so that, do you know the reference to that one?
Probably not.
So that is the kid on the boat who's leading the boat race.
Okay.
He's aura farming.
Are you a fan of boat races?
Well, I think it's the Indonesian boat race clip that's going around, which is such a specific comment on the era that we're living in. To be like, oh, it's the reference to the Indonesian boat races.
All of you to assume I'm a watcher of the Indonesian
boat races. Don't you understand that that's the reference to the Indonesian aura farming boat race clip?
I sit down every year to watch it. It's a yearly event in my house.
I played a ranked game the other day. I told you at the start of the broadcast, someone had their birthday in their name, and it was 2008, and just get me out. Ooh, missed for the second. I was going to say an easy take on the mute jams there. They are going to try and mirror trick a breach.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it. They put it away. And
there we go. It was close.
Okay. The Tubarao came in at the last second there. I was going to say they have a Tubarao, but it was very late to activate. And now they punched the mirror and they're just going to go for the breach elsewhere. But they're still concerned about it happening, because if they lose this exothermic, that will stay solid, Demo.
Yeah, the issue is you can't get the Thermite charge perfectly centered now, which is obviously where you would want it as the Thermite. It will just be a little bit off-centered. But still, wall will get opened up nonetheless, and only one top canister remaining, so guys not going to be able to deny that whole round, we know that. There we go, breach is going to be opened up, but again, BDS, a standard counterplay that you can expect from this team especially. I think they did it on Monday night as well, whenever we've seen them on labs, which plays out pretty similar to Lyre, where, especially for this site, you are used to seeing those main walls get opened up. And Noodle, where are you going? Just walks up the stairs through a bit of barbed wire and gets sent back down.
Yeah, I mean, went for a Nook play, I guess, trying to play against the sort of roaming loose game that's had mixed success. Here's another success tick, and at this point, they're sort of looking at an open breach, and you're thinking, well, where are they going to build behind here? Wolves, because the execute has not been where they've been shot. Now they're having to full send above, try and get the clear on ops, try and get the clear and force these players further and out, but they're still having to send utility to far away from the site itself. hoping to get a kill on the back of it. More flashes. Robbie does get Tyrant, and the C4 almost gets Leader, which would have been the end of it, but they're this late, fully aware of where Wolves are coming from, and they are just being bullied out the building itself. Lasmo gets Crex. It's a 4 versus 2. But at this point, you know, it's 2 players now trying to close down 2 players above the site before they then have to, in the final 30 seconds, take the players in the site.
Simon is with Leader there as he swings at the perfect time as Lasmo looks away, but Virtue, a clean double to finish it off. There we go from Virtue. Picks up the pieces. Clean double with the SMG. 2-in-1 mag. BDS cruising right now towards getting themselves into that top 6, and then depending on how results go in our matchup later on, it could be enough to confirm them a top 6.
Well, from this, where do you ban? What do you do? And what do you remove? The Valkyrie and the Dockerby, I mean, fair enough. It's been causing problems for both this team, but ultimately, I think the biggest problem is being caused to Wolves by Wolves. 3-0 so far, BDS. And they've looked pretty well in control. It's not that they're infallible. There's still some moments where you're sort of seeing them slip on by, and obviously the Nook just being droned up here, but I mean, maybe one step further back and they would have had the read on where that player was. How come Virtue doesn't do any clip or a farm clips?
Attackers discovered the location.
Honestly,
of a bomb.
I think I go my entire life without you mentioning Indonesian boat races, so please don't do it again. I think I've had enough.
I'm surprised our desk haven't tried to. I bet you right now, and I would put money on this, or maybe 2 minutes ago when I first mentioned it, that Anne was explaining it to Leo and Jack.
10 seconds left.
I have a feeling that that happened.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But anyway, 3-0. BDS now, obviously, they are still not entirely, you know, beholden to their own fate here, but if BDS can keep themselves going further up, there's also another element to this. Wolves could stop BDS, that is true. But if BDS beats Wolves, I think that also puts Fnatic's sort of risky moment of it's just direct shootout.
Yeah, then they have to go and beat Gen.G then for BDS to qualify. So it's still, don't forget, no matter what happens today, it's still in Gen.G's hands. They are the best team out of the 3, BDS, Fnatic, and Gen.G. Out of those 3, it's in Gen.G's hands because they are currently the team who sits in that 6th position.
Yep. Now, have they been able to find a little bit more here, Wolves, on their approach? At this point, obviously, there's sort of, you know, it's the close down as it has always been, that conversation about the team's final minute rather than the opening minute, and here they've still got to drive in towards operational, concerned about, well, still being C4'd, but no Valkyrie counts to give the read away because of the change in the bans. Instead, they have this rafters section, the walkway opened, but they needed more than this last time. A Twitch drone drifting its way on through, just getting the read that there's nothing on the back of the door, so they could try and hop in and go for a fight if they really wanted to, but they're still very much concerned about the threat of a BDS player on the roam. This time, though, BDS, they're a lot more happy to sit at home. They've almost sort of said, look, you expected multiple of us away. Now, we're all here pretty much. Come find us and fight us.
Great drone work from Azure, being able to gather up a lot of the positions where BDS currently are. One difference that they have for this attack they didn't have previously is, well, Tyrant's been able to stay alive. He was picked off before he was really using any of his util. So having that player now over towards the art window is great to have. You know, he can beat it up, get all that information. You can see Lasmo currently struggling with that. He is going to be spot out by the bees, but it's his power position. This is what they need to deal with. Robbie shut them down from it last time. Let's hope that they'll learn from their mistakes. And look at this from the Demo. Oh, Leader, a clean 2, and also was able to take down that Azami that we mentioned about.
Going for the plant, and as the smoke makes their way up rocket stairs, there'll be a C4 that just connects, but a second too late. So it's a post-plant situation. 3 versus 2 Wolves. They've been able to get themselves a bit locked in. Gonna just make sure that they can do this rotate without being swung on as they get themselves closer towards stacking up the site. They've got a fight on their left and probably soon one on their right. Do they expect them to be low here? Oh, there's the reveal. There's the pickup. There's 1 and 2. Krex with the perfect gun for that engagement. Just held it down.
Yeah, much better from Wolves. Again, they assessed the issues, and again, it was the roamers. You know, the C4s caused them issues, and this time, Leader is able to get his man and do it in pretty quick time, but then to quickly switch on to that all-important player behind the desk. That is Ami, taking down Robbie. Once he goes, it just opens up the bomb site then for Wolves to move in and go for the plant. Just a C4, just a second too late to deny it. And yeah, an easy post-plant for Wolves nonetheless. So, hey, at least it's something.
It's something. And hey, the journey of 1,000 miles, Demo. How does it start?
A footstep.
Close. It's with a boat race. No.
What do you mean? Oh, honestly, these boat races.
They are, yeah, they're off to a start. They have themselves cooking. They have themselves.
This could be content. Could be a content piece. They send you to the boat race. Content. Don't know what they could do.
I wish we had that budget. All right. We'll have to make do. We'll find a canoe in Copenhagen. I'm sure that'll be fine.
To be fair, you could travel from Copenhagen to Indonesia to see the boat race.
It'd be great.
By a canoe.
By a canoe. I'll see you in 4 years. See you in 4 years. PDS 3-1 up here, and probably still no slowed from it. I think I'll take that as a bit of surprise factor, but the pressure is still very much in the side of Wolves here to try and lead them in. Obviously, you said it before, you know, the times that we've seen their attacks, it was 3 attacks, then it was 2 attacks. They've been able to get themselves the 1, but can they try and at least stand up to their previous worst performance on this map? Wolves, they have some of the focus here, and last time the problem was just a lack of options. The Ram tried to ram raid their way right in to the heart of Freck, but they have just distanced themselves from this conversation. Not going to sit around and see what happens next. An alternate self-destruction above, still making things a bit dangerous as they remove some utility, but they're giving themselves a plan B. They wish they had that last time.
Yeah, it's an early entry there from Cracks just to try and establish control in towards lockers, and there are roamers for BDS, don't forget. There are still players above, but they have just gave the kind of vertical pressure over the Wolves are really challenging, and P4 now slips back down the stairs while being assisted by Lasmau. But yeah, weird start from BDS. Yes, they had roamers, but they didn't really engage the positions that they should have. You know, they just gifted that mid-floor access to Wolves, and now they're being forced back down the site. And yeah, Wolves, just like last time, in a great position. They can do the vertical work. They just have to make sure they get rid of the Goyos. That was the issue they had last time. Remove that bit of util, and they should have a much easier time of winning this round.
Now with a minute on, and that single body into their favor. And with, as you said, a better chance at a better time, it's still time to prove that. They have some of their angles, they're rechecking and checking everybody just in case there's not going to be a sudden BDS player behind them once again, and they can try and focus on maybe removing some of that utility. Not sure how much success potentially the Twitch has at getting rid of Goyo canisters. I think that's...
Did I see a bit of flames? I don't know.
I think I've seen a bit of flames, and
yeah.
Krex took a bit of damage, which I think might have been from some flames, but depends how heavily they've sort of stacked. But here comes Noodle. He's maybe expecting a fight, but they've actually gone up. You saw it on the distance. It's a retake all the way over the top as Freck tries to cut his way across the middle. There's the swing round. There's a missed engagement. It's traded out, but there's somebody coming to support. It's P4 around on the backboards. And now as they go for the plant inside, it's P4 and Freck on the vertical, but they still lose it out. They weren't aware of where the plant was being placed, and good read from Wolves. I think the sort of alarm bells went off, and maybe BDS were just a little bit too late to the party now. There is one sat on the kit, and oh, it's toe shots once again. Oh, he's so hurt now. It's a 1 versus 1. Azza, I think he has the deep angle though. And maybe a drone on it. He can play this from a distance. It's going to take, you know, a few seconds to actually slip your way across, and P4 doesn't have the means to get this entirely covered. So he's just got to hope the pulls come through, but it's an easy pick up there from Azza.
Close. Very, very close to a clutch for P4. don't know if anyone remembers. I think it was a game last stage. It was in Lair, and it was never obviously P4 was in Wolves, and there's a day where P4 is just clutching up in Lair, like just back-to-back 1v4. I think it was against Fnatic or something like that. If anyone remembers, he's clutched up in this map plenty of times before that we've seen it in previous iterations, but it's that one a little bit too difficult for him. I think Azur positioned himself really well, you know, assessing the fact of, right, I know where the diffuser is. It's in an open position. If I just pull back, I give myself an easy quick peek, I can see him. If he tries to go for the diffuse, yeah, good work by Azur. You can see BDS, honestly, if they were probably a second earlier on that retake, I think they would have been in a much better position, because obviously that player could have been killed as he is going for the plant. We've seen, you know, the Ram was getting shot by P4, sat in the exact same position on the diffuser. So yeah, just a little bit off cue, but hey, I like BDS. I like the attempt of going for the retake. Just a little bit worried there for Wolves, the fact that they've even allowed that retake to happen, but thankfully still had enough bodies in the site to make it happen.
Three to two. A classic toe shot. Gives a lot of people flashbacks to moments in this league.
Actually, I mean, Virtue's in the game. Just say his name. Call him out.
At this point, Wolves, they're obviously... There's always that question, right? There's always that conversation about if a team has nothing else to play for, they play their best. Do you think some of this confidence is going to start cooking? Because it has still felt that they're a bit cautious about some of these plays. It still felt that they're sort of, you know...
The way I put it is, it seems too sensible for a team that has nothing to play for.
Yeah, right? And I don't know what else I expect, because it's always, I guess, easiest to sort of put it in this, but, you know, with how things sort of go with our playoff system, with where things are shaping up, this is kind of one of those last moments here to get some games in for a period of time. And at this point, I guess you just want to see, I guess, what these players are capable of. We've seen them have these exceptional moments. Maybe it's just sort of a, let's get its job done. They're about to maybe find, oh, they're not going to find, I was going to say it looked like it was going to step up to an engagement, but yeah, the tracks thing is have this covered. And with Azur just passing either side. Oh, take one more step. There's the extra step. There's the kill. I mean, reloading. They had no idea about Lasmo's position. Now they do.
Oh dear. Wolves lose out on the nuke. And again, Azur, who is typically that player on this... It didn't open. Oh dear.
Okay.
Yeah, typically Azur's the player who you like to see kind of just lurking in the shadows for this side, where he'll just appear and find 2 quick kills and really open up the round for their team, but he's gone. And speaking of gone, as are the BDS players. They have decided to say, that's good enough, we'll take that. We've half the round, bit of util, got a kill. Just go back now and try and hunker up. And to be fair, this could be pretty good for them, looking at the lineup of Wolves. They don't really have any self-destruction.
Well, I think that's the sort of risk now, obviously, with how this played out last time. As we said, it was a 2 versus 4 by the end of it, but there was 2 above and 2 below. Now they've pulled away from it. They're going for a different take, and there's been a different response here from BDS. Let's not give them those extended engagements. The full limitation. Really about the hard breach. Tyrant's helping get the work done above, first of all, before they try and swing their way round. They've obviously got the Selmas done, and they're going to try and play against the wall. I'm not entirely sure how the opening has come together. Oh, it doesn't matter, because it's all soft. So they've changed.
Swapping mags.
Entirely of what the game Wolves have to get, and it's put Wolves in this stage again where they're having to piece things together. They're at their slowest. They tuck their way in. How confident do they think they are? I feel a C4 is about to come over the top. Maybe. No, it might have already been loosed and used elsewhere. It has, so instead it's just swing it. Why not? There's Freck and Noodle and Lasmo all getting one apiece. Suddenly it's shut down by Lasmo. Sometimes a gift, you do need to look in the mouth of it.
Oh, that is painful for Wolves. I mean, leaders went in and just tried to plant just raw. nothing to cover him, no flashes, no nades, no smokes. It almost worked for him, which is probably like the more surprising thing, that he wasn't just obliterated immediately as he went in for the defuse. He almost got it down there. But still, BDS, yeah, just swing. He's in an open position, no cover. Yeah, BDS, take a 4-2 half. And to be fair, I will make this argument. As much as we just kind of mentioned that Wolves don't have anything to play for because they can't get top 6, they are still in a position where they could finish 7th in the stage. And considering that they're 10th, depending on how other results go, I mean, that could also be a pretty big bonus for them, is to go from 10th to 7th. I mean, it's not... would you rather say you finish 7th or finish 10th?
Oh,
why not? Go for it.
I think it's quite obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of split of it as well, is we know Wolves have struggled as a team. We know, obviously, they found themselves on the bottom of the board. They didn't come into this play day with the worst round difference. They, you know, have had long drawn-out games with some of the teams from the top of the board and some of the teams from the bottom of the board. And, you know, being able to go 5-7 versus Secret, who are currently sitting within one of our top 2 spots, being able to go 4-7 against G2, where G2 have had much quicker games against some of the others, it sort of gives a rough tail. And then you have the other side of Wolves, where they went 1-7 against Gen.G, and I'm not entirely sure where the split on consistency is, or how they're still trying to shape things, or where the lessons they're learning are. But rightfully so, they could have been, you know, 5 rounds different. They could have been in our top 6 quite comfortably. So 7th, probably quite nice.
Have the side change, and in terms of the bans, Wolves targeting the shields. So BDS will just be limited to just the Blackbeard, or I mean, if you're feeling spicy, the Fuse Shield is always an option. BDS, though, pretty standard bans. I mean, Cade Mira, yeah, pretty common across just the board and every map that we see. Just strong in terms of what they bring to the table. And Wolves talking about shields, they have their own. They have that clash, and you look at the position that the clash is in, over towards the op double door, and it is a risky position because, one, you can get pinched from below. You know, you can send, for example, the Deimos downstairs, or maybe a buck, and can maybe try and root you out if you are the clash.
Cover me,
but
reloading!
It gives you great information. You think about the info that he can gain for anyone coming in over towards ops. He can also assist the guy towards the staircase. He can shimmy over and look towards lobby. So plenty of options for them. And Azur finds Robbie lurking below. Again, that's what I mean about Azur's playstyle. He just waits in the shadows, doesn't he? He looks for his opportunity.
That's it. Ready, waiting to rip and tear, and, well, they were ready and waiting. Now, they're offering some support on towards ops. But it's just true. I was going to say trade it, but no, 2 different kills, 2 different places, one below, one above, I believe. And at that swing, with 3 attackers left, and they still have the clash to sort of contend with. They can be very mobile with how the defense shores up. They can try and make things a bit cliffy and rocky on a single approach. They've gone over towards the Skybridge side and actually, yeah, full rotate on towards R6, on towards green. They do not have the manpower to truly smash their way through. So instead, crouch their way up. Tyrant gets another. And I think that was all being read as well. Freck and Virtue versus the Wolves World. And at this point, with a clash with 2 smokes, with still the Legion as well to put goo mines on whatever approach it is. That was a bit tragic. Oh yeah,
here comes the clash.
You gotta get out of there.
Run away. Swim away.
Oof. Well, they're inside and outside and back towards the site. Cannot get the confirmation there on that Tyrant kill as well. And at this point, with the clutch also there, the clutch would be enough and might actually be enough. Ooh, does punch the clash a bit, but rough start.
Yeah, the initial game plan for BDS didn't work. You lose that Blackbeard, you lose the pushing power that you would like to have, of course, for that site. And then somebody made the call, look, we can't get through the clash, let's try and take the other side. But then, again, that just causes so many issues. Think about the util you've already wasted. And the one thing which I think maybe BDS didn't understand is Clash's legs. Clash can just walk to the other side. That's the power of this operator. It's not like a mirror window. With a mirror window, you set up on the wall, that's it. It's not moving. Clash is that walking mirror window where it's going to give you constant information. Azure did great for being able to pick off, obviously, the demos, which would have caused issues from below. You know, Leader already had shown that during this game.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we'll just play into the strength of the operator in that clash, and they're going to keep it moving and playing with it again.
Attackers.
I would have thought that maybe BDS would have brought in a hard counter to the clash in their lineup, but not opting for it. Again, it seems pretty standard, pretty default.
I think yeah, I guess it's the sort of thing here of, is this just correct? Going to try and get the abuse out as much as possible before the inevitable ban comes through from BDS on the second split. Will BDS change things? Do they think this site's a bit different? Obviously, you're getting that verticality. Clash, when you are above her, isn't as scary or isn't as effective because you can get a couple more angles and put a bit more pressure in. I guess it's the same could be potentially said about the Damos in the previous round, but they had awareness for it. However, roaming above is going to be a more, I would say, predictable game, a more predictable thing for them to lock out.
Yep.
Oh, they're even concerned about this. Tyrant, they seem to have decent awareness. Are they still watching? No, they pulled themselves back as they entered on towards lockers.
So Wolves obviously opting for this roam game, and I think using that clash as almost like the getaway operator. You know, they can fall back, towards the clash as that bit of, that safety net feature almost for these roamers upstairs. You've only just got the two, being Noodle and Leader, inside of the site, so they have to make sure they're on their toes, because seen before, teams can just very quickly enter into the bomb site knowing how loose it is with less players down there than what there is above. But BDS still going through the trials and tribulations of clearing this map, and it is a difficult job, as we've mentioned, with just the sheer size of it. But you still got Dopey Call, which will help out, and here comes this Clash to try and assist, and yeah, a nice little pinch there. Gives the information over towards Tyrant. Noodle's also been able to pick one as a quick push onto the site. That's what I mentioned. The players in the site needed to be ready, and Noodle certainly is.
Well, buys themselves a second. Suddenly loads of damage done to every single Wolves player, though. Yes, it does just leave Freck, but it takes a graze to get rid of any of them from this moment in time, and he has a lot of time. They've got to be very precise about how they get this locked in. Do not give any of this vertical game to them and swing on contact. Now they have one all the way on the far back, ready in that power position that won out a round previously. And they have themselves with the kit as well. And as soon as they go for that kit and get close to Noodle, you know he's going to be swinging with that shotgun. And from that range, it's pretty controlling. Flash on one swing, he's going for the next. Pre-fires the angle, he's about to find a fight on the other side of this door. There it is. All of them swapped to the more powerful secondaries there, Demo.
Yeah, shotgun close range, even though it is just a pistol, still does a lot of damage. That felt kind of like a scatter shot from BDS. Everyone just kind of thought, right, I'll try this, you try that, and we'll see what sticks. With some players trying to like rush down a clash above, where then some players hit site, some players who were only just getting around to moving in towards the site. It felt very chaotic for BDS. Everyone was kind of in their own bubble, and each of those bubbles just kind of got popped one after another. But all credit to Wolves. I mentioned, if you're going to go for that heavy roam game above, the players from the site need to be ready if a quick rush comes in. Noodle saved that round. He was on his toes, he was ready, he took down two of them. Credit to him, he had the goals as well, understood his environment, understood where his util was to help him. Yeah, great hold from Wolves. Credit to Noodle.
And now we are all tied up. Wolves, they've been able to dig in, take a couple of these defenses, and they could push themselves into that lead. Remember, for all that we talk about of Wolves being able to get the confidence to claim their position and claim their place, BDS is still fighting, probably desperately, more desperately than most other teams at this point. They want to be able to obviously jump both just jump Gen.G, get themselves into that current 6th spot, and then see how the future is held by Geng.G regardless. But at this point, with only that single place, that single position to go, Fnatic. They're still holding out the hope that the shootout could be theirs to lock in. Wolves, they can get themselves here ahead on that tertiary site. BDS alarm bells will be ringing, and I assume a timeout will be called as well.
Right. On the prowl, seeing if he can sneak his way in and open up for his team. Doesn't know which way he wants to go. He has the two options, can push down in towards bathroom corridor or push go in towards master, but holding on for the moment. So are Wolves though. See Wolves playing pretty tight around each other, not wanting to give away those early picks. That kind of triangle formation is shining through, almost a square, because also another player over towards the other side. But yeah, still for Wolves, it's just a slow and steady game. And C4 rip. Will it connect? Yes, it will. Down goes Frack.
Swings in for the second, and as it gets Lasmu, and things are starting to unravel here on the side of our 6 room. The shotgun popped on the corner, a grenade kill. Doesn't really feel like anything, but that will feel a bit better as they actually get things a bit more leveled up. Robbie gets his second, still concerned about the swing underneath, but just misses the turning tail. The Noodle who gets out of there. There's the drop and the reveal. Just sort of keep the track below. Don't give them the free flat fight here, and well, get back towards the site itself. Obviously, they know what they're playing for, and BDS, they have to try and be a bit direct. They can assume at this point Wolves are trying to formulate. They have one cross engagement there at the bottom of green. Otherwise, it's a bit of a distant single man on the far side. They're pinging one of the two. But if they are unaware of this crossfight at the bottom of the stairs, they might just be led into the Azami trap. Reloading! Rotate round. 30 seconds, though. Not a huge amount of time left. BDS, and they're taking a bit of a risk separating here. He's about to be in a bit of a pain sandwich. How aware is he of the player tucked to his left? I don't think he is. Pulls away in the Fenrir, drops round, and it's a swing from Wolves. They pull themselves into the lead, but Demo, over the past, I think, 6 rounds, 5 of them have been won by Wolves.
Yeah, it's looking good for Wolves. They've really rallied after that torrid start. And I think you look at the way they kind of laid that out in the defense. Did you see just how well set up they were to support one another? That formation that they had, that kind of square, where it made that almost that perfect diamond, all being centered around that R6 room. I thought they'd done a fantastic job of just knowing where each other were, supporting each other. You can see Azar calling out Leader behind him, assisting him. Azar goes low to aggro, knowing that Leader's there for the trade. Again, Azar, in conjunction with his teammate, swings with a shotgun. Honestly, they played it oh so well, and yeah, at this stage it was a really difficult 2v3 for BDS because they didn't have the time on their side to really go for the motions of drone and everything and checking where the remaining players are. They just had to play on just a hunch, and sadly their hunch, it wasn't there for them. And yeah, BDS on their attacks have not looked good. They themselves have lost 3 in a row. So both teams, it's not been a favorable half for the attackers.
Well, it was around this time last time that Wolves were able to pull things back together. BDS, the pressure is on them to do the same here. And there's that statistic about Wolves where they are one of only 2 teams in EML that have not been able to get to OT at all. The other one is Falcons. Falcons have had a much better time of the games themselves, though. So if that's the statistic, Wolves can carry on. If they get one more round, we'll then call it. GG, it's done. BDS can still keep them on the wrong side of that, though. Start here. Sleep back towards the top, back towards where things didn't quite come together as they have recently in all of the rounds, and I'm wondering what the difference of approach. Obviously, the removal of the clash. We talked about how important she was, or just how useful she was, really, more than anything. But, you know, useful doesn't mean defining. Quick Maverick break on towards the office wall. And now I assume pressure onto Ops.
That clash ban, it will help out BDS just to gain control towards Op and of course in towards Mez, which was their main issue last time, was that clash just patrolling that corridor. Couldn't really get past it. think also Wolves, you look at the ban, they went for an IQ. It means that Valkyrie have a lot of value, and a quick jump in again from Freck. He is looking to get into easy engagement so early on in these rounds, but whenever he's got 4 kills to his name, it just hasn't worked out for him. You think, is he maybe trying a little bit too much to get these kills?
The blind over the top, the second rolls deep, and well, they've been able to slink their way in. Some tentative control here towards the R6 side, and swing on the doors nets them the early 2 kills. Now there's a bit of pressure underneath. They've got to rotate their way around. I think a C4 has been pre-placed, but has not been popped as of yet. So waiting for the right call on that could get them some sort of result, but it is just a sitting waiting game. Coverage of the smoke, and Leader hoping somebody drifts in, can get one. Unfortunately, it's Lasmu, and he was more than happy to fight right back. There's the plant, there's the missed C4. And now it is a 5 versus 2 post plant. They did not offer anything, but Azza did find one before being promptly traded out. There's the second, and BDS. Where was this team the past 3 rounds?
Well, I think they realized that, yeah, Grim and Ying are pretty good for that top floor site. Especially whenever you have players who are in the building early looking to play off of that util. Strong combination. With that kind of bomb site you see top floor, you don't have a lot of maneuverability from a defender's perspective. You know, the rooms are pretty tight and pretty close, and there's a lot of like kind of strange crossfires that can establish. So you can't really move around the site as flexible as what you maybe would. So whenever the Grims and the Ying start getting tossed in, like, you know, for example, look at Noodle. Where else could Noodle go in his position that he's in? You know, he can't cross back. He'll get caught by somebody in the door. You know, that's the kind of maybe the issue. Whenever that main wall gets opened up, it adds that extra line of sight that just locks down those angles. But credit to BDS, they're using the strong operators, use the Ying, use the Grim, make it uncomfortable for Wolves. That was probably the difference that they didn't do whenever they were attacking the third choice bomb site, was they didn't make Wolves feel uncomfortable. And that's because they didn't have the operators to do that.
Changing mags. New camera feed up and running.
5 to 5. Who will be the one to break it? Obviously, we've talked about how the importance of a win can come forward for BDS, but if BDS find themselves just getting 1 point, that puts them on 9, level with Gen.G. Makes Gen.G's run all the easier to piece together. And as I take a very quick scroll down memory lane, Gen.G do not have the head-to-head. It came down to an OT anyway. So Gen.G would just need 1 point if BDS get it to OT and still lose. In that same sort of sprint, obviously, they're still desperate for the 3 because it keeps a lot of people within touching and fighting range of it. Sprayed on through here. Fnatic cheering on Wolves, and as are Wolves fans right now. Just see if they can claim a little bit more energy. They can hear the calls drifting close and then further and further away. Now there is one person not too far away from this fight. It's a quick pop up and a fight, but he's being surrounded, so he's got to act soon or get some support. Tyrant, though, finds Virtue. There's a pick, maybe baited in, but as P4 does get Tyrant, it's traded back and forth now. P4 Freck and Robbie encircling a single potentially doomed player, but they don't want to get too close because they don't know who else is lying in wait, Demo.
Yeah, Noodle's done a great job. Just don't move. They know they have to kill him. They know they have to go through him. He just has to wait for his moment, and no, loses out the engagement. Freck, quick on the trigger. SMG, great in those environments. And another good thing for Freck is he can get himself into the cameras. And we know with that IQ ban, Wolves are always going to be bringing that Valkyrie. So great value coming in from Freck now with that Dokkaebi. And Wolves on the back foot, a 3v4. Krex is still on that staircase, trying to lock it down with a great wall as he's built. BDS, they can start turning their attention towards that bomb site. No vertical though, losing out that ram. They just really have the hatch to play off, and that is it.
As my friend would say.
At this point, they're trying to get the hatch in a little bit more. Just finding out where the loose players could be and where else they can put some attention on towards the site, buy their way out. And just ignore the wall of Keybers. Yeah, there's pings on it. Yeah, you can make an angle above and try and find a fight elsewhere, but the player doesn't strictly have to leave yet. Ran out of bullets on the shot and busy tracking somewhere else. So it would have been called. Now, 30 seconds gone. They've finally been able to get some control here of the stair step, but can they push anything further behind it? Covers the window, but loses the engagement anyway. will buy themselves another 5 seconds, but the plant needs to be tucked and it needs to be successful. They have vertical control. They have a watch. The smoke canisters being thrown out, so they've got to go for route B. It's, a big important trade that comes out. The single fight round now. Can they just get the man that's planting? Got to choose the right direction to go for the swing. There's a touch and go fight that is BDS to win out, but it could not have been close to Demo.
Oh, big from Frank. Big round from him. Got that important kill onto Noodle, got his team into the cameras, and then covers the plant really well. Just wins his engagement. And BDS, with a bit of life, they weren't looking too good in that opening half of their attacks, but they've really rallied the past 2 rounds, and now they're back in the league. Just so back and forth, a roller coaster of a game. I mean, BDS this time dealt with the rumors a heck of a lot better, didn't they? They were controlled. They waited until players were in the correct position to go for these pinches. I will say, I think a pretty big gunfight though, between Cracks and I will say it was Last Man on the Brava coming down through Boiler. That's a big gunfight. You know, Last Man needs to win that. If Cracks was able to pick off that Brava and then retreat back into Connector again, that would have been pretty touch and go from BDS's perspective. So some big players stepping up and winning some crucial engagements.
6-5, BDS, and they have a good chunk of their fate in their hands right now to try and claim 3 points and push themselves further and further in with a chance, but still not confirmed with a chance. It does, I believe, lock out Fnatic from being able to get themselves up. They would not be able to catch BDS on points, so Fnatic praying for a Wolves round right now for the chance of that 6th spot. And it almost opened perfectly. Spray out on towards Frank, the man of the previous moment, as he has been many times, is scarpered, but not entirely killed.
Yeah, it takes a bit of damage. Frank, but will get stimmed back up though. They have that Finker. I think sometimes people forget as well, actually the pocket heals are pretty good. Like, it's, yes, I know it's 20 HP, but all 3 of them at 60 HP you're healed back up for, so it is pretty good. Just to bring in as that kind of niche operator. And of course brings in the nades, which is always a helpful gadget to have. Wreck, just misses. Noodle go by. That reinforced wall will save him, and the Candelas are going to be ready to go. I'm really shocked the Warden hasn't been an option here for Wolves, considering that Ying has been a pretty prominent operator for BDS on the top floor.
More Candelas roll, trying to draw the focus towards the rocket stairs, but on the walkway they aren't entirely forced out yet. Tyrant does find Lasmo. The first is for Wolves, and that is a lot of utility that has been sent forward for not a lot of gain. There's the second as Noodle knocks Robbie out on the attempted approach, and here locked out. 3 players left, no Candelas, no Finker, no grenades, just a couple of smokes. And they've got to see if they can try and go the final distance here. There is only obviously 1 smoke left in the pocket of Tyrants. You assume they use that well to stop the rush coming behind it. But with the chance at Keeper Barricades, Goo Mines, and 2 C4s, Wolves have a lot that they can still be a bit malleable with outside, including just the trade game. As soon as they get an idea, there's a second for Noodle. Demo. And I think we're going to OT.
I think so too. Virtue and Frack have really nothing to their names. No Candelas left, a few smoke grenades, but really, what value will you get out of that? We'll allow him to jump in through the window. Here he goes, but we know someone's going to be waiting for him, and yeah, Noodle had his number the whole time. Flawless from Wolves, we go to OT. So, what does that mean? So we split points in this game.
We do.
At the moment, both of these teams will take home a point each, with the final point we don't know yet, because we have to finish the game. But Fnatic fans, you're still in with a chance. Because of this, BDS are only going to be sat on 9 points. If BDS go on to lose this game 8-6 or 8-7, Fnatic will then have to win a clean win against Gen.G and take all 3 points for their chance to get into that 6th position. So Fnatic not out of it. Obviously for Wolves, I believe now this means that I don't think they can get 7th now. I think BDS will always remain in that position.
Yeah,
so
BDS will.
Wolves the best right now, it could be 8th. That's currently where they're at.
There is a situation where we could have, so if BDS win an OT, they'll go up to 10.
Yeah.
Fnatic could still beat them on the head-to-head.
Yeah, they need the full 3 points, though.
Difference. Yeah, so if BDS win an OT, Fnatic can still make it. I'm trying to see the numbers if there's a chance.
Who won between Gen.G and BDS?
10 seconds to go.
Gen.G did. No,
BDS won.
Yeah, BDS won. So,
So Gen.G need an OT win if BDS go on to win this. They need 2.
okay.
Yeah, that's where we are.
So, Gen.G win, they've made it. Regardless. And
It's still in Gen.G's hands. Just all they need is a win.
Yeah,
That's it.
all they need is a win. Fnatic, well, it's not the best, but it is still possible. And we can work with still possible. Ultimately, they just have to win as well. And they cannot go to OT. And that's the split there for Fnatic. But we're not there yet. 6-6, and yeah, back towards the top floor. Wolves still on a defense, and obviously they've been able to get themselves here based on how it cooked together in perfect mirrors. Almost down to the sights as well between the first half and the second half of this game, and who's been able to find the success and when. So if history is to be repeated, well, this should be a Wolves round, but obviously the most recent sort of swings back and forth here have been either way. So what's the response to the response to the response, I suppose?
The BDS are really worried about somebody going below a C4, aren't they? They've got active droners downstairs just waiting to see, which, I mean, for good reason. Whenever you've got Azir, who typically just plays that roam game and will just linger around looking for that opportunity, then yeah, makes a lot of sense. Now, in terms of where BDS, and what side they want to attack, I'm still not sure at the moment because they're a little bit scattered all over the place. The recruit is aware that somebody's going to be close in towards bathroom, and they'll be assisted by P4. He has that goo mine in his foot. He has to stop to remove that. Azir takes out P4. A quick aggressive maneuver from leader. Oh, but reloads at the wrong time. 2 for Robbie. A 2v2 with a minute left.
A 2v1 with a minute left. Virtue. All that is left here for BDS's first attack, their first swing to get themselves proposed in. Now, Krex and Azir, they can just sort of play on contact, play on a response. They've got themselves decently spread out. Oh! Krex takes a huge risk to try and slip on by there, and Virtue's just going to send in a bit of damage, bait the movement, make them think he's on the drone, shift position in the same time. Get the reveal, but they're both sitting on the kits. They knew that there was a distance, and look at this play on contact that they're on. God, it's so dangerous and so close to the wire here, and obviously could try and bait out another Flores. Does he know about the player to his right? I don't think he does. Swings on one, ready for the second, but it's 7 seconds, and it's a Deathbox demo, and he wins it out, Virtue!
Oh my God. In what world does he win that? Should never win that. Right, he's done well, but Wolves. How are you letting that happen? Why is Azir not swinging? As soon as Krex died, there should have been an immediate trade. An immediate trade. We'll see in a minute. You will literally see in a minute. So right here, as soon as he started shooting, there should have been the swing. He should be dead. But he didn't. I don't know what he's doing. He's hiding. Why? Just play the trade game. Bait your teammate in that scenario.
Right? Because think about how Krex got to that position. The reason he did that is for that exact scenario. You've given him a swing on 90 degrees. You've given him an impossible to win angle. And then you've made it possible for him to win. At the risk of Krex's rotate as well. Oh, all right, well, BDS. With Virtue getting the sort of lock in, with Virtue getting themselves that round, BDS are a 1-up. They're in a great position here. As I said before, the first swings on defenses went either way previously. And now it's the chance for BDS to lock it in, get themselves the 2 points, and then still sit in bated anticipation of the Gen.G Fnatic game later.
Oh. This is kind of like the prequel, isn't it, to that Fnatic Gen.G game? It just sets up nicely.
I like how we have all of this. Like, there's obviously the GT Falcons game that matters later on as well. And then there's just a random Wylde versus Macko. I feel a bit bad for it.
I'm not really too worried about the G2 Falcons game. I think the Fnatic Gen.G game, I think that's probably the
it's going to be brilliant.
Definitely,
I think GT Falcons is going to have some heat to it. But then there's also the Wylde Macko game where it's like...
yeah, we'll be sitting primed and ready for that one.
Nothing can change for Macko. And then Wylde, I think, could
nothing changes for them.
Yeah, they could get
just go higher.
But
yeah, there you go.
Nothing could change for either of the two teams, so... And that's our final game of the day.
Yep.
It'd be a nice breath. Yeah. Oh, I'm excited for it. But 6 to 7, we are not there yet. P4 on the clash. Drawing some attention. Obviously, we saw the clash used well by Wolves on their defense around up here, and it seems like BDS have gone, oh, that's a nice trick. I'm going to steal it. And they use it as effectively. It's quick into ops, and then, oh, actually not that quick out. The C4 did some damage, but there's nobody directly watching it. They have some awareness underneath. I say that, Freck now with the lines on the hunt. Oh, just sees an arrow fight against the Capitao on the front door. Is able to slip on by, and that's that big blow. So now they've got the awareness of somebody underneath, but going for the plot, they just swing out. Lasbo and Robbie get one apiece. It's Noodle and Krex getting them immediately back, but it is just a blind firefight. Wolves sprinting and killing. Everybody's hurt. There's the drop of the kit. P4. Shield away. He's just going to have to swing round and try and play for this, but they're watching and waiting. Leader baited, and there's Leader for another. Not done yet.
My word, go, go, go was the motto for Wolves. They just thought, you know what, we've got that wall open, we've pushed the clash back, just go for the plant. Did you see that Azur? He stuck his bum out. I don't know why. They're just planting, I don't know what he was doing. But then Noodle, what a cracking second shot though from Noodle. Should have died, but he didn't. 7-7. How are we here?
I don't know. I mean, they've truly been trading everything. Yeah, they just sent it. There was just a moment where they went, let's ball. And it came out as a win for them, but what a narrow margin it was. And I'm wondering what they think was in a position where it was the right time to go, or what they think was in a position that they didn't want to have to deal with. But 7 apiece. Set the edge on the seat. We are still there. BDS. Pressure's still on here.
I can watch Infinite OT on this game. I could. Yeah. I'm enjoying it so much.
Attacker's objective is to locate a
now,
bomb.
if BDS lose in OT, I think regardless of how things play out, they're done because they will guaranteed be jumped by an opponent. So BDS need that second point to have a chance. Otherwise, they will just sit in the position of 6th until we get through to our next game. 7 apiece now. Steady focus here, once again across the top, as it has been pretty much perpetually throughout this. Ooh, a Twitch drone. Knew its life was short anyway, but it's mainly actually just caught out there on the back. The Kiba builds their way back up towards the top floor. They have some more of that focus, and yes, they're just being very cautious on this initial approach.
Yeah. 4 players upstairs, 4 Wolves, only 1 player in sight. And obviously BDS, they've shown us before in previous sites that they will just go for it. If they think the site's empty enough, they'll just try and hit it at all angles. And the fact that they're doing so much drone work in towards this mid floor and not really paying attention to the top floor. I kind of have a feeling they might just try and walk into sight again. I don't know why.
I think that's it now. It's the sudden appearance right up against the wall. They're just going to throw the grenades towards it. Nobody's battling them back on green, and well, they might be about to try and find a fight with the Blackbeard, but the Blackbeard's still just playing reconnaissance. They've gotten themselves this control, and remember how it boiled down to this position last time, and Virtus tried to find their way down the Fenrir, and well, this time it's much freer, and I'm wondering if Wolves will have a response to it, or even an awareness that this was the idea, because currently it's just Krex being hunted inside. Now Tyrant's watching at least rotate on the way in. They know exactly where he is, but the position of Wolves here is still over the top. P4 gets Krex, fine. I think Krex's life was already forfeit. However, as soon as they enter, they're going to be under a lot of pressure from exactly the Virts. Sure, you can try and put the Blackbeard on your back, but you know that Wolves are probably a team to have a plan for it. In 45 seconds, Demo, we are down to the wire once again.
And when they have some smokes, so maybe just try and smoke off and hope that that shield will be enough cover, but you have a Warden on the side of Wolves. Tyrant is still above. He can maybe see through and simply shoot the Blackbeard, but 30 seconds, I think Wolves are actually starting to get pressure now from above.
Well, there's the pressure, the C4 and the swing round, and Wolves are taking the man advantage and double down. Robbie and P4, all that's left with 20 seconds of BDS's hope of getting themselves into a qualifier position and the playoffs position, but it's snuffed out as Wolves. They take the win all the distance, all the way. No unlimited OT Demo, but we do have a victor, and that is Wolves.
Yeah, Wolves playing for a bit of pride today in their last game of the season. We'll not see them in the playoffs. That was already decided yesterday, but still, it gives them something to be happy about, and that will leave them with 3 wins out of the 9 this season. For BDS, that's them done. They can no longer make it into that top 6. They will not make playoffs.
Frustrating for BDS, but it's sort of where we find ourselves now. They're in this uncomfortable situation, and they've just got to sit and wait and watch a lot of other Siege and build towards it. But, well, we still have a lot more games ahead of us, so I won't waste any more time. I'll prepare us and get us ready before we're back with the analysts. Maybe some boat dancing Demo after this quick break.
Well, what a game this was. A full overtime between Wolves and BDS. And I feel like every time a round had passed, the scenario and all the possible outcomes had fully shifted in our leaderboard. And unfortunately for BDS, it ends in a total heartbreak. They find themselves no longer able to make it to top 6. Wolves really are playing the devil's advocate here.
Yeah. Did anybody want to win that game, man? Especially once it got close to and in overtime. I have no idea what was going on. And as we can see now, BDS will be, they do pick up the point, so they do end up in 6th provisionally. However, either Fnatic will pick up 3 points if they get a regulation win in the next game, or Gen.G will pick up 1, 2, or 3. Somebody has to pick up points, which will send them over BDS and outside of the top 6 in the, not the next game, but the game after that, which eliminates BDS officially from the running for playoffs. It means they also won't be invited to EWC either.
And, you know, we've been saying about BDS that it's a long-term project, that they're investing time, that they've recruited the players and are getting the right support. But let's be real, in the very first stage, not even make it top 6 of your home region from a team that I guess the coaches had the expectations also to qualify to every single event in the last few years. It's gonna be hurting, it's gonna be rough. I think obviously there are questions to be asked. Also, losing to a team that has nothing to lose is I guess to a certain degree understandable, right?
Yeah.
But we did see a lot of nerves on both sides, including Wolves. That one round that they lose in the clutch because Azure is not picking and then decides to give away his position.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a game of throws at some point.
This is about where it starts getting crazy. As we get into the late rounds, obviously BDS went out on a big advantage. Wolves pulled a couple of rounds back. Then Wolves really started turning it around, and we saw just craziness. You know, this round here is the one that Virtue manages to get over the line in what is effectively a 1 versus 2 scenario. He really shouldn't. That should be an instant peak from Azza. As soon as those shots come out, Azza should do it. No chance there with 6 seconds left.
But then he
be doing anything other than that.
He half speaks, he reveals his position by shooting in the void. I just don't get it. I don't get it. And even then in the final round, they were in a 5v4. They can execute. It's when the execute happens that everything fails.
Yeah.
It's rough.
That was genuinely a game of who wants to win this game, or who wants to lose this game. I thought it came down to the late round. For what I will say, apart from that one big throw by Wolves against Virtue, there were some quite good late rounds, and that's a problem that they'd been dealing with. So if we do focus on our victor, even if the bigger story is BDS messing up the playoffs, I think Wolves have finally shown now. That's 2 wins on a bounce, that's 2 good performances on a bounce, and they've righted the wrongs on 2 maps on the bounce. And I think it did come too little too late for Wolves. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But I think it maybe alleviates some of those concerns that we had during the stage about this team.
Yeah.
The next stage, they can actually kick on.
Yeah, we were struggling to see the potential in the team. We're starting to witness it right now across the last few weeks. And also, big props to Noodle. He's been a little bit in the shadows in the last few play days. And he was also in the shadows at the beginning of this matchup and then really picked it up. 14 kills, double digits, really good play from him.
Yeah, it's actually crazy indeed, like that potential that we're seeing from Wolves now, and it's a back-to-back victory for them. So that means we get to speak to them again. Once again, we should be joined by Leader on the broadcast to ask him some questions. Leader, again, I feel like we've had the same thing yesterday. You take down a team that is in contention for top 6. How again did you manage to do it today?
I don't know, we just played our game. Like, it was a bit shaky on the attacks. Like, we tried to bring a lot of, like, the meta operators like Docker B, Deimos and stuff, but we weren't fast enough and they were capitalizing off of that. But then when we got on defense, it was like, it felt quite easy, to be honest. But then, yeah, got it to OT.
I've got to ask you, Leader, how is the off-season gonna look like for you guys? Because you had a really good momentum towards the end of the stage. How do you guys prepare for the next 2 months? Because effectively, there's not much to play for you guys anymore.
I mean, we just need to work on our mistakes. Like, we made a lot of mistakes in the stage. Like, even though we won the last 2 games, like, we've got a lot to work on still. So yeah, just put in 110% effort over the off-season and hopefully be ready for stage 2.
What's the key thing to work on, Leader? Do you think it's the late rounds? Because there was a late round 2v1 loss today.
Yeah, some of our late rounds are absolutely shocking. I think it's because everyone's trying to get their word in, and it just doesn't help. Like, people trying to play the game just can't hear anything, so it doesn't really help. But sometimes you need to tell each other to shut up. We've done a lot of that, like, yesterday and today, so it helped us a lot.
Talk me through the comms in that particular 2v1. I want to say it was Azure and Krex. Was the plan that they swing off the contact together and it's just not gone right, or?
Well, so originally they were like, okay, let's swing off contact, and then they called, he got the diffuser, so they were like, Callum was like, Krex, you can go first because there's not a lot of time, because he thought he was going to plant, but they didn't realize he was going to go for the kill, and then it was like too late, and they just trolled the 2v1.
Unfortunate situations. I mean, there's definitely growth in you guys' team, and I think that's probably the best thing we have been witnessing at the end of the stage. But unfortunately, it does end here for you guys, because we won't be seeing you all in the playoffs. We'll see you hopefully in stage 2. Is there anything you want to say, either to the fans or anyone?
I just want to say sorry to the fans, because although we have got the 2 wins in the stage, it has been shocking overall. We promise to work hard over the off season and hopefully come back a lot stronger.
That's awesome. Well, Leader, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your insights, and enjoy your time off. We hope to see you again for stage 2.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Some great progress from Wolves, I think, overall.
They should be proud.
Yeah, throughout the stage. I think it's important that we see these teams that were at the lower end of the standings start to grow, start to develop, start to push, especially the top teams in their boundaries of their limits. Try to overall elevate the level of our league. And it's exactly what happened. In the end, they were the death sentence for 2 teams. They clearly ended the season of their own season and then the seasons of 2 other teams by doing so.
Wouldn't want to be Kendrew booking scrims. He's like, yo, Laloon, can we get a scrim in? And she's like, no, you ended our season, no. I will say, but there's something real, there's something tangible there in that team. Work on it. Krex has now got his first stage as a rookie under his belt, done and dusted, no matter what happens. Tyrant come back after a break as well. The whole team, it was their first stage together. Now it's about building. So stage 2, I dare say, me and Leo, we're going to be a lot more critical when it comes to stage 2, now that we've seen something real from them in these last 2 games.
Yeah, I think they're laying that foundation. They need to finalize the things that need to really work on in that summer break, obviously. But I think something we've been saying throughout the day is, regardless of what happens, the stories keep writing themselves, and the scenarios, potential scenarios and outcomes we have keep changing as well. That also involves our next game. We're back to another banger for the top 2, of course. After the break, we'll have G2 and Falcons. Welcome back to the EML. We've got another great game set up for us. My name is Anne. I'm joined by Alfama and Fresh, and we're going to set you up for another potential banger and a big fight for the top 2. I mean, we talked about it earlier today. There's 2 matches today where the top 4 plays against each other, and obviously, it's just a good excuse to bring this beautiful poster back up on the screen. Look at that. We've got Laura versus... We got a Stompen versus Shaiko, obviously, going up against each other. 2 big icons in the scene, whereas, you know, Stompen is relatively new. Shaiko's definitely made his name for himself.
I would even argue we're looking at the 2 most dominant teams so far in this stage. Right now, they're going to be playing for the top 2, and so let's take a look at the standings and let's take a look at the points. What are the different scenarios here, Jack?
Yep, so G2 are confirmed for the top 2 by the way that Virtus.pro managed to get enough rounds earlier against Team Secret. Because as you can see here, the round differential of G2 is higher than Secret. So the only team that can overtake G2 would be Falcons with a 3-point victory. Now, if Falcons manage to win with any victory, they would get themselves inside of the top 2. And it would be G2 Falcons. If there's any other result, i.e. if G2 win, then it would be G2 and Team Secret.
Now, why is that scary? Well, because G2 will play with nothing to lose. They are guaranteed to be be in the top 2, so to have a bye in the playoffs, which means that right now they have nothing to lose and they can play completely free and they can go on any map they want and they can go super aggressive because Falcons are the ones with the back on the wall, the back against the wall.
Back against the wall. Just very quickly on this graphic, you know how we've been talking about the big 4 in this league? Look at the round differential. Every team is negative apart from our big 4 teams. That does show that there is a gulf in quality.
It's actually crazy that Macko top 5 here, 13 points, guaranteed playoffs, are also negative in round difference.
Yeah, that's mad. Yeah. Absolutely mad.
Absolutely crazy. Obviously, a lot of numbers here in this league, but it really comes to show now that G2 are sitting in that comfortable position, and they did show us that yesterday as well. They were the only team from the top 4 to actually get a victory under the belt, and that was against Macko, obviously the team in 5th position at that point. It was looking really good for them, and especially knowing that the pressure is off, this could really be an easy match for them.
It could. I don't think any match against Falcons is easy, but I think G2 are playing with the confidence of their lives right now. They will take the brawl to absolutely anybody. They'll get their arms out. They'll get windmilling. They'll get into a fight with anybody. They'll go on whatever map they want, and they just back themselves to win. And it's a beautiful thing when a team is in that flow state.
They're the only one that are in a win streak right now. The only ones that haven't lost in a long time, in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
And it shows. Yep. And it shows in interviews as well. And we've said it before. I think we're looking at this roster right now. We're looking at finally a roster that feels like a team, with a dedicated IGL in Alemao that wants to IGL, with a style of IGLing that fits all 4 players.
Yeah.
And that's very impressive to see. And this moment right now, the test is against Falcons.
I like that Doke is just chilling between us. Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
I mean, that was what Alba was saying on the interview yesterday as well, right? Obviously, he feels very confident in this current roster, in this lineup to hopefully dethrone Falcons, because let's be honest, Falcons have really been having a good run last year in the stage, and they're looking to continue that in the top 2 here today. But we have to talk about yesterday. What on earth happened? I did not feel like I was watching a Falcons game yesterday.
Shaky moments all over the stage, to be honest, for Falcons. They were dominating only because they had huge individuals popping up.
Yeah, that's true. We need less shaky moments and more shaky moments.
Shaiko moments, yes.
Shaiko moments.
Exactly, that's what we need. And we need this team to step up collectively, I guess, and make sure that they are living up to the standards of being the dominating team in Europe.
And do you know what's crazy? They did. Well, you know, when we've seen them play in terms of this week, but also the previous few weeks, I think it was a little bit disrespectful to Wylde yesterday. I don't think they did enough prep. I don't think they did enough in terms of respecting their opponent. And they got bitten because of that. They went on a map that clearly they must be having some issues on in Chalet. I would expect them to right some of those wrongs today.
Yeah, and let's be honest, I mean, if you're still fighting for the top 2, you can't really allow yourselves to not prepare against the opponents and just expect it to be an easy game. So we're expecting, obviously, Falcons to go into this one full guns blazing. And when we look at 2 players, I mean, 1 player on either side of the roster is really that we expect to really step it up today because of this important match. Who are we looking at?
Standout players. Standout players in Doki. I saw the tweet from Alemao saying that he was carrying Doki for 2 years and now it's finally the time for Doki to pick up. Well, he's picked it up this stage. He's had some amazing moments. A game in 14-3, by the way. Some amazing clutches. Doki is really coming alive as the older brother of Stompen.
Yeah, I would say so, absolutely. Like, he's taken a leadership role on this team, and he's taken this guy under his wing. I don't think we'd be seeing the performance out of Stompin but for Doki's responsibility for him, you know, bringing him over to live with him, for example. And then just on LeakyFac, obviously, his stats don't directly match Doki's, but LeakyFac is an IGL. He has that responsibility for his team, and he's still putting in the numbers and the big performances when necessary as well.
Yeah, and I think obviously, you know, Falcons have had their struggles, but you can really see on these player camps from the players on the side of Falcons how much it means to them when they actually win these rounds. They get super hyped. It's definitely something that we see a lot, but they need to make sure they bring that hype for this final best of one they have in the group stage. Let's have a look at the map veto as well, because when we look at it and we see that we're going to bank, Leo, what?
I mean, I think it's the classic G2, not caring about the other team, going full confidence and picking any map they want because they have nothing to lose. Now, I will say, and I will preface this, if G2 wins this match, it will be history. The reason for this is Falcons, previously BDS, have had a 33 win streak on
33.
it. 33. It goes back all the way before LeakyFac joined that roster. It's effectively Shaiko and Bride that have that win streak going. I don't know if you guys realize, but 33 on the span of CG Sports is absolutely insane. It goes all the way back to 2022, 3 years ago, since the last time this roster had lost that match.
If you're a Secret fan, by the way, because Secret need G2 to win this game, so Secret are top 2. If you're a Secret fan, you are livid. You are like, what are these trolls doing? Taking this team to this map. Like, I get it from G2's perspective. Let them on the map, beat them on the map, assert that dominance. I get it. But if you're a Secret fan, you're just like, just put them on the map. You can beat them on, please.
Yeah, here's me giving some hope to G2 because we have seen this before. And we've seen it quite a few times in the stage where G2 play the opponent on a map. It's not maybe necessarily their favorite map. It's a really good map for the opponent. It doesn't really matter for them. It's their confidence that sometimes gets them over
the board. It really speaks to the confidence that G2 are operating with right now. They feel just a level above everybody else in terms of confidence basically in themselves. They're not worried about who they're playing or where they're playing or why they're even playing them. They're just going to play and they're going to aim to beat them.
I mean, I've done this before. I've challenged teams that are on a crazy win streak on a certain map. In the end, when you start the lobby, nothing matters. I mean, we don't care. You won that map 33 times. You need to win it
Probably
now.
Shouldn't think about that either.
Yeah, I mean, you need to win it now. You're still down to 7 rounds. You still need to face these guys. You scream them every single week. Nothing changes. So it's casual day. But if they win, they will make history. They will break a 3-year-old win streak.
Exactly. That's going to be absolutely huge, obviously. We know G2 is locked in. They got their spot in the top 2 sorted out for them. My question is, who's joining them? Is it going to be Falcons? Can they get it over the line today, or is it going to be Secret?
Oh, God.
So I think G2 right now are in a crazy good position. The reason for this is, at Reload, they had nothing to lose. They played Dark Zero, who was undefeated. What happened? They beat them on bank.
Okay. So Falcons are Secret, that was the question.
Yeah.
Well, G2 will win against Falcons, which means that Secret will qualify.
Okay.
That's the idea.
You've got to be quite obvious.
All right. Yeah, sorry, I forgot that you need... Yeah.
Falcons haven't lost back in 3 years. It's done and dusted. They'll be Falcons.
Ooh. Okay, right. So we're seeing
I'm seeing history is being made. G2 beats Falcons on it.
I'm just disagreeing.
Time to start calling the newspapers, I guess, and if we will see some historical moments like that. But it's also time to bring our casters back in, and we'll ask them the same question as well. Fluke and Demo, who do we think is joining G2 in the top 2?
I mean, you know what Demo's going to say. It's just going to say G2 again. Right, Demo?
Yes, until I seen the map.
Okay.
That's probably the best way to put it. This team, I don't know what it is. It's just, is it an aura thing? It could be. It could be an aura thing. You know, Carl, we seen him yesterday doing his Tab impression. Obviously, they think, you know, Stompin is just the messiah. But... I don't know. I don't know about going to bank against a team like Falcons, so you know what they're like. And, you know, like you guys mentioned before, G2 have not beat this team since Atlanta. That was 2023.
Sure. There is also the element, obviously, we had the interview with Doki the other day after their game, and they had no idea that they could potentially qualify the next day. So they might just not know that this is a bad map to go to. There's always that possibility as well with G2.
Even with Jack. Jack didn't know what was going on either. Yesterday he was explaining all sorts of stuff.
Hands up, I was fully wrong that day.
Okay,
I misread
I would love to let you two chat about who actually gets a join, but I think it's time we're just going to go and find out. Will we actually write history? Can G2 defy the odds with a big win streak for Falcons? And can they dethrone Falcons as well for the top 1 in the group? Let's go and find out on Bank.
Well, it's Money in the Bank demo, and we're going to see who's going to cash out and get themselves a shiny new belt or an opportunity at one. I just thought I'd throw in a wrestling thing there for you, but it truly is a reigning champion, undefeated streak. Will it be broken?
I said it's just the map. That's just the map. The map throws me off.
That's a narrow preference thing there towards G2.
Yes,
there's always the asterisks on those G2 where it's like, how much is this for stomping? I can only imagine what the old chat was full of, but I'm going to tell our observers not to open it because these teams are very familiar with each other.
Yeah.
But we saw the taste of it there at the end. Stompin sat in the dark. Now we also had a look at a fun statistic. Shaiko uses the names in that currently a little bit wrong, but Stompin had a head-to-head with Shaiko, didn't they? Had a 1 versus 1 as is tradition. How did that go?
Shaiko beat him 2-0.
Okay. Well, maybe now this is their opportunity to make up for that Stompin. He may have lost in the 1 versus 1 against Shaiko, but now you have the opportunity to ruin that long-standing 33-game split. We're still getting a taste of the old chat. It's going to be throughout the whole game. It's not going to end, but starting here on Bank. There's still a lot of people with those breathing strips. Now, help you breathe. There's like athletes and stuff. Something new. Do you have one?
No, I don't know if you've seen Tom J. Sherlock lately. He just stuck a bit of duct tape in his nose to try and fit in. I wish I was lying, but I'm not.
That sounds like Tom.
Yeah.
Did it work well? Did he play better?
You think Tom was playing the game? He just sits and watches. Spectator.
You never know. He's got a tournament on, doesn't he? A tournament of content creators or something?
Creators, yeah. He's hosting it, so,
Where was our invite to play? We're not creators. We're...
not compared to some of the people I've got in there.
I know.
we're
it's
little fish.
It's cool. Grenade onto the castle, get themselves on towards open, and just cut off the rotates from the top. Now they have Deimos of Shaiko ready to go and hunt any loose things in the double hard breach ban, which means that opening here on the basement is going to be even more preferable compared to the other sites as well. And all these castles, they're going to be a lot more problematic to just get rid of. Think about the 2 that they've removed here. Anything that can get them close towards those walls is all that they're going to have an option now. Sure, you can find ways to get steady removal, but you don't really want to have to opt in for just a specific sort of operator to tear apart all these holes. Instead, it is such a big dedication of pocket breaches. Bit of damage taken from range, but Brede is the first to fall. No Ying.
Good start for G2. You've wasted about a minute or so. You've been able to get the kill back. You haven't lost anyone either as well, which is always good. Now, there is one operator which Falcons kind of need to stay alive and make sure that they don't use her utility quickly, and that is going to be the Dokkaebi. The Dokkaebi is going to be that all-important operator to counter the Echo. You can see that G2, they've opted for an Echo, where traditionally it is usually a Goyo that you would see brought in as your main form of plant denial, but they're going to go with the Yokai drones. And speaking of, one of them will be picked off via the Twitch drone from Solotov. So again, a very calm position is in below that desk. Now that leaves Stompin having to move his Echo Cam that he would like to hold on to Garage back into the bomb site now for that plant. But like I mentioned, they need to try and keep that Dokkaebi call for whenever they go into the plant. It will disable that Echo camera. Nobody can go on it whenever that phone call comes in.
So now, with the idea of getting this main wall open, they have themselves encircled and round, and G2 have just pulled themselves back. They know that it's going to come through a drop. They know it's going to come through a bit of pressure, but they've just got to see if they can try and bait out as much time as possible. The canisters tick off. 2 more in pocket, 2 more C4s. They're pretty well kitted to slow this down. As I said, it's going to be a tricky site to have to crack their way around. They only really have the single hatch to play off. The call is about to go through there, but more of a juggle back and forth, and yeah, still just constant back and forth here. 20 seconds though, Demo. There's an Echo drone. There's more than enough for them to stop it just with utility. And at this point, Falcons feels like they're just trying to shove their way in for this plant. Yes, you have the watch on the vertical, but you have no more calls. A lot of damage being done to users. Solotov's trying to find a way route and gonna go for the plant just behind the shield. There's the Echo drone. There's actually the cover and the kill, and they almost get it to land. There's 2 of the Echo drone. The drive in. Efax drops to get the cover. Knocks down one. They can't stop the plant at G2.
What?
Fallen apart like they had everything.
Hang on. 1v2?
A 1v2. Out of all of that, this is where we've ended up. You're against Usus on the Monty. He knows he's got to be a little bit aggressive. He's going to utilize the mirror window, but Stompin's leading with the Echo drone, force them further and further away. There's the preemptive fire. There's somebody on the kit, and Stompin saves the round. Let's be real about it.
Oh my god, what a way to kick things off. Wow, yes, Lawyer, you summed it up. You took the word right out of my mouth. That's all you can say. And what I love is look how many of them just straight into the old chat. This is the kind of game it is. Carl's typing an essay. Yeah. Oh, right. Where do we begin? Where do we start with that one? So one thing to highlight was the mirror window that was placed on the single wall that typically teams would like to open up. With that mirror window being placed there, you cannot fit, like, you know, thermite charge or a hard breach gadget on it. It just makes things really difficult for them. So as you've seen, Falcons had to go for the Monty covering the diffuser from the other side of the wall. Now, I don't exactly know how G2 let it slip. Whenever you also had the Echo in the perfect position, don't know how EFAC was able to get away with the kills that he did. And then it came into a 1v2. I mean, all credit to Stompin. What a cracking shot he hit onto, I think it was Solitov. It was almost just a one-tap. A drive-by one-tap gets the pickup. And then it comes to a 1v2, and Monty's having to try and go against, you know, these two operators with guns. Yeah, really weird round, really messy round, but somehow, some way, G2 come out on top.
Well, what a way for us to begin, Damo, and I feel like we're going to mean to carry on. Now, I said it before that was always going to be the sort of easiest site with these bans, with the way they've proposed themselves here, but at the same time, you know, there's now this lead in. There's now Falcons almost stealing it away from the clutches of not really having things else into their favor. They've got obviously Doki on the Clash now, trying to lead in and maybe offer a little bit more of an obvious counter towards an approach here. Spread out across the board themselves. A quick attempt at removing anything from the top there. Not even really playing with any hard breach. Just going to throw themselves in towards these angles, open up these opportunities, and see if they can take them in the flat fighting, because to be fair, they're pretty solid.
Oh, EFAC just sadly moves into the range of the mute jammer. Can't get that BP, and again, that switch drone will be cleaned up. And yeah, the Falcons are just looking to pick away little bits of utility here and there, using the two operators with the special drones, that being, of course, the Flores and the Twitch. However, the mute jammers are causing a lot of issues. There's one got a Twitch drone. There's a Flores drone getting caught by one as well. Yeah, Mute, great counter to drones. Who would have thought?
I would never have believed that. I thought Mute was just there so I could roam with the shotgun. Yeah, I thought it was that. They get themselves this look in. Yeah, pressure on top white. And EFAC takes a bit of damage, but he's broken his way up towards Banana, and then he's C4'd immediately out. Doki using the Clash as the chance to swing. Burrito's taking a lot of damage inside stock, but support comes around the corner, and they're able to at least trade out the position, and then just screams their way in. Shaiko gets the back of Alamau with the head of Doki. Now they've cut the site in half, and the two remaining players. Where can Stompin go to try and offer some support? Blaz could not look anywhere, for nowhere was safe, and, well, there's at least the kill on Shaiko, but that is all they get for the rest of it. And Falcons on the back of Shaiko just driving through janitors.
Yeah, you see that EFAC kind of started off with his approach where he tried to crouch walk his way up through Spiral, was very swiftly dealt with, but then Shaiko, he himself sees a gap. They were able to force the player off the shield that was holding in towards electrical, and it looked as though maybe a lack of comms there from G2, because the player inside of janitors just had no idea. Just he was surprised that Shaiko was killing him in the back.
It was, I guess, you know, as I said at the time, the operator lineup, how they were going to try and put themselves in, it was always going to be a let's booty, let's throw ourselves in towards the side and find fights. But that route, would you describe it as the A route into site? It feels like there's a few.
It's like, obviously Laura's just died. I mean, Laura should be calming that he's dead, and then the smoke should be aware that somebody's going to push that doorway now, because you don't have that frost.
10 seconds left.
It just seemed to be a bit of lack of comms, maybe.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, one apiece, and all the chaos has happened 2 rounds in a row. It's been unending chaos. We'll see if that's a continual sort of track here. Obviously, stomping was huge in the first round. Alamar's been able to get a couple of kills, but compared to the Falcons, who have, yes, the benefit of having their attack, they can choose where they want to apply the pressure and at what point. They applied it all around. You had obviously the charge up Banana, the pressure on White Stairs, you had the Blackbeard Brede in stock. You also had the charge across top square. They made sure that there was somebody in every fight that's netted them equal sort of money. They were assuming they would find a mirror window on the other side of that wall, and rotten timing to miss out the castle, but the Gon 6 is still going to get the job done elsewhere. They've got obviously the protection here on some of this main desk. But where will the follow through be, and will they go with another sort of 5-body, 5-a-side slam through onto the site, or are they going to try and build behind this Monty elsewhere? The coverage of the smoke on the window, just so they can get rid of that castle on the connector. Clever little throw-in.
I don't know if he was trying to smoke the window, or maybe he's trying to burn for the Wamai disc, and if he just missed it. I think that was maybe the case there, where he's just missed the window to try and grab the disc, but still able to get the ash charges in through that castle barricade nonetheless. And I mean, it's blatantly obvious where Falcons are going to go. It's going to be this lobby take, isn't it, with a Monty? He is just perfect in this environment where you're walking up that staircase. You're only facing that 180-degree cone if you can. But never mind, I see Brede actually over towards square. So they're not going to go for the lobby take, even though they're putting a lot of pressure towards that side of the map. Weird.
Well, they still have the reveal on a single player. Maybe they're just going to try and charge in on the windows. One pushes left, one pushes right, but they need further left, and further left is now opened. The Monty can tuck themselves in. They'll be more than expecting. Oh, a missed drone of Doki. He's going to wait for that plant spot. There's still a smoke canister and a C4 they can play off, but the Monty's actually pulled himself back. They'll be juggling utility. There might be a check and a recheck on this position anyway, but there's the Monty sort of saying, hello, mate. Oh, goodbye, Brede. He's the one to cower as you try and go for the free swing on the window player. Gets Doki, drops them, but 30 seconds. And Alamau up the back stairs, one before lost, before Loira gets the head of Shaiko, and Efac's going to try and go for the plant. They're still a bit concerned, but that C4 should remove any concern. Just in time. Now lost in the smoke, 2 versus 2. Loira going for a little bit of an eaten retake, but they're on the windows. One covers one, gets one in, but Loira has the cover on Solotov, and it is just back and forth.
D2, hold on. It was looking a little bit sketchy there whenever you see the diffuser start to be planted, but thankfully Stompin had the C4 ripped and ready, and also had a bit of information. You see that the yellow ping was right onto where Efac was planting, so yeah, good from Stompin to have that heads up play. I have to say though, the kill that Loira was able to get swinging at the stock windows onto the player on square was a massive trade. You'd lost the Monty, though, from a flank coming in from Alamau, and that's probably the worry that I kind of had with the square take, is if you're not coming in from lobby, it's a lot easier to flank square than what it is towards lobby, because obviously lobby, trying to walk up those spiral stairs, think of all the windows that somebody could be sitting in, whereas square, it's one staircase. That's all you have to worry about. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree with the approach that Falcons have went for. I feel if you're putting in all of that work and effort to take control of Spiral, send the Monty up that way. It is so easy. Monty can call out position A, towards elevators, B in towards long desk, anyone inside a trump. He has all of that information. He's not going to get flanked. He's not going to get shot from behind. He's also not going to get C4 from that position either. Again, nobody's going to be in towards lobby to do so. So yeah, I don't know. I would much rather have them attack the other side. They tried to do something clever in towards square by having the Monty by himself just to walk in and go for a plant through the main breach, but whenever the flank comes in and nobody's there to assist them and you lose that Monty, it just goes belly up from there.
2-1. Traded rounds, a similar sort of setup before, but everything seems to be exploding for either of these two teams at just the same sort of moment. And, you know, there's been a couple of pop-off moments, a couple of pop-off players. I know others and the analysts have talked about the importance of Stompin as a quieter member on the roster. Not quietest, but filling that sort of flex role. And here, been in some regards the saving grace of the opening of this map, hoping that the team starts to step in. At the same time, there's nobody that's really cutting a distance, as I said before, from the side of Falcons. They go in quite a balanced repose.
Starting shock drone.
Back down towards the basement, and the removal of the Monty will at least make things a bit more sort of safe and sane. Breeday's on the blitz, but it gives them a very different approach. Think about how this one came to blows last time. Even with the plant, it was behind the Monty shield. You just do not have that benefit. Ooh, lucky escape. In a lot of people's books, that.
Shit. Falcons, good pacing at the moment. They're in towards that mid floor. They have control of that, and they will now start to open up the hatch. But as we know, the tub is there to slow them down ever so slightly. But eventually that hatch will be opened up. Now, if you actually look at the ban that Falcons went for, it was the mirror. And the mirror was an issue for them last time because it stopped them from opening up that main single wall. I like to call it the left side wall. If you're inside the site, you're left and right, I suppose. That's the wall that was a bit of an issue for them. But now with not having to worry about the mirror, then yeah, should be able to open up pretty quickly. Great value as well there from the Twitch, being able to pop 2 Goyo canisters. And look at Loira fighting against the masses right now, is being beat off and trying to smoke them off, but Macko does not care. Just look at that. Swings, takes his head right off his shoulders, and well, Falcons, they will sit with the man advantage, but 50 seconds ago, still a heap amount of utility that G2 have in their back pocket, mostly being this Tachanka. 20 Molotovs primed and ready.
I mean, they know what they want to do, and it's juggle on this position. So Shaiko's probably going to have to start applying some pressure on, and Breeday doesn't quite have the angle. Alamau has the head. Efak went for the grenade. Drops the player on the swing. You can see that they're still trying to just push their way in, but well, that blitz does not offer the cover that a Monty does. 20 seconds, everything's on fire. Yu's is going to see if he can find a pocket to plant as Breeday does go down, and he has it. Oh, and he just survived, but not for very long. It's a 1 versus 3 post-plant situation. Solotov gonna hold on, see if he can get at least the first fight before he tries to drop back, hoping that it's the single angle they'll fight on. There's the first. And then he does his step back. He pulls it into the 2 versus 1. Now, they're just gonna try and spin their way around. Saw and expected the angle they'll fight on, but they fought their way past. And he's fought his way further away. Here's the tick on the diffuser. Can't get the angle, has to drop, and oh! A rough decision, but it's one that only sort of comes to light when you get up there.
Same again for Falcons, getting the diffuser down, but just not enough bodies to hold the post plant. Now, again, I mentioned before that they didn't have the mirror to worry about, so they could actually get in through that single wall. G2 had left it soft, and you've seen that, again, the Blitz couldn't get in. Now, yes, they don't have any natural soft destruction operators like your Buck, your Sledge, your Ashe, Sophia, whatever it is, but they did have a Grim, and Grim has access to a Bailiff. And I didn't see users pull it out once to try and open up that wall for his teammate to try and backwards plant in as the shield. So I was a little bit surprised by that.
What's attack timeout already? Falcons, we're what, 4 rounds deep? And they want to keep that precious bank record. Because I mean, if it goes, it's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean they're any less of a bank team. But at the same time, once upon a time, you know,
seconds remaining.
Arsenal were unbeaten in a whole season. Now look at them.
Now, how have you somehow squirmed in an invincible mention? I'll never know. And I never thought you'd be the last person I would have thought would be slipping in an invincible's honorable mention into the gas.
Loading the magazine!
And what I will counter that is who ended the streak. United. Also.
Mine out.
Yeah, I was maybe setting you up there a little bit. 3-1, G2. They have themselves off to a good start, and they've pulled out Falcons' timeout. So, from now on, let's see if they can try and drive themselves forward. And Is it early? I guess context will tell. Falcons want to try and guarantee themselves the even split here.
Stomping 8-1.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
It's what?
Stomping 8-1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it really wants revenge for losing the 1 versus 1 against Striker.
That's the question. Does Geng.G need medical assistance?
He's building the real. He's building the real. Stomping started on the 3K to win that round for G2. Then helped define, I think it was the 3rd round, potentially the next one that they won. This sort of kept himself going, and credit to him, he has made sure that he has sort of kept himself up. He's one of only a few players in this game with an 100% cost currently. How long will that continue? For now, back up to try and catch any loose strands, and they're not going obviously to the top floor because they can't. They're also not going to go for open. Instead, play maybe one of the lesser seen sites that we have across all of the comp maps.
Yeah, it's a bomb site which you don't see all too often, and mostly because you have to be able to roam really, really well. And this is a bomb site where, because of the layout of it, because of the amount of vertical I want to say issues that you have, where just every square inch of it is going to be opened up from above. You just can't play on the site. The IQ will get a heck of a lot of value. If you look how much util is being brought from the side of G2, you've got the Echo Valkyrie, plenty of BPs as well. You can even spot out the Vigil if you're able to catch him. So, as I say it, the caster's curse is there. Down goes the IQ. And yeah, that's a good operator for G2 to take off the board.
Perfect trade, perfect player. The IGL is now removed. They've lost the IQ, so at this point, Doki can sort of go, hey, I got my 1.
Gotta reload.
At least in the terms of the trade, it wasn't anything more than that, but now, can they build behind it? A minute left. First 2 minutes have gotten them sort of boots in the ground, but Alamau's about to be surrounded, so he leans into the first fight, but he thought Users was further up than he was. Picks up Alamau and starts to clean up some of this vertical control. So you said it's a great site for roamers, and Stompin is going to see if he can try and get 1 or 2 more before he has to make a quick exit. Now he's concerned about the rotate round, but Falcons, they're not entirely overextending. Oh, a trade, a second for the round as well. It's only going to really work now in Falcons' favor, though. The first might have been pretty detrimental, but here with the Deimos offering the track on, it puts Loira in a really sticky situation. He knows he's just in an engagement and he's being fed that info elsewhere. In the meantime, Bride suffers a bit against Blaz. They're passing their own information onto them. Shaiko's trying to pick the 1 versus 1, but now he's surrounded. Pops up, gets 1. Can he get a second? Oh, it's close, but it's traded out, and Shaiko wins as 1. Falcons get the offsite, but most importantly, just about win their round after attack timeout.
Yeah, I think he ran out of bullets in the bearing there, or he could have maybe had him. Looked as though he had to reload at that point, so yeah, unfortunate engagement. And Shaiko on that Deimos, I mean, what can you say about him and that operator? We talked for the longest time about Shaiko and Nomad, but equally the Deimos is a terrifying thing in his hands, the way he can just track you and you know who you're up against. It's difficult. But let's just see, did he run out of ammunition? No, he actually still had 2 bullets actually left, so yeah,
and that's 2 kills.
Outgunned and he just died. Yeah, again for G2, it's a tough bomb site to play. You have to be able to roam well, and I think Falcons just fragged a lot better. I wouldn't say their util was incredible. They just had the players at the right positions at the right time. Plenty of information they're able to bring in as well. You know, using the Dokkaebi, using the Deimos, obviously that's a bit of an issue, isn't it, for G2, that they're gonna have to try and break through that combination. You know, those 2 operators which just feed out information. It makes the Falcons' job a lot easier whenever they're going in looking for those engagements, is having that little bit of an edge to it where you know where your opponent is. So yeah, that could be something that maybe G2 need to address now in the next round.
From this point onwards, it is still, in some regards, back and forth. Yes, G2, they're able to get themselves just that little double down in the middle, but with how much is coming down to these trade engagements, right? If you think about how this was on LAN, let's have a quick tech pause. You wonder how different that round could have been. If one of those 2 engagements was clean, if both of them were, you have an entirely different weighted round. talk about fine margins. That's where we find ourselves, obviously. Stomping 9-2, doing most of the sort of heavy lifting for the team right now. That does put, I'm not going to say concern, but I'm curious how that's going to reflect onto the opposite end. Falcons have had a really even kill game getting into this. They're, 4 of them are at least even. On the other side, only 2 players are even from G2. When you're into a position where they're driving the pace, is it going to be better for them? Or is it just that as soon as Falcons find themselves on the roam game and are able to pick apart all the fights that they want to when they want to have them, with how the gun game's going for them, are they going to do even better, Demo?
I think you would think so. I mean, one thing that has not been in doubt inside this game is that every single player at this stage, all 10, have put in a shift. That's why they're sitting at the top of the pile amongst the rest, is that we know all 5 of these players in this lobby, or all 10 of these players, 5 in each team, are all very capable players, and they can gun as well as anyone. I think, obviously, if you look towards G2, I've said it on Monday, I think Laura has been my standout player on this side. I just think the crazy consistency that guy can bring, and I just love the way that he understands the game. I think he makes really clever plays. I think Doki is back at his best. I think he has been incredible to watch. There was that, I think, was it last week or the week before, whoever it was, he had those 2 back-to-back play days where he had dropped, high double digits in both games. Stomping in himself, coming in as the rookie in his new season. I think he has really held his own against some really top players who have been here for donkeys. And then you look at Falcons, we know every single one of those players can kill. Brita and Users have been incredible in the clutch. Shaiko is Shaiko. Everyone knows what to expect from that. EFAC has also been a joy to watch. He always is. Just overall, both of these players, both of these teams have played to such high levels. And I think no matter what, the players should still be, happy that they've gotten to the top 6. Because I think for big teams, it's just get into playoffs. We'll do it in the best of 3s. That's usually what all their mentalities have always been. Best of 1s or best of 1s. Best of 3s is where you do your big work.
Now, as we sit in that sort of prolonged silence halfway through, obviously G2, they've got themselves locked in towards one of the top 2 spots. If you've missed the context for this game, Falcons on the other side are fighting to get theirs locked in, fighting to push themselves further forward. As it was said earlier on in the interview, currently the biggest supporters for G2 aren't actually G2 fans, it is secret fans and the players themselves. They will still have to sit with bated breath. And then afterwards we have another deciding game, though that for the last spot in the playoffs between Gen.G and Fnatic. Still to play for, almost up to the final game itself. Well, it looks like the players are starting to get a little bit more ready. Having this just before the turn of the half, you can't really predict when you'll have tech issues. It makes it a little bit frustrating because you've still got at least one more mindset to get in before you entirely have to swap your mindset again.
Love the way Doki kind of went on, I don't know if you've seen it, put a video up talking about how there's so many tech pauses yesterday, and he said, we never get tech pauses in our games.
Well, that's why we're having... That's why we're having one right now. It's all specifically Doki's fault. We'll be back in a moment. If you're a player, what would you put behind you when you played?
What, in the background?
Yeah.
Don't know if I'd put anything behind it per se. I just whatever. I don't know.
Photos of Fresh.
Now, you say photos. I wouldn't put photos of Fresh up.
A model of Fresh, I guess.
No,
is that what you'd...
I was thinking of the word shrine.
A shrine with candles. Oh, we're back in. Back in, and we'll talk about your fresh shrine later.
Fresh scented candles. It'll smell like him.
Is that? Do they sell those anywhere, or are you making them? Because I'm concerned about the process.
How would we make? How would we get his scent?
I don't know. How do we segue this back to talking about Siege?
But I have to like collect something off him or something. I don't know.
I don't want to think about it. I feel bad that I set up this hypothetical now. I'm so sat here in the worst seat for a movie I paid for the ticket for. Here,
you wrote the screenplay.
I know. We're on the final defense here of G2. Currently sitting 3-2-2. Falcons have used their timeouts, and they have another go at Doki. That's a bit better. Thrown in the light of a light, so when you're on it, it's a little bit less obvious. So that's been around forever. Now they'll see if they can try and find their way in. We are, as we often go, to all of the sites. G2, they're sometimes a team that likes to say there's no fourth option. Well, there is, but they'll find their way there eventually. Maybe anticipating something a bit pacey. Alamau on the clash. First time we've seen this since round 2. That round did not go their way either, so it's not exactly an entirely locked-in win con, depending on how Alamau can sort of get it deployed. Hoping for a full read of information, maybe wants to step in. It's a heavy vertical, and that's the role that Alamau will sort of be playing to maybe when things get a little bit too dicey, pick up the shield and help try and escape.
Yeah, I think the clash could just be that add little thing that G2 need to try and control the entries from Falcons, because as you know, using that Dokkaebi in combination with sending Shaiko in and Solotov in, it worked really well for them. Nice little bit of tech there as well from Alamau, knowing that if you pick up the shield while that Ash charge is burrowing its way into the shield, it will negate it. So yeah, good work from him. However, Doki has went down first though, so he is off the board. He's going to be sent to his cameras now to have a look around. I just hope he's not in a position where maybe his phone could get hacked. I think that would be a bigger worry for his team. Solotov adds on to the misery of G2 as that's the second kill for Falcons in the round, and a minute 10 or so left. In really good shape with 5v3. Need to get this wall open though, and in terms of heartbreaks, they don't really have any, so this could be quite difficult for them to get that wall open with none of that. So pushing in towards doorways is going to be the way in for Falcons.
Well, now as the swing starts to come around, there's one and traded almost immediately out, but they've just smashed down the door demo, leaving Loira alone. 1 versus 3, but they're all at different angles and different points, and Falcons have just pulled themselves back. They haven't overextended, they haven't got themselves more aware on it. You can hear the steady takeaway, the destruction as they hop in towards the connector. Falcons, they've grouped themselves back up, I think, confident to know where they are, and I'd be confident to also just make the statement of we're watching you. Loira's got himself into a swing position here, could get lucky based on that smoke, but there's one. The second is about to come through, but the time has suddenly become down to 10 seconds, and he knows he was being surrounded, but he couldn't quite get there. You can see how much it means to them. They're leveled up 3 apiece.
Yeah, good job from EFAC and Co. just to secure that. A little bit sketchy though. It looked as though they were maybe trying to play for the plant, but I think the Goyo canister was causing them issues with that. But yeah, plenty of man just to flood that last remaining defender, and G2 dropped the ball a little bit. They were 3-1 up, and now Falcons have pulled it back to an even split. Now G2 over onto the attacks. But I think G2 this stage, certainly on their attacks, I think have been a joy to watch. I think they've been a very, very clever team. Again, I think that's down to, of course, the Brazilians. You know, Alamau and Loira can call really, really well. I also think that the Cafe game that we seen them play on Monday, I thought was really good also. Mostly down to, I think Blaz was really good at opportunity spot in that game. So all of them can do it. And certainly against a well-drilled and veteran side of Falcons, you're going to need to try and find something, but hey, it'll be tough. Falcons are a team which usually will keep things pretty tip-top shape and not give the opponents any reason to see a gap.
All leveled up. All leveled up and back into the fight and the fray. Here we go, and, well, with a slight similarity of 2 range hard breach bans, and then the mirror a step on before the Azami. As it was last time round, it's just sort of 2 teams that are almost a direct reflection of each other. does mean with Kaid on the board, they have a little bit more freedom with this bottom site, but it's not insurmountable. The risk of juggling against the Tibram might happen, but they're going to get as much Kaid usage as possible from users.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the bans come in from G2. I mean, Kaid is like a #1 ban that we see on Bank just because of the basement and how strong obviously Kaid and Top can be. But and also considering you look at the Havana ban, you know, it's going to be even more deadly for them. Double Heart Breachers. So yeah, really weird to see from G2. I think they'll have a lot of struggles when it comes to that basement. Look, of course, looking at their bans, the top floor will be really good for them. No Azami for Falcons to play around with in that top floor will be good for G2, but it's a big, big payoff. Because you know basement, you're always going to have to go down here at least twice.
I think that's the thing, right? And they know that they'll probably be down here without a Kaid later on, but I guess thinking that the mirror is more surmountable, I think the Azami is always a good removal across the board here, and you know, instead they sort of swapped out the place, but hey, we'll see if they can try and make it. By the way, I don't really know the faith that G2's putting in Blaz. They're just going to have to open the wall and the single hatch, right? They don't have the option to
even get the hatch. That's the thing. I don't even think they'll be able to get the hatch open.
It's going to be tricky, Demo.
Now, this is a very important position. Where Lawyer is, he has that wall soft. He splits the bomb site in two. We know that Red Corridor is such a high traffic area for the defenders. That is where they will like to throw all of their util, i.e. C4s, for example. Lawyer in this position can just swing, as he's so safe as well. In behind that armored car, he will find one. He's going to get smoked and chased back by Falcons, but Lawyer in this position has done the job. EFAC's also downed. Users will eliminate Alamau, who isn't too happy about that drone. Kill. Yeah, but still Lawyer, I think. Look at this. This is the pause that you want to be in.
Well, this is it. He's pushed back up. Users has got himself a second kill. EFAC has been down the entire time, and they cannot risk going to get him back up. But as Lawyer gets Users, somehow, from the two positions, they've just been able to pick apart all the players, seize the arm and the wing, but Lawyer wins it out anyway. It was a down with a Twitch drone, potentially. You can see I was a bit frustrated. Yeah. I think it's wherever he was on cam, he maybe hoped a teammate would cover for him, and that didn't happen. I'm assuming Doki based on the laughing. But okay, for all that we sort of said of have they bought the right tools for the job, getting those picks from those positions, faith in the system? Question mark?
Nobody in garage from Falcons, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that was a big
that's blow. A blunder. Yeah. Weird game. Weird game. Don't know how to run the rounds, but they are. So he went to Twitch drone to try and kill EFAC, and then the wall got opened up and he died. Am I right in saying that's what happened?
As you know, as a frequent Twitch enjoyer, it is frustrating when you are the one, but I think you're also a magnet to it. If you're on drone behind your team, you will be the one that somehow gets killed. It's fate. It's fated. It's a like different swing round. They're not gonna stick and lock a CC. Instead, pull themselves back round. You know, go on towards the open area. You've got probably a better time with the limitations of the hard breach this time. Again, they've got none at all. They have no tin openers, nothing to go against it. They're just going to have to try and find a fight here. They're not going to be able to get quad wall open, depending on how quad wall is reinforced. Good bits of removal of the Fenrir mines, but otherwise, again, G2, they're just trying to send it, Demo.
Yeah, it's feeling like that, isn't it? Again, but that's the G2 playstyle. You know, I always think whenever I see Alamau on the Twitch, he makes something happen. You know, that's his operator where he's looking for a gap. He's looking for a play. He'll usually play that kind of secluded role where he's by himself. He just opportunity spots as best as he can. It looks as though G2, they're just trying to get as many players into the map as possible and try and hit it from all different angles. And maybe you've got operators like the Dokkaebi that will help out with that playstyle. They also have got in control of top floor, and even the Nomad makes an appearance, who has to try and get out of there before a C4 maybe hits him. But this is a good start for G2 though. Early access in towards that top floor. Hatches are open for him as well. And they actually get the main site hatch, because again, G2 have no interest in bringing a Heartbreacher.
I think that's it, right? It's still, and they made it work last time, but they're about to be in the same place. Oh, stomping caught out on Gadget. As he was getting the calls done, they're able to pick up the first kill, and now with a minute, Loira finds Shaiko back. So there's been a bit of a counter. Shaiko, unfortunately, not quite able to have the impact since the tech pause. At this point, though, with that wall sort of heavy and reinforced, and Bride getting Alamau, G2 are still trying to solve a puzzle with a hammer at this point, and maybe it worked the first time, but it's not quite getting there yet. 40 seconds. They're just gonna have to send it via Beeper's door. They cover themselves at least a little bit on the swing, and they're gonna get the pinch here on the slightly loose player. No, they're not. Solotov does get one before he's traded out, but that is huge because it still keeps the body balance in their favor. They lose, obviously, the Nomad at this point. Doki. And it's down to Loira, who has been exceptional since the tech pause. 7-1, just gonna swing and pre-fire. Okay, they're in. 2 versus 2, 10 seconds. Now going for the plant and hoping for the cover. There's somebody coming in the back. There's the ping, but he's too late to pop him off. It's Users. And he's just threaded the needle. There's the down onto one. All down to Loira with the pistol. He's just running, sprinting, and firing. But 10 paces was the difference.
Oh, just about get out of there, but have to highlight Solotov. He done so well inside of Tellers. The flooring was opened up above him. All he could do was just sit behind his trusted filing cabinet. That was the only thing keeping him alive. And he was able to bring down 2 players of G2 with him before he got picked off. Yeah, it looked as though that G2 were just looking for a gap. Loira and Alamau the whole time were just seeing what they could get up to. Alamau made the first decision. He was the one who wanted to push in towards Tellers and Archives. He got picked off. And whenever that kill comes in, and then you're inside the 4v3, it's very difficult then for G2 to try and build momentum off of that. And like I mentioned, without having any Heartbreacher, you can't open up the hatch, you can't pressure in towards triple wall. You know, this kill right here, phenomenal work from Solotov to get that one. Nice play though from Loira and Blaz. Just let's try and brute force our way in. He gets the one, but still in that one, in that 2v2, essentially a 1v2 while Blaz is going for that plant. Loira, he went for the riskier 50-50 decision. He could just stand and held onto the double door, which would have killed users as he swung onto the player going for the plant. But instead, he wanted to try and pick off the guy running through Archive, just missed him. And yeah, couldn't cover the plant going down. And from that point, just time not on his side. But good game so far. A weird game from G2 and Falcons. It is certainly a game of fine measures, and just takes that one mistake. Now, G2, I'm happier with the lineup this time. You're seeing the 10 openers in, which you need for that basement. I know they were able to win the basement before just by Loira being in an absolute brilliant position, but still, that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't be relying on getting in the garage every time, because it's very difficult to do. They were just fortunate that no one was inside garage to actually stop Loira from doing so.
I mean, Loira obviously has been exceptional throughout this split. I think based on how things went earlier on, if this performance continues towards the end, he might end the season as the best rated player before we get into playoffs as well. What a sort of crown he's been able to etch and create for himself. They're still getting a steady read. They have at least a Goyo above a hatch who's going to try and disappear sooner rather than later. Want to get a bit of the fade away with the C4. They're close to making a friend, but not quite on the right angle, as Alamau is instead going to focus on this player and just put the Bs in, put the pressure on. There's the reveal, and they go. Solotov does get Loira, though, before he faded away. Sat for a second, won the engagement, and then dropped out of there.
Now, this is obviously the issue with the bans for G2. It's with allowing that Cade to be up. The Cade and Tub combination is, not very pleasant to play against. Now, they've got the Thatcher, they've got the EMPs, but again, it's just that lengthy process, isn't it? It's getting the timings correct. You know, he has to prep the EMP now. He has to make sure he catches it before the Cade plug comes back on, which he doesn't. So there we go. They lose the tin opener. Only one left. Unless they want to start putting thermite charges, but again, you need that for the site walls in towards server. This is a terrible position for G2 to be in, and it just shows the strength of the top and Cade whenever they're used in that combination.
Reloading!
With 40 seconds.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
And a caught out tin opener. It's just another send it, but they have way less working for them, and they don't have the superstar Loira holding that depth position. Shaiko takes some damage, but so does Alamau as they've got 20 seconds now to go for the drop. But Falcons, they just peel back. Look how deep Users has gone as well. Worried about the position. They swing their way down. It blows either side, but there's the retake, a 4 versus 1. And when Alamau doesn't even have the health to get past the smoke, let alone the shotgun right behind it. Falcons take it back.
That's Shaiko typing? Oh my.
I believe that was Shaiko typing.
Whenever you get Shaiko typing, you're doing something right. You don't know. Look, he's smiling. A smile! What? And we know what that means. Shaiko's smiling. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's question marked him. Oh dear.
He hit him with the love it question mark.
Yeah,
5 to 4?
G2. Ban your Cade. You know, the top end Cade was way too strong for them. Stopped them getting the hatch open. They couldn't get into garage as freely as what they wanted. Yeah, away goes the Cade. It really should have been one of their initial bans. You know, I don't think an Azami would have caused them as much headache as what the Cade just did.
And attack timeout immediately after as well. Time to talk about it. Time to sort of get themselves settled back in. Get their eyes on a Cadeless game ahead of them. Again, G2, they're playing for pride more than anything. Here, they've got themselves the top 2 spot. As I made the sort of comment around these top 4 teams, they'll always be fighting each other again and again and again. And this is just another part of that here. Falcons, they are fighting for their chance to get that bye, to have a slightly easier start into the tournament and get themselves at least a better guaranteed cut of SI points. I mean, the difference would be what it...
Camera ready to activate.
Again, we've been blessed today, haven't we? The games have been great. You know, really close. You can't really call which way it's going to go. There's no stumps, which is always nice to see. There is a stomp in, though. He is in the game.
Yeah, unfortunately been a bit quieter since the rehost.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
I think overall his numbers are still... he's 9 to 5 still, if you count everything in. So obviously where he was before the rehost was 9 to 2. Loira 11 to 6 though, so he has had the opposite. He's the only one who since the rehost has just absolutely exploded his way across. Solotov, to be fair, also pretty good since the rehost, 11 to 6. But I think that almost splits him about even. I think the main thing is, as I said before, you know, with how it was sort of cooking up when Falcons were on the attack, it was really balanced and really sort of spread, and I wondered how that would translate to the second half for G2, and unfortunately they're struggling to get that spread, right? They had the huge round with the position held on that attack round that they won, but how much of that was Loira? Unfortunately, as the rounds have progressed, we've learnt pretty much all of it, because since then, when he hasn't been able to activate, neither has the round.
Now, look at the lineup from G2. They brought in the Aurora. Doki's on that operator. And in terms of how you can use this operator for this bomb site, again, you're dealing with plenty of doorways and plenty of windows. Now, one thing that we usually see Aurora used for is to block off a doorway or a window, to then just swing in from another window that maybe you're on, or walk in for a doorway that you're on. In terms of looking at the top floor, Doki could just block off the kind of sandwich area, you know, in towards Connector, in towards Banana, and then just full send it with the Aurora.
Talking about full send it, they're already in and trying to get the plant on, but doesn't last very long. Brede has the C4, gets rid of Blaz, but they do get 2 kills for the trouble, almost, and yes, 3. So, G2 still coming up pretty happy with how this rush through has gone. About to swing a corner with a shotgun against the shotgun, but now that is all that is left. Wylde does get a second for the round. 3 more to try and find, but unfortunately stomping on the window snuffs that one out. G2, after the timeout, hit them. All guns are blazing, and the guns worked.
I don't exactly know where Alamo came from, but picked up 3 kills. I assume it's just another classic Alamo round where he's seen that gap and he's went for it. Again, the Dokkaebi would help him out with that, of course, under the cover of the phone call. Can easily crouch walk or slip his way up some point in the map, but again, we just didn't get to see it. We were so focused on if that plant was going to go down from the blitz, who, I mean, very bold position to plant in, just right on the double wall. And yeah, got C4'd in return. Who would have thought? But yeah, overall, Alamo just appears, gets the kills, and opens things up for his team.
So at this point, they've also opted to bring some hard destruction. Last time they were here, they tried to just send it through on what they had before, and it didn't quite work out. They've got themselves back to a little bit more of a traditional take here, if they obviously end up sticking the thermite, but there's always the possibility they don't.
Left.
But otherwise, it just gives them options, right? It gives them some chance to wrest some control of the map itself and just go back to traditional, taking some space and forcing some game and forcing some pressure elsewhere. And you know, with the pocket tin openers as well, they have more options. Falcons locked in above, still on a fair stretch of land. Probably surprised how things have shaken and shook out, but no more than Shaiko. 0-5 since the rehost. What, 5 rounds since, and that puts him on a total for 6-9. But it just shows how much of a difference he was having on the attack and how he's not been able to stick anything on the defense.
Game of 2 halves, it's what we always kind of look at. I think some players are better in defense, some players better in their attack. It just the way it goes. Use it. Opening pick on the Alamo. Great operator to remove, of course, that Grim, who had all of that util still in the pocket, is now gone. Now, again, don't forget that this is, of course, our mid-floor defense, but the Falcons are putting a heavy emphasis on trying to hold in towards that top floor, of course, to slow down G2, and just don't allow them to use the gadgetry, such as the Ram. You've seen that it was picked off as soon as it came through the window. A player just shot the little gas canister on the back of it to put an end to it. Stomping is to see if he can take above, but as we can see, all the Falcons, they've retreated back in towards that mid floor. They've left the top floor again, probably realizing, thinking, hey, we got our kill. We got what we came for. Let's just go back now and try and fortify in towards the Tellers and Archives area.
That's it. They've pulled back. Now they still have some chance of putting some pressure on, but with the man advantage, they can always play for trades, which is a game that they've done pretty well throughout this from moment to moment here. All within touching distance. As soon as an engagement starts, you can guarantee a couple of Falcons guns are going to be able to swing onto it and offer support, and that's why G2, they're trying to run the numbers. As I said, now they have the hard breach. They have the option of being able to actually open up some of the quad walls, some of the pressure, but they need to clear out that server player, the one right in the core of the Archives. He's just more than happy to read this approach as soon as it comes close. It's Solotov. Sudoku sends their way in, hits the Fenrir and hits the pressure inside. They've got the cross angle. They're waiting for the peak and just doesn't get the connection they want. But they do get Doki, and Solotov is unmoved. Oh, Stompin does find the end of the fight there, but with 30 seconds left, now they can use this to finally start putting pressure on the site. That's the big problem, right? That was just the precursor to the actual attack, the precursor to the actual approach here. The exothermic will breach onto the wall. You can see that they've crouched themselves into a slightly nicer position, but you've still got to swing onto a fight and pre-aim and pre-angle it with more than enough ahead of you. There's the slow peek round, the pre-fire, a game of thin angles that Wylde wins out. He's ready and hoping for the next fight close. There's only 6 seconds and Blad's able to get that, but now they just need to keep themselves at a bit of a distance. Holds the plant, but an easy cleanup for Shaiko.
Yeah, Falcons played that really well, didn't they? They just worked through the motions of the layers that they set up. So they went above, they wasted the time, they got their picks, then they transition into holding in towards Archives and Tellers, again getting their picks, and then finally, whenever it comes to actually hitting the site, G2 just didn't have enough time. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the time, they didn't have the util because the Grim got picked off right from the get-go. Just a good round from Falcons, understanding the concept of the strat they're going for. Just It's almost like it's like a game of poker, isn't it? You know when to walk away, you know when to not, you know when to fold, isn't it?
Reloading.
6-5. Now, G2, they're on partial points, but with that, the guaranteed single point, Falcons, well, that still doesn't do enough for them. They need to get themselves that second. They can win an OT. That's fine for them to get that second spot. But they probably want to get this locked out, get the 3 points, and then put themselves first overall as well. G2 would fall down to second. Doesn't really affect anything other than the side of the bracket that they flipped themselves onto. And then obviously the seeding on who they would end up playing. But outside of that as well.
Attackers are heading out to defend.
It's been a long day today, hasn't it, Demo?
We might just get
I'm here for it. I'm really enjoying today. I think, for me, I think time's flying, and honestly, I think it's going too quick for my liking.
It's flying, but then I just had a moment where I was like, this is our halfway point. This is our Captain's Wednesday.
Bring it on. And a big game still coming up. We've still got the 6th place to decide. That's the most thing I'm looking forward to.
As soon as I started to make the point of how the seeding goes, I'm like, oh wait, we still don't have the full seed.
Yeah.
I can't start to think who they'll be up against. Well, they're up against it here. Loira going back to his...
He's in again.
I know, cradled same position, but a clash here to make friends.
Weird. Yeah, I was worried there, because surely not again, Falcons. Don't let this guy in behind that truck again, but nope. It's almost like Superman's here, isn't it? EFAC just charging into battle, ready to go against Loira. And yeah, Loira doesn't want any of that smoke, and he very swiftly retreats out towards the ramp. Oh, Carl, you need to get that, mate. Misses out on another Goyo canister. Unless
maybe in the drone.
The guy shoot it. Yeah,
that's what I'm hoping. Yeah, there's the possibility based on where he left the drone.
Let's see
that when they sprayed it, they hit the Goyo canister as well. Clash about to find the Lion once again. The Lion is anticipating a fight here. Wanted to bait the movement with a grenade. They're sort of expecting somebody to swing. There's the grenade, forces the clash, and yeah, gets him out of there because he knows that somebody is going to be joining him soon. It's drawing the clash away from the approach, and look, Doki's using it as a chance to plant. So it baited the clash away. There's a bit of a fight inside the blind. They're spraying over the top, but utilizing the bait on Garage. They've netted themselves this, but without that wall open on the right-hand side, they're just going to have to sort of try and send it, and the clash can do this. Steps right up. The Gumine will get shot out. But otherwise, Brede gets Loira as well, and that's the cover on the opposite end. So how do they try and push themselves forward? It seems like they just want to fully send it here, which is a bit of a go. There's nobody looking around the other side. They're just sort of taking this as a blunt fight, and I'm kind of a bit lost. There's the push-up of the clash, stopping them getting a breach, and...
The clash was disadvantageous to Falcons.
It was a hindrance.
Carl was just using it as almost a mirror window. He could see when the guy was peeking. Yeah,
nobody rotated around the back when they had the man advantage. They just tried to force it behind a clash and didn't.
Alamo's smiling. He's thinking, how have I been gifted 2 kills like that? It's a weird one. I think the issue there for EFAC was we initially seen him try to push out very early on for the retake.
EFAC's disconnected.
But he didn't realize that there was a guy behind the server rack, which fair enough. Once you know someone's at the server rack, tell your team he's there. And what should happen is EFAC should just run up to the single door and block that off. If the guy in server rack tries to kill EFAC, he should be dead from his teammate swinging him. That's the bit that doesn't get me. EFAC needed to make a decision. Do I pull back and put the shield down and try and play with a gun up alongside my teammates, or block one door in hopes that they kill the guy who's going to swing me server? He should have that faith in his team that 3 of them who were there should kill one guy as they swing. Because you think about it, if Alamad's in that position where he's blocked off via the one door, what's he going to be able to do? Nothing. That should have been the play.
.66, and we are still neck and neck. Said Falcons, they just could take an OT win here, and I think head-to-head is the first decider, so even with an OT win, they would still get first seed.
Yeah.
But G2 still playing for the hope of Secret to get that bye, to keep themselves
G2 are first.
Wherever they want to be here.
Are G2 first?
Would it be? No, because if Falcons get themselves up to 20 points, don't they win the head-to-head?
Yeah, 20 points. Yeah, head-to-head.
Yeah.
Well, they're above Secret
to recheck it. Well, after I scuffed all my notes.
If Falcons get 2 points, they're above Secret.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And then they should jump G2 as well.
If it runs out of batteries, I'll see it.
So OT or bust for Falcons right now.
Located a bomb.
They have to get OT wins, or else they will place third. So they need this. They need this OT win.
Well, they didn't suffer the same fate with Solotov this time. Obviously, we saw Solotov get the kill on Loira last time they were in that position. This time, they just sent it with the secondary shotgun. Which has got a lot of decent usage recently now from this, and a man disadvantage. They've obviously still got the clash this time as well, but seems like a different approach. EFAC, oh, he's almost down. Picking up his shield and trying to get it out of there. He's baited the deploy and put it down a couple of times before, but that was a lot of damage to somebody who is not a fast mover. So if anything like that happens again, it's probably not going to be very pretty.
Bees working its magic over towards that blue stairs, but as we know, nobody's in that position. This is good from G2. All the things they need to check off their list is being done. Wall open now. Start looking for that plant if they choose to, but still have to go through the smoke canisters from Bride. And of course the C4 from Uses also. Bride lying in wait with his lineups. That goes the first one as starts to hear some bees and Capitao bolts being popped in. Now, is Blaz going to move in? No, he can't. He's completely stopped by the smoke and also by a bit of fire there. We'll now try and look for the plant as soon as this smoke cloud dissipates, which it does. 15 seconds to go. G2 need to get a move on.
Well, there's the drop, there's the reveal of a clash, and there's a plant attempted in the background, and they're winning the fights. The clash isn't really doing much other than causing some pain, but... Ooh. Okay. Did they go down? They must have gone down and not dead.
He died of the plant.
Because the last kill in the kill feed was G2, so it wasn't a kill that stopped it. It must have been someone pulled off the plant because they were down. Surely. I'm trying to run it back in my head like I've got VAR, but I can't.
I mean, what else could it be?
That power.
It has to be a smoke grenade. It couldn't be
anything else. Because that last kill was Alamau killing somebody else.
Yeah, look, that is a lifeline for Falcons. Big time. Because they did not look in great shape throughout the entire of that round. It's just a shame that G2 were
10 seconds left.
Pretty slow on the approach, and here we'll see it.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers out.
Run it again.
What was that?
We get it again.
Retrieve shield.
So they're planting.
10 seconds left.
Their health isn't going down.
Diffuser?
Their health isn't going down.
He's planted that.
That's
and then
planted.
it says they disabled the diffuser.
Oh, it's the bug. That is a known bug. That is a known bug.
It says that Falcons diffused that, but they just blatantly didn't.
Yeah, that's...
It's gotta be a rehost.
That is a job. It has to be, but also like, just for the refs. I'm kind of happy that was a thing, but also at the same time, I'm like, I wasn't crazy. Because I was both like watching it, I could see it, I had the count, I was watching the kill feed just in case as we watched the other engagement, and I was like, that definitely was the way around I saw it. Yeah, so that is a known bug. Planting just tucked in there. I hadn't seen it for a while, to be fair, so I didn't know if it was gone or not, but unfortunately, yeah, sometimes it gets a bit confused when you do that sort of slow back in, because you are on the wire of pixel planting, right? That's the whole point of that position. And then it just thinks you're over the line. So it assumes the diffuser is out of the room. Think about it if you're looking for context. If you planted on the hatch and someone dropped the hatch and the diffuser fell out the room, you win the round. The game just thinks the diffuser's been kicked out of the room, which it obviously hasn't. Good luck, refs. That's yours to sort out.
Yeah, and again, that will be a rehost. You can't just say, oh, that should be G2's round. I know the position that they were in, but G2 can't prove that they would have held on to that and not allowed Falcons to go and defuse that. So that's why it'll just have to be a rehost, because sadly, we can't predict the future, as though many people have tried to, such as Leo with his power ranking predictions, which he'll regret that, definitely, after what's happened to him. But yeah, should just be the straight rehost. But again, not up to us to decide. That's over to the referees to figure that one out.
Fun though. And I guess we just have a moment of anticipation. We're still sort of close. I'm assuming this will get discussed for a period of time. We can go to a quick break.
scissors and dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gipro. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
Easy, easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Well, welcome back. I hope everybody enjoyed a brief respite, because despite what's happened, we are where we are. You may be looking at the top middle of your screen and going, okay, it makes sense, or going, what the heck, or just having thoughts. This is where we're at. 6-6, the round will be replayed demo. Now we can change everything up, so we're not going to see the same setup, the same site, the same anything other than Falcons being on the defense, G2 being on the attack, and it's like nothing happened, right?
Yeah, it is what it is. It's going to be a rehost, and again, as though things may have looked as though it's going to be, you know, G2's round, still, can you prove it? You don't know. It's Game of Siege, anything can happen. So yeah, we have a replay from 6-6. Also, another thing that you'll notice is it's going to be an open area defense rather than the basement, and the reason for that is, of course, they've just shown the way they were defending basement. So yeah, let's not go there again there. Instead, gonna go with the open area this time around, but yeah, never far off controversy, are we? Sometimes in this league, there's always something.
So, if you're also still a little bit lost in the sort of reads of where we were at otherwise, we are playing for Falcons trying to win. They need to win here to be able to hop their way in towards the top 2. Anything short of that, well, it's not in a good way for them. Secret currently sit 2 points ahead. So Falcons, well, we knew both these teams were locked in the playoffs, and G2 got locked in the top 2 based on Secret's performance before. Secret are still hoping that G2 could pull out the win here and keep Falcons in 3rd place. Straight in, straight down, and straight out. Blaz. They tried to go for something bold and brash, but unfortunately it has entirely collapsed. They almost did get EFAC on the trade. Not entirely sure where from. Maybe from a open window, potentially, but either way, Doki in the meantime has tried to sneak his way through. And does get the end of EFAC.
Yeah, you can see the playstyle from G2. It's just look for these solo engagements, look for these picks, and again, using that Dokkaebi, it's such a strong operator for that playstyle, and Doki double dips. Gets punished by Solotov, and now G2 on the back foot. However, Loira does square things up. Almost catches the second, but Bride is quick on the trigger, and still Falcons remain in charge of this round.
They're just all thirsty for a fight here, and the C4 lobs its way out. Doesn't quite connect with anything. Might have destroyed the beepers. That gives him a bit of a boon through. Stomping and Alamau trying to sneak their way closer, recollect the kit. Obviously, they still have the vertical control here as well, so I'm not entirely sure. Alamau might be about to find a fight on Janitors. Oh, he didn't expect it, but oh, he almost survived for a second. Users pops up the worst time to trigger a reload there for Alamau. And that leaves Stompin alone in a 1 versus 3. He knows where one of them is, or he knows where one of them was now from that point. Now it's focus, the drift round, the fight either side. Falcons lock it out.
Yeah, Falcons playing guns up, trading well up against G2, who just couldn't really break through that defense. Again, they tried their best to find their opportunities and get their picks, but still just nothing came off it. And well, Falcons, all they need is one more round, and that will cement themselves inside of the top 2. Much to Secret's dismay, of course. For G2, it doesn't really change. They're already in that top 2 position. Just a case of wanting to beat Falcons and try and finish top of the league.
At this point, I mean, what a rough time to have to reload there. But patience pays off. Shaiko gets the drop at the end, and yeah, what a way for this to maybe spiral out. We've obviously already had 1 max OT tonight. What's another?
What is another indeed? And I think overall for this game, unexpected wasn't it was going to be a slugfest. 2 heavyweights in the league
10 seconds
going up against each other.
It's the fun fact I dropped a bit earlier that the only 2 teams that had not got to an OT at the start of this were Falcons and were Wolves, and both of them achieved that tonight. They say achieved, they'd probably be happier. Yeah, on the roam. It's a map that plays well towards that play style. They're anticipating an approach here. It still feels a bit direct. And there's this thing about how long ago, obviously, we started this game, how high energy it started as well. It was very explosive beginnings. Everybody was sort of throwing themselves into the fire and the fury of it. As they drone their way around towards server and get a taste that maybe it's a little bit clearer. They might try and just pick up and put a bit of pressure onto the site, force those roamers back. Solitov does find Alamau though, and that is the Tibber out gone.
Shotgun going live.
He was actually fishing for that kill for quite a while, wasn't he? Just on that electrical door and using that EMR to rip through multiple walls. And down goes the Tub, who, again, you would love to have alive, of course, just to try and delay that hatch from being opened up. But not going to be the case. Bride needs to be careful. Almost gets taken out there by Laura. He's actually chasing the kill as well. Laura thirsty for it. Knows he needs to try and find a kill back for his team, but very wisely, Bride just backs up the safety of Blue Stairs. Now, Blaz, look at this from him. This could be the spoiler. If this flank works and he's able to pick off one or two key operators, it could set his team up for success.
Oh,
but if he does get caught out, it could be an issue.
That drone was behind him as well, so they might not have any idea. They just sort of circling around. There's one. There's a second player not far away that he wasn't truly aware of, but he survives. And surviving is buying time. Bride takes some damage. Doki gets efac. Oh, and that has absolutely pulled it out from underneath them. There's at least Shaiko getting the take. Levels it up to a 3 versus 3, but bought some time, bought some pressure, and also bought the kill there. Bride's taken a lot of damage. There's still all of the Shumikas to go through as well. So as soon as they try and get the plant on, with these fires dissipated, there's maybe 20 seconds. And at this point as well, it's just a single pocket tin opener. There's a sick part of me that wants them to plant where the plant went down last time, but probably not going to happen. As they prepare themselves to smoke canisters surrounded by bees, but it doesn't matter. That's the last one out. There's a C4 and 17 Shumikas. At this point, Bride, he is on a very thin line, but his health ticks lower and lower. He cannot tank any of this. It's just perpetual fire all the way behind. Bride's cooked, and the C4 takes us all the way once again.
Yeah, there's no way that Falcons were going to get through that. So much util, Lagoyo, the smoke, the Tachanka, even the C4 at the last minute as well. Yeah, just big issue there for Falcons. Never opened up the hatch. They still had a tin opener in the back pocket. They still could have went upstairs and opened it, but no, just choosing not to. So we go the full distance. We go 7-7 now. Round 15 coming up. And it will be G2 on the attack. Now, question is, what site do we go to? What do Falcons choose?
Selling C4.
Ooh, a cheeky triple kill at the end there. I mean, Doki since the rehost 5-1. Obviously, 3 came in a single C4 at that moment, but he was otherwise very quiet.
Bomb located by attackers.
I think the lowest KD of anyone in the entire lobby based on the total numbers. And within that round, I don't know if he's pulled himself even. No, he wouldn't have, but he's pulled himself close.
5 seconds
What a time to activate when it's at the sort of dying moments. Again, the other context of this, G2 are 1 round away from taking away a 33 long streak of wins on bank from Shaiko and Bride.
Yeah, that's quite the record. But some records are meant to be broken, as you mentioned, with the Invincible record you made earlier on tonight, which I still find it hard to believe that you pulled that one out, but hey, you did. Now, for G2, last time they were here, they attempted some kind of blitz with the Aurora. Blitz didn't really work, but everything else did. So last time there, yeah, was successful for G2. Now, in terms of Falcons and the way they're going to approach things, the Echo, which I don't think they had shown for the top floor, this is going to be a new element that obviously Falcons are bringing to the table, which will be used for that denial, of course. And certainly G2 have been a team which, you know, they've primarily tried to go for the plant where they can. And then, well, maybe not after the last, you know, the mishap, we'll say. Maybe they don't want to go for the plants anymore, but still, I think it will be there for them. EFAC, opening pick, takes down the Deimos. A great operator to remove, especially if we're being a EFAC will be roaming about somewhere.
That's it, and it's Loyricon, who was a power player for this team time and time again. Now the Rara set up the door on the swing there on towards Trump, but it's Stompin. They get Solotov through the smoke. It's a bit of a blind and a stun, but they haven't moved in immediately behind it. They're sort of trying to bait out the motion, get some cover, see if they can get anything else in it. Stompin gets Shaiko. Once again, able to win out that engagement now with a man advantage in a minute 20. They've still got to try and shimmy their way inside, and there's a Solace underneath. So two inside the site, buying as much time as possible. The pings on the Rara, the limitation of the space that they can sort of swing around and play. It's a fight that needs to be won out here by the Solace, but they're surrounded slowly and steadily. They're taking their time for the pinch. The support has come down. Dropped in lobby. Blaz is also surrounded on the back. They are tucked either side. And whichever way this first kill goes, it's a chain of death. They swing out. There's one. There's the trade. Do they know about the next man coming right in? No, because Prede gets Alam out with 2 versus 2. As at that going down, there's a 1 versus 1 in the site. There's the swing. The fight. Doki, a narrow angle separated by the Rara, waiting for some support here from Stompin. They're either side of it, one in long desk, one trying to make their way up, and Doki's crouched himself close. The swing on Janitors is empty. There's the swing onto long desk either side. Now there's about to be another bit of pressure from the player. 30 seconds. Other side of the Rara door, it opens up. Suddenly now, all the players are in an angle, and the plant is being attempted. There's Doki for a good. Oh, it's Stompin even. Doki is doing nothing because Stompin gets the ace.
Oh, the king! His first ace in competitive play. I'm sure it won't be his last, but Stompin pulls it out of nowhere. His team was in the trenches. I mean, you seen what happened downstairs. They couldn't get a catch on the EFAC, but Stompin said, fine, I'll do it myself. G2 prevail after our controversy here this evening. They still prevail with a win. They cement themselves as the top dogs in Europe for the first time in forever, it feels like. Falcons, they will have to lick their wounds and settle at least for not being in towards that #1 spot, which, hey, it's weird for that team. It's the #1 team. We've always had Falcons #1 team, but not this time.
We suddenly look at Doki in that position, look away, and we look back, and he's swapped places with Stompin. Stompin for the ace. I mean, what a way, as you said, to wrap it out. So let's wrap out this game and go to a break.
Well, someone called the newspapers because history has been made. The 33 win streak that Falcons have on bank has now been ended. And what a way to do it. We saw a stomping ace as Demo said, his first ace, surely not his last in competitive. But what a way to close out the game for G2 to confirm this victory.
It took the best and only American import for G2 to break a 33 win streak. And what a way to do it. I mean, the first 3 rounds, absolutely insane. We're gonna head into the highlights here. We're gonna see these clips. But
he was so good.
He was so good.
So good.
At every single point. Look at the first few rounds. He's the one clutching, I think, 3 of the first rounds as well. And then Evan all the way to the end.
Yeah,
that ace to close it out.
Phenomenal as well. Obviously, we had a huge break, so the players, you know, concentration can slip, whatever. Not Stompins. He was so good. Big shout out to Lawyer inside of this particular round, by the way.
Taking Garage.
He played it magically. Took Garage, went away. Took Garage, went away. Dragged attention. Plant goes down, retakes Garage. It was perfect from him. And I thought G2, you know, it's another one of them. They're taking a big team on their favorite map, and they're going to beat them. I am telling you, Leo, I am telling you there's something different about G2 this stage.
Yeah, and we're going to see that hopefully in the international events with the level they've been playing at. Now, what is the result of this big upset? Well, Falcons end up dropping to 3rd place.
That's crazy.
Secret are now qualified to the top 2 because they will be 2nd. G2 are officially the Kings of Europe again.
It would be
chef's kiss.
Kings of Europe, 1st of group stage. And they're heading in with G2, Secret, Falcons 3rd, VP 4th. That's a top 4 for Europe. And I couldn't be more excited to go into playoffs. And this ace to close it out, what a better way to end this. Honestly, absolutely amazing.
Absolutely phenomenal. This game literally, quite literally, had everything, of course. And yeah, just big for G2. Not just to get the first, but to dominate. Basically, the only team they lost to actually was BDS. All of their rivals in that top 4 race, they beat every single one of them.
Yeah, and crazy for them, of course, to lock in the top 1. And, you know, all the Secret fans, I guess, as well, will be thanking G2 for that performance. But again, it's just absolutely phenomenal. It shows, once again, that confidence from G2 to bring their opponents to a map that maybe due to themselves, you know, maybe they like it, maybe they don't really at all the times. But to bring this map up against a teammate or an enemy, sorry, that has a 33 win streak on it and still be like, that's what we're doing. I think I looked it back, actually. A lot of people in Twitch chat, especially G2 fans, they had no faith in this going the right direction, hearing that it was a 33 win streak, but still, G2 successful.
Stompin doesn't care. He drops 3 KD. Yeah. He drops 18 and 6 in his very first Tier 1 stage, plays the best Falcons team, the best of Europe. He plays a team that's been dominating Europe for a full year.
Yep.
He comes in and he checks on them on a 30 win streak.
Yep.
And then he goes, I don't care. First time playing them, I will just go 18 kills. Why not? Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, insane. Obviously, what a game and what a way to determine that top 2 really for our state. But there is still so much to determine. Of course, we have the last spot in the playoffs to be determined. And that's why we're moving into our next game immediately. Obviously, that 6th spot is still up for grabs. So 2 teams that are now going to fight against each other. We're talking about Gen.G. We're talking about Fnatic. As of right now, Gen.G having the better cards in it. But Fnatic with a regular victory in regulation, they can just, from all of a sudden, steal that 6th spot away.
Yeah, on the up and up for both teams.
Yeah.
And both teams now, with BDS dropping the ball, have their faith in their hands. They can now make it to the playoff, salvage their season. A terrible season so far.
Yeah.
But once again, all the way at the last moment, they can save it in one single BO1, and that's right now.
It was that day of upsets yesterday. I thought, you know, both Gen.G and Fnatic getting over the line in a huge game, and Gen.G have got it all in their hands. So the stakes of this is, if Gen.G win or get to overtime, if they get 6 rounds, Gen.G will be in the playoffs. If Fnatic win in regulation, Fnatic will be in the playoffs. And I thought both teams had massive performances again. And again, Gen.G yesterday, it's not been a hot season. Look at these stats. It's not been particularly great, but they found form right at the right time, Leo.
I think I've seen some good surprises in that team. I think, obviously, I'm disappointed in the 2 new pickups. I was expecting them to make that team better, to all be synchronized. And I think Asa and Decha, to a certain degree, especially in the early stage, they struggled. But look at the individual level on these guys. Look at this moment. Skies, the triple kill yesterday, holding Catwalk. Then another example, him holding the main stairs on Clubhouse, the C4 here, and then the kill as the mute to hold these main stairs as long as he could and gets a triple kill. 2 rounds won single-handedly. Just by his sheer individual level. 2v5 here. Gen.G should never win that. But look at Azox and Aza stepping up, the duo of anchors, getting rid of every single player surrounding the bomb site, isolating the gunfight, playing off of each other, and turning a 5v2 into a 2v0 effectively. And it kept on going like this. Deadshot going aggressive, double kill here, and then Macko, we're gonna see him kill the anchor and then play a 1v1 against the Clash here in the 2v2. That's extremely important. Win that 1v1 story and then close it out. That's the talent on this team. We were expecting these guys to be good, but now they're good individually and collectively.
And that's exactly what you want from this team as well. We know they've got it. They've just not shown it to us so far this season. But yesterday was phenomenal from them.
Thank you, Gen.G, as well, for making it go from a Leo crash out when they lost.
I like them French. I want to see them perform. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, to praise, obviously, I won't call it bias, right? But there's a bit of, enthusiasm, obviously, given your nationality, given the nationality of the players.
She put it the right way. Enthusiasm.
Yeah, no, I totally get you. Okay. Enthusiasm is totally allowed. But I think, if we look at you, Jack, I mean, the same could go for you when we talk about Fnatic.
Am I biased? No.
I said enthusiasm.
Do you know,
I specifically said
I've got grey hairs. Do you know why? I've got like at least 30 grey hairs developing. 28 of them are from this team, I'll be honest, because they show you so much and then they let you down. Again, similar story to Gen.G. Not yesterday. What I was so impressed by yesterday, and I know you were so impressed because both me and Leo are Siege purists. We love when it's not about individual players. You've just shown a load of individual players there, Leo, and they're great. But what we love fundamentally is when teams are playing and they're playing together, they're covering plants, they're getting 2 versus 4, they're setting up perfect crossfires, they're playing as a team, and they have the right win conditions set up and they play to those win conditions. Sure, this very first round was a clutch. That's not, I wouldn't say perfect Siege. The 2v4 was played perfectly, mind. But then there was more. It was when they were on the defenses, they were close, they were setting up, there was a crossfire everywhere, and they played with discipline. That was the big turning point for me, Fnatic playing with that discipline.
That 2v5 was also due of mini plays. What we call mini plays is synergy between 1 or 2 players that will just use a certain information or use certain utility to enable and unlock a situation in one area of the map.
Yeah.
That's something that Fnatic has been hardly working on, and it showed yesterday that 2v5 is a great result of that. Now today, we are having 2 teams that are playing for the final playoff spot.
Yeah.
One is relying on their individuals, one is relying on these micro plays. It should be a banger match.
Oh, it should be, and I really hope we do. Obviously, it is getting late. We're looking to get these players into the game as quickly as possible, but we would love to see the standings once more to really highlight how important this game is going to be and what really is up for grabs. Because let's draw our attention towards that 6th spot, right? Currently being occupied by BDS, but we know they're going to get pushed out of it regardless, either by Gen.G or by Fnatic. And please, once again, obviously also for our newer viewers, could you once again explain what could happen and what we need to see?
Absolutely. So we play a best of 1. Teams are either going to win in regulation or in overtime. Now, if Gen.G get 1 point or 2 points from overtime or full 3 points, they will of course be on 10, 11 or 12 points and therefore be greater than BDS. The only other outcome is that Fnatic get a full 3 points victory and then they would be on 10 points and therefore above BDS. Essentially what this makes is it a straight shootout. Is whether Fnatic win this in regulation or not. If Fnatic win it in regulation, they make playoffs after looking down and out. If Gen.G make it to at least overtime or any win, they will be in playoffs again after looking down and out.
Okay, so dumbing it down for the French in me, Gen.G needs 6 rounds.
Gen.G needs 6.
Fnatic needs 7. If they go to overtime, it's done.
Yeah. If they go to overtime, it's done. Fnatic need a regulation win. Doesn't matter if it's 7-5, doesn't matter if it's 7-0. How they get there is not important. What is important is that they get there.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Obviously, maybe Fnatic weren't even expecting to be here. Because if you look at the player socials, for example, throughout the day, it was a roller coaster of emotions, given that they were like, oh, wait a minute. We might be in this. We might be, a participant in this match, in this battle, actually. And the oh-so important thing might be the map. So let's roll up the map veto as well and see where this best of 1, this so important best of 1, is taking us. And we're going to Cafe.
Yeah, this is actually crazy because Fnatic have played it twice. They played it against Wolves. It was a map they had full control of and lost. They then ego challenged G2 on this map and got their asses handed to them by the best team in our league recently. So it's a brave call to go back to Cafe. For Gen.G, I believe they played Wolves there and beat them, and it was a close game, that one.
Yeah, I think both teams basically showed an average level on this map, which is normal when you see their average stage. Yeah. It's a moment very defining. Both teams are, I think, at a similar level right now in their stage, in their season. Both teams are trying to save it, and both teams are going on the same map with a similar level that we expect from I guess, a BO1 map veto.
Yeah.
You have something to say?
I do have something to say. These screens behind me, Fnatic will be starting on the defense.
Yeah.
Now, Cafe is a map that very, very traditionally, over a longer term, has proved to be defender-sided. And in best of ones, the start side is so important. So it's all about that first 6 rounds for me, especially on a Fnatic front.
What happened when Fnatic got that first round on the belt with a big clutch on console?
Exactly.
Fueled the confidence.
Yeah.
Finally, we see Fnatic stepping up because they won that 2v5. They started playing together.
Leo, you're French. You're supposed to be cheering for the French.
Oui.
Okay.
Ouais.
No, but in all honesty, you know, and I asked you to with the previous game, who's going to win? It spiked some conversation and
I was
debate.
right.
I like that.
I don't remember. It was
So
that long
I'm going to
ago.
ask it again. Who do we think is going to snatch this final spot in the top 6?
Ah, c'est évident. Les Français. Gen.G.
Ew. Fnatic. Of course it's going to be Fnatic.
We've got to stay true to
Of
our
course.
roots.
Yeah, no, we've got to stay true.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You know, we've been in conflicts, our countries, for what? About a millennium?
Yeah, I think so.
So we're
And
always
it's
gonna,
not stopping here, is it?
we're
No
we're gonna keep
ceasefire
that trend
tonight.
going, right? Okay, but whatever happens, I'll be happy. Fnatic is a big name, big organization. I played for Fnatic,
Yeah, exactly.
so I kind of want them to perform. as well.
Tank up. Whoever wins, it's a glorious story because neither of these teams look like challenging playoffs for most of this stage.
Yeah, that's obviously the big story within these, right? So obviously, you know, these two teams looking to bounce back, shown us great momentum yesterday, upsetting big teams above them. Now they'll just have to do it once more to really lock in that top 6 spot. So for this oh so important game, we're going to send it back to the casters to go to Cafe.
Thanks, Anne. It's like we've gone nowhere. Can you see that I'm struggling in the heat? Yes, as we immediately bounce right back in to another game with all the stakes, maybe even some more demo. Would you agree?
Yep, this is the big game of the night. This is it. This decides who will be our 6th team going into playoffs. Now, in terms of how both of these teams have kind of played out throughout the season, Gen.G technically have had the better season because they've got more points. But in terms of who's played the better Siege, I actually think it's probably Fnatic. I think Fnatic, what they have shown us is they can play Siege. They've just struggled with little bits here and there. I don't think anyone can deny that, yes, they are worthy of getting into that top 6. They just have struggled, you know, really fine margins. It's like, it's as close as they could get the wins, but just not getting the win. That's kind of been the sum up for Fnatic. Like, losing 7-5 to Wolves, losing 8-7 to VP, 7-4 to Secret, 7-5 to Macko. You know, a lot of the games that they've lost, it's been so close to getting into OT or just winning outright. So, yeah, it's been a rough season. Gen.G, on the other hand, I mean, they started off probably looking to be like one of the worst teams that we had. You know, I remember that run that they kind of had after the first 2 weeks. You know, they'd 7-3 to VP, 7-1 to Falcons, even 8-7 against Wylde, who was like another bottom of the tier team, then losing 7 to the G2. Just Gen.G, it didn't look as though anything was going for them, but they've somehow rallied throughout the past few playdays. 7-1 against Wolves, even getting that single point against BDS, I think, helped them out a lot. Beating Secret was a big win for them. So, yeah, overall, 2 teams which are still in the running for that top 6. Who will it be? Now, of course, Luke, there are parameters that have to put on this. Fnatic need all 3 points.
Well, that's an easy thing to remember.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I said it was an easy thing to remember, then you immediately...
I'm pretty sure they do. I've second-guessed myself.
So I closed my window there and it came through really loud. I don't know if that was picked up at some point. If someone heard a big bang,
Yeah, they do. They need all 3
okay.
points. They need all 3
points.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Right, we are flying straight off the back one into this. So let's see if we can try and get this one up to pace, or if we'll have another OT and then maybe another game. Because we do have another game after this demo. Don't you forget.
So, and that's the biggest game of the night. The one for all the marbles.
I've heard that. I've heard people say that. Gen.G versus Fnatic. Fnatic. What can they do and how can they do it? So all the pressure's on them right now. Gen.G, obviously, they've been able to get themselves set up with some decent performances at this point, but as long as things are sort of cruising as forward and as far as they go, well, they're in a pretty comfy spot. They have, obviously, the 9 points. Around difference is a separator, but let's see how things progress from this point. It is slow and steady, looking for that early anticipation, that early break. This Gen.G, they've been able to get themselves into OT more. Azox won't be getting themselves into this round anymore. The first C4 loosed and making a decent connection before... Well, Deadshot. I read the name at the bottom of the camera there. That is wrong. It is Deadshot. It's the one that is screaming around the side of the window at that point. I thought Azox has somehow come back to life for a second.
The quick revive happened. Yeah, C4 from Sarks, who I think is the player that Fnatic need to step up. He was amazing yesterday. What was that from Sky? Just ran in deep and tried to take the engagement against Scrubby. Eventually Wylde played it off, but then there's the C4 and the quick swing from Wizard as well. This is great coordination for Fnatic. Always making sure they are ahead in the man count. Always fighting to get these kills back whenever they lost them. And here comes another swing from Wizard, but Pasha this time will be ready. And Gen.G have suffered heavy losses, but still, they've got the top floor control. They've got a minute to work with, but it is still a 2v3.
A 2v3 and, well, there's a lot of time for them to try and cook it. Top of White and Lumber is under at least some tentative control here.
Reloading ammo.
As they start to try and get themselves a couple of angles, maybe hope for a free take off a vertical player that's a bit out of position, but you can see that Fnatic have just not given them that. One's pulled down White a little bit by the rough estimation, one playing in the train and machine room, and well, as you're concerned, he's being watched by a camera. Obviously, Valk is on the board, and there's always the pressure that IQ, she'll be watching, waiting somewhere. A lot of places to hide that cam, but they're just on the hot position in the swing. They're gonna have to make that really tricky choice now of how they go for this plant. One of them was gonna stay above, maybe try and watch the swing, but you cannot watch both ways at once. So instead, driving themselves forward, driving themselves down the stairs at the same time as well, but it's 7 seconds and nobody's left standing.
Really good patience for Fnatic. Just fall back into the other side. You know they have to try and go for the plant at one point, then you just kind of double up and triple up on the player who's not planting, and yeah, easy enough for Fnatic. Really good start for them, has to be said, though. I think the comms were on point. Not noticed that as one guy was swinging, there was something else going on. For example, a C4 being prepped from below. Yeah, really good start from Fnatic. Like I said, they have to get all 3 points. They cannot allow Gen.G to get even a single point. You know, Gen.G come into this game thinking 6 rounds. Not even a win, just 6 rounds. That's all they need to get. So, Fnatic, I mean, it is a bold one going to Cafe, mostly because this is a map that they have shown. They played it on Monday against G2. It didn't end up all too well for them, but again, it was preparation that Gen.G would have. You know, they easily sit there and Vault and see, you know, how did G2 exploit the weaknesses of Fnatic. So, yeah, I think a risky pick from the map fans, but still, it's a map that Fnatic like. It's a map that they're happy to play. I think they've got good players for it. You know, I think players like Stars, players like Wizard, where they can really stretch their legs because this is much more of a gun-orientated map. I think it suits them well, just with the kind of playstyle that they have, with the players that they've got on the team.
First round, locked in. Comfortably is one way of putting it, but we'll see if that's something they can keep as we progress slightly further in. Still sticking onto this mid-floor, onto this.
Scanning for
Oh, they don't want to
spotted a bomb.
opt for anything else as of yet. They've got the IQ this time. As I said before, the Valkyrie is causing a lot of problems. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the third removal that Gen.G go with. It just gives them a little bit more to operate and build around the Goyo. An early removal means they can sort of have a bit more safety when they go for the drop, but remember where the site is, and it's all just to slow down this Gen.G approach. And there's the IQ getting some work done, and another removal on the Goyo on the drop of the hatch, the skylight as well.
Guy's getting really good value out of that Twitch. Look at that, 3 Goyos gone. And look at the time as well. All 3 Goyos in and around that top floor, stopping them access in towards red and in towards skylight. Out of the way. So yeah, really good start for Gen.G now to get themselves in and look towards this piano, of course. That C4 is gonna go nowhere. And Deepet needs to be careful because he can very easily get trapped inside of this train car, and once that floor starts getting opened up above him as well, he can't play in there. You can easily kill the guy who's in it. So Deepet, he's really hoping nobody sledges or rams their way in through it.
Let's see what
A minute. Net 20, all the players still on the board and ready for whatever first engagement starts to come through, and the space has been a bit limited for where Fnatic can go, but they're still able to get little sneaky maneuvers between the sites and find themselves in a final position before this final confrontation. Now, preparing themselves in case there's a rotate round on the back. But for now, ready for the swing through, ready for the spray back against it. There is slow, slight movement. Attacking themselves back in towards the reading room.
How is he alive? How has he gotten out of there? I'll never know. But somehow, Deepak just thinks, you know what? I'll take a chance, and well, thankfully that chance said go directly to go.
Now, as they try and creep their way around, they're looking for the engagement underneath. They're going around for the swing. The plan is being attempted here. Macko does get the lockout, but there's the trade out. Everybody's dying on the top floor, and there's at least the drop here, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 1. 5 seconds left on the swing. And there is the trade out, the drop, and the fight in pillars.
Well, I think overall the kind of setup from Gen.G was pretty default, wasn't it? Just, you know, that site, it's all about piano, because piano gets you train then gets you the site. So they were able to move in upstairs. Wasn't too much fight back from Fnatic. I think the players who were kind of started roaming above didn't really put Gen.G under any pressure, and then just very swiftly fell back downstairs. But then that's where Gen.G want them to be. Gen.G then could just go ahead, bring in, you know, your sledge, your ram, obviously, start doing the vertical work and make it so nobody can play inside the train. You obviously have that hatch as well. And yeah, just a very well coordinated take. Had everything ready. 3, 2, 1, everyone drop, focus and get that diffuser down. The kills went in their favor. Fnatic just need it a little bit more. They need it to really take the fight to Gen.G. It was too easy for them.
Activating jammer. 10 seconds to insertion.
Into next round we go, and obviously for Fnatic this is gonna be a site where we've seen the issues that they had against G2 was this dreaded basement, mostly whenever it came down to VIP and trying to hold that. They had a fair few issues because G2 knew how to execute onto that side of the map. I will be more curious to see how Fnatic want to attack this site, because that was really where a lot of the issues kind of arose from Fnatic, and it was a big question mark that we had. But again, for Gen.G, very easy to gain early control of the map and just move in and just start opening things up. You know, hatch is open now, there's the vertical pressure coming in, and Fnatic, no real fight back.
No, from this point onwards, they're going to see if they can try and find their way out from that vertical. And there's the slow, steady collapse of all of these angles and the waiting anticipation of where that C4 is going to end up. But the point I was making before my mic disconnected was talking about the Roman Clash and how it operates on that sort of movement mirror game that you talked about earlier, and how that plays alongside the Echo drones of Deepak, and how they love to utilize stretching that information game, as we see right now, outside the building into these new spaces to sort of prop up the guns. It might give them a bit more of a chance at leaning back in, but instead it's actually Groovy being an internal problem. Waiting for the drop from the hatch itself, from Dining, to see if anybody tries to hit onto Freezer. There's a reveal of somebody coming up in an Echo drone, being pushed right back down. As I said, it might try and be sort of bred to feed a trail of ducks, and the ducks are those with guns trying to kill, but unfortunately, no, hasn't got them anywhere. Slips on by. They might have heard that barbed wire. They did. Skies gets out Sarks, and now they have their first.
Yeah, it's the clash though. It's the issue, but fire does come in to push Grubby off his first position, and now he gets rushed down by the Capital, and he should be picked up momentarily, but no! Somehow he's still alive. The Echo trying his best to try and help him, and Asa goes down. What on earth?
What was Macko doing? Macko was maybe controlled by something, worried about someone swinging on him, but he just let a teammate die. For that engagement, now runs in, but at this point, you're curious why the Capital was there, but you're also curious why no one helped him. What is going on? 2 to 3, Deadshot drops in at this point, instantly locked out, leaving Skies alone. I'm a little lost. Seemingly so is Gen.G.
I don't want to watch this anymore. I don't want to be here. What was that? Just, yeah, right. Clash in the corner. We get it. An issue. Asa's sitting there fighting for his life. Just nobody's bothered. Nobody wants to help him. And then Macko just sat in front. Like, what's Macko doing? Is he trying to blend in with the meat? I don't know. Honestly, a leg of lamb. A leg of lamb would have done more than him right there.
The only thing I can think about of why he was holding it, because you can see him just sat there. There's no fire. There's nothing stopping him. And yeah, there's a player that was still in, VIP and cocktail or whatever. But they didn't do anything for a long time. Yeah, finally Wizard swings and you get the kill out of it. But at the same time, take the shot of damage, move around the corner and help your friend. That clash would have been smoked, would have been cooked.
Yeah, it would have been like the meats. Smoke the meats.
Smoke them meats.
Oh. Right, where do we go? Into the next site. Here we go, mid-floor.
Yeah.
I need a moment.
I know. Breath of air at this point. No, it's the same as me, I guess. It's been I know you were like, oh, it's been I like it, give it more. And I do love the siege. Obviously, up the siege. But it has been a long evening. And it's all very high-intensity games as well. Every single game, up until what will be our last one after this, has something big to play for, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just waiting until the real king. We've seen Stomp and sure he might be the king, but I'm waiting for Evan. Evan.Wylde. That's the true ruler of this league. That's what I'm waiting for. Right, here we go. Gen.G. Looking at their lineup, they've got the Blitz in. And last time they were up here, they just struggled with really taking it to the roamers. I mean, they eventually were able to flush them out and take that top floor control, but they lost 3 players because of that. And I think their hope is if you bring in the Blitz, it will be able to control that roam game a lot easier, just because Blitz has that shield. You can take those engagements where others cannot. But it's more the C4s. That's what they need to be worried about. I think Sark, certainly with the way he's kind of placed his Valkyrie cameras, it's set up to try and kill from below. But speaking of Sarks, he's actually going to be pushed by the Blitz, who I guess probably assessed the fact that, yeah, he got a C4 kill from here last time. Let's just go and take the guy who wants the C4s off the table entirely.
Yep, smashed him out, pushed him around, and then, well, moves away. Sarks. Yeah, the cameras might have been a problem. As I said, at this point, they haven't really banned out the Valk, but they're happy to just sort of stick the IQ. It does limit some of the play. They were more concerned about how the clash showed up in the final round, last time round, but sort of situational there with how they've stepped themselves in. There's the forced back the pressure on towards Lumber and the Kiba, just to give themselves a bit more wiggle room, waste some time and still play on this back line here. Groovy, he's stacked up on one, the flash on the other. There's a shield popping around the corner. Do they know about the other player still here? Can they get one? They're looking for the fight over the top. They're about to find a blitz and, oh, please don't get the blitz. Oh, they step one step away, but Chase gets the C4 and Groovy gets a deke. Before Macko can get the kill, Groovy dekes a man across the floor. And it's a 3 versus 3, so they did get another kill out of the commotion there. Limit obviously onto it and bring us back to level after the early take on towards Sox, but 30 seconds now. No Lion, no Flores. But they have the vertical control and they have the kit nearby the plant. They're going to get open pillar, make sure that someone can't just pop a head round and swing, but you're still looking at 2 smokes here from Deepak and Wizard. Crouched around the corner. Yeah, could try and do something bold, but there's the smoke on the default. Macko has to move. Wizard, oh, if he's unchecked here, it could be so free. And it is. Oh, no, it's not!
Never mind!
Never mind! Cancel it. Cancel the call. Take it back.
Just about. Gen.G, get it over the line. I mean, look, they did not have a lot of time to play with there. They just had to try and attempt the plant. And honestly, that probably just comes down to the shield. You know, the shield on the back means he has to move even more so out of position, which makes then the easy kill for the ace. But wow, I mean, a very close affair again, but just about. I mean, it was a really good decision from Gen.G to open up the 2 pillar walls, because they know that they're going to have the lineups from the smoke towards the pillar door. So if you go for a bit of an off plant position, which we don't really see all too often, then yeah, it really throws them for a loop. So all credit to Gen.G. The decision making in that final few seconds was in top form. And again, look, for yet again the 4th time tonight, I think we're gonna have another close affair.
It never ends.
I feel as though there's a lot of people who, maybe, I don't know, on the production side, but time is ticking on and it is pretty late tonight. They don't want this to be a close affair. They just want someone to come in here and just get the 7 rounds and go next.
Listen, I'm
not
all
me,
for
though.
it.
Not me. I'm home.
Yeah,
I'm at home. You know, I'm not bothered. Like, this is up there.
Okay,
I'm chilling.
You say that. I'm at home and in a very, very warm office, and it's getting on. It's past 10 p.m. now where we are. It's been big games, and I love big games, but big games back to back to back to back without a break in the middle. We're just full trainer rolling.
I hope
we
this
use
goes
a lot
so
of
long.
we use a lot of words, Demo, because you and I, you know, hour-long average games last with 2 hours technically. We're out of words by the end.
I'll get the dictionary out. I'll keep going. Plenty of words in there.
If I hear you do some great alliteration, you just start hammering loads of cool A words, I'll know what page you're open on.
I really hope that this goes on so long that Fresh has to leave the shield and just get on this taxi to the airport. Not even get to go back to the... Just has to go straight to the airport, leave the stuff behind. That's how late it's going to be.
No, I say all of this obviously sarcastically. We are very happy to be watching some high-intensity siege because you want it to be high-intensity all the way to the end. Now they have another chance for a C4, but... Oh, do they have the loose? Do they have the catch? No, it's well shot out. Beautiful. Mwah. Chef's kiss. Threaded the needle and threaded the C4. But still, all the players still standing in 1:20 here.
Yeah, C4s has just been the kind of aim for Fnatic, isn't it? Like, tons of them, just every single round. There's always a C4 kicking about. But Gen.G, I think the Valkyrie, or not the Valkyrie, the IQ, the counter of the Valkyrie C4s alongside the cameras has been great. But I do think that one is just directly inside a piano and it hasn't been spotted out yet. Looks as though now it will be. So yeah, headshot, just getting round to it. But
there's almost a weird element to it where it's sort of like Fnatic's plan, as you said, it's a lot of C4s, but it's also been a lot of Echo and Valk, and they know how they like to read it. Why didn't they ban the IQ? Obviously, you've still got some decent options there, and it's not horrible. Banning the Brava, obviously, and maybe the Dokkaebi to pull out the calls of one thing, but at the same time, their game has been propped up by a lot of it, and I don't know, it's options and apples to whoever they are. Now, Sky's knocking on the door. 30 seconds left though, and again, Gen.G not with a huge amount of time left, and now with one less player. Jet watching an angle, Wizard gets Azox, and suddenly it's all starting to collapse a little. Macko does find Sucks in amongst the chaos and moves their way up towards Library, ready to swing on another as they come through, but can't get both. Still, one is enough in 10 seconds. Cold Kit and one player left on the other side. Can't hop that, I'm afraid. Too many chairs. But they're just waiting for the call. Nobody's on the hatch itself. There's the ping, there's the C4. Close enough.
Yeah, good from Fnatic again. C4's name of the game. Robbie's happy with that one. So good vibes right now from Fnatic, and I will say we've watched quite a lot of Fnatic, obviously with the player cams. I don't think Wizards cracked the smile all stage, by the way. The guy just don't know what it is. The guy's just
job,
not
mate.
impressed. Yeah,
Are you always smiling all the time you're at work?
I'm smiling now.
Yeah, but not all the time.
Well, that's depends on the circumstances. If someone has made my face look like an orange, then not as happy, which has happened multiple times in my career. Keeps happening, but
yeah, it's a classic.
I'll never escape that one. Never escape it.
You know that was Paris. What 2018?
2018. Yeah,
2018. I was watching that from home whilst I was still a community caster.
I thought I would have broke the monitor with the state of me.
Well, I don't know what happened to that TV, so I might have changed the color correction, thinking it was a little bit off. It's like, oh, what mode did we put in?
5 seconds to insertion.
At that point as well, I think Ollie and
attackers are heading
Ace,
out to defuse a bomb.
do you know they're Ubisoft star players?
They were running around with coral t-shirts, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that was the year that they were doing their YouTube channel. Enough
Did you know they put their feet in the Pacific Ocean? Did they tell you that?
Oh, wow. The places people have been. 3-2. Fnatic. They've got themselves one step ahead of the curve, but obviously they are playing for full points, and full points comes with keeping yourself at least 2. They need to try and get themselves a decent buffer here. And yes, they're onto a tertiary site, but we've seen some strange ways these rounds have played out and ended. And last time, this one was almost defined, not by just a clash, but the fear clash put in to someone else's heart. So maybe without it, they'll be a little bit less frozen.
Again, Gen.G, it's such early access into that mid-core again. Fnatic just not putting up the fight, but it's just because they want to play with these C4s. That's all they're trying to go, is just snag these kills via the Virts. And there's going to be a wasted C4 though from Grubby. Again, with a clash being banned out, which I think Gen.G, that was just an insta-click on who to ban for round number 4, because this clash did cause them so many issues here the last time we've seen. I mean, it shouldn't have, but it did. But yeah, for Gen.G, just working for the motions, and you'd like to think now, without that clash in that same position, they should be able to capitalize on that and get this round over the board. But Sarks is actually going to attempt the exact same fight he did last time, and almost gets punished the exact same way. Never mind, does get punished. I mean, Sarks, you've tried that twice, mate. They're not going to let you up that staircase.
Yeah, it's like a fool me once situation here, but they've pulled themselves back in. They've got at least some of the eyes on how they're testing out the waters inside the site itself. Gen.G, they've got less than a minute, but they've been able to get some of the groundwork done around the site. But can they try and make the landing? That's where things often falter and fall away. Oh, Skies gets the free pick up there on towards Jags. Good read on the rotate, and goodbye mute now. The smoke canister on towards the bottom of the stairs itself. Make sure no one comes in white. It's the burn of the bees, and maybe the angle slips on by. Doesn't know. More bees, and it's a little bit too late. Waiting on the fire. A narrow place to survive. Now they need to try and lock down on the player on the back, but Wizard gets one. They're going to see if they can stick the plant. In the meantime, there's an Echo drone that's just out of position, and oh, now there he gets itself caught out, but does stop the plant going down. The second one's probably too far away. In the meantime, Wizard goes, as does Groovy, but Wizard is the one that can try and counter this. Nobody's on the hatch. They technically have the players surrounded, but it is a 3 versus 2, so they have to pick their next angle, and this one might not be the right one. Oh, almost gifted the back of Azox, but unfortunately just drifted away. But Wizard, he said he hasn't smiled much, but 3 more, only 3. He might not be smiling anymore. He could have kept on pushing it, just screamed through the site, and we are tied up.
Yeah, standard take from Gen.G. Everything went to plan that time. Again, good setup. As soon as you get into that freezer and you drop in and get that diffuser down, yeah, easy work for Gen.G. But I think just for Fnatic, I just feel they're giving just way too much early control of the map away to Gen.G. They're not really put up a fight. They are so headstrong in trying to go for these picks with the C4. Sarks has tried the second time a rotate up the staircase, but Gen.G, their fundamentals are good. They'll lock that down. Yeah, just I think the early game for Fnatic, it's way too in favor of Gen.G. I mean, Gen.G, apart from that mishap, the Clash probably should be 4-2 up. I think. It should be.
They should be.
That one round that was a big slip up. Yeah.
It's the sort of, you know, you don't want to point towards specific moments, but when they're really extended specific moments, you're like, there's a lot of moments to fix that. You look at, you know, the last second plant that Fnatic almost stopped in Library on the previous round, and yeah, it came down to the wire, but that was snappy reactions from the Pillar player to swing and get that kill. That was instant. They sprayed, hit the shield, Pillar player swings, all happened in about a second and a half, 2 seconds. That was about 5 seconds of the Capitao bullying the Clash. Got a couple of hits on. Yeah, we don't know how long the player was sat in locker, but they still should have at least tried to push for the trade position maybe there, and well, the Clash is now in the hands of Gen.G. Let's see if they can be as terrifying with it. The Monty looking in and across towards Monty even. The Mirror looking out towards White Corridor. It's not the most common deploy of that, but if it's where they want to try and waste time on the approach rather than put it on the back line, let's see what they can do with it.
Gen.G, they have quite a few toys at their disposal just based on the bans for Fnatic. Fnatic going for the Castle and the Azami, which, yes, are two very strong operators to take off the board whenever you're dealing with this top floor in Cafe. You know, we've seen the Castle setups in the window moving in towards Cigar, for example. Same with the Azamis that you can set up in and around all of the furniture inside the piano. Yeah, take them off, but they're still really strong operators up. You've got the Clash and you've got the Mirror. Those two are also really good at holding down piano, so I suppose either which way you look at it, you're always going to have to let 2 of them up for at least the first initial few rounds. I think, though, Mirror and probably the Clash are a little bit easier to deal with in terms of util. For the Azami and the Castle, you have to bring in like a heaps amount of like soft destruction, like nades, your Ash, for example, whereas Mirror can get countered out just simply by 1 Ash. Clash, obviously, air jabs will do the business for that. And yeah, you see, straight away, air jab, or not the air jab, the Ash breaching around straight into the Mirror window, takes that out. It is easier to deal with. You have to bring less util, but still an issue nonetheless. But you've removed the Mirror window, and now you have a deployable shield and also the Clash shield to go through.
Well, they've got themselves in and some awareness, but that isn't the big divide you have to cross. That might be one of them, though. Deadshot caught out by Groovy, torn apart, and now with the focus in, this is, I guess, the question about that second Mirror window, but Sarks finds Skies, and, well, the Mirror's not alive to answer them anymore. 3 versus 5, the space getting narrower and narrower. They have the angles and impression that they can apply on towards this Clash. There's a little bit more to work with, but at the same time, this is just one part of the puzzle. They're going to come in from behind you. They do get Jegs. Azox was watching the window and just keeping it a bit clear as Deepak tries to roll as much damage through as possible. 30 seconds. At this point, do you try and just force your way directly forward into the fight? They've rotated someone else to go onto the eastern side. It's the Blackbeard, and they're just paying keen attention and forcing the players further and further out. It's sort of a freezer bunker, but at the same time, there are routes and ways through, and there is a bit of that motion. Now, pushing their way up towards Lumber. Getting one, getting dropped and traded. It's a 2 versus 2. 1 versus 2. Can they find this final kill? 7 seconds. The Clash desperately holding on either side. There's a Blackbeard, and they are just out of there. Pull themselves back. They're just hopping the barricade. Wow. They win, Demo. They win.
Run, Clash, run. Oh, as fast as those little legs could carry her. She was out of there in Fnatic. Oh, they'll be bitter about that round. They should not be losing that. The guy's stuck in freezer. One guy pushing each doorway, and somehow you let him go. I mean, you have to give credit, though. What a play. A very smart play. Why fight when you can run away? Plenty of generals in history have won wars that way. Why not another one?
Frustrating. I was going to say, sometimes Fnatic, they've struggled to close out rounds, but not like this. There it is. I mean, the push up, the immediate trade out. Neither of them have the kit. They're just charging for the kill, and you couldn't have asked for a more perfect route for the Clash to take there, but at the same time...
They're all 1-speeds as well, by the way. which is the funny thing. They're all like
the slowest do or die fight ever in the history of Siege, and Gen.G win the top floor by the skin. I'm trying to think of the kids. What's the phrase?
What phrase? What, skin of the teeth?
Yeah, skin of the teeth.
Yeah, makes no sense, but
it's a weird
teeth
phrase.
Teeth don't have skin.
A weird phrase. Let's go with the hair of my chinny chin chin. That's
that's a nursery rhyme.
That's a nursery rhyme. Damn, all out of phrases.
Wait, no, is it a rhyme or is it a story?
That's, I don't know. It's the Three Little Pigs. It's
just a story.
It's from Shrek.
Hi.
4-3. Gen.G have about. They have themselves a very narrow victory. Can they try and get themselves a little bit more secured? Can Fnatic push past the frustrations of that last round? As we said before, if they get to OT, if Gen.G get 2 rounds, it's done. It's over. Gen.G have guaranteed themselves that precious point that will push them in towards 6th, and it doesn't matter how OT goes. So Gen.G just want 2 rounds, and they are done. Won't even affect seeding as well, based on the results that they can get. Ooh, Skies gets a second. Sucks. Gone. There's at least Groovy getting some revenge, but they've lost, obviously, the Nomad and, most preciously, the IQ. We've talked how powerful she is. Hopefully she did her work already.
I don't know if she did, though. Sark's just dropped Skylight. That was his first entry into the building, so I think a lot of those Valkyrie cameras will still be up. You can see that Skies is on the one towards Cigar Lounge right now. The Cade gonna work successfully, causing a bit of a headache here for Wizards. Gonna have to go for the Habana trick and see if he can destroy it via the soft floor. If it works for him. Which it did.
Hard to tell.
No, they haven't because they're naked now. Yeah, that's another bit of wasted util.
Well, they have to ping the reveal on a bulletproof. Not a bulletproof, probably a Valcam. Probably would have been nice if you had an IQ to tell you when that was going to happen. We saw the ping on it, and there was obviously a read as soon as they got close, and Deepak gets at least one back, but 40 seconds and a 3-2. Deadshot, Macko, and Azox. They still have some ground, and now the reveal of one of the 2 remaining players, Groovy, inside Pillar. There's a rotate that's coming up towards the red stairs, and, well, that was actually revealed to him, so they actually peel their way back. 20 seconds, though. They do not have the time to go and hunt down Macko. He can just sit and wait with 2 more C4s demo. Yeah. In a very tough position. They can play this as long as possible. There's another C4 finding its way out. Deadshot has the lock, and I believe we're hurtling to a 5-3 and probably a timeout.
Well, it has to be. Gen.G. Great hold again, getting the early kills, and then very smart decision. You win from below. There ain't a lot of safe positions you can plant in for that bomb site. So using the C4s downstairs, it's impossible for Fnatic to get through that. Also, the traps were working really well. You see the Fenriers were causing issues for Grubby. Obviously, the Banshees there at the end worked really well for them. Gen.G have been very impressive now, I must say, tonight. Really good start on their defenses, and Fnatic on the attacks just not connecting. And keep in mind, Fnatic, they've played this map twice inside of the stage. They lost at 7-5 to Wolves. They only were able to gather 2 attacks. And then, as we witnessed on Monday, they took G2 to Cafe. And again, they only took 2 attacks. They lost 7-3. So for this team, attacks have not been great on Cafe. They've taken 4 attacking rounds in 2 matches.
When you say it like that, could you make that sound a little bit more positive?
Hey, if they have win their rounds on attack, I could make it sound positive, but sadly, I have to say what I see.
Oh my god, again, there's got to have been a camera that fed that. We saw them throw it off and put the ping on it. The delay of the use of utility, the coverage on the position. Gen.G just sort of had them running in circles. And we don't even get the opportunity to have,
all Vulcans are prepped and ready.
Obviously, another removal yet. So at this point, they've still got to play with the awareness of everything is on the board, and we are down towards Aurora play. Wondering if they're going to try and use it to just cut off the bottom of white, limit the potential there of anyone to swing out. There isn't anything to bite sort of from my discs or anything, so... Oh, in fact, there is Wamai, sorry. I didn't look all the way over. So they could try and waste some time there, just limit the play, but at the same time, it's very specific drive, and we've seen it fail before.
Swapping mags! Reloading ammo.
Fnatic took that timeout. This worked for them. Now, this is the worry, though. They go to this kitchen attack. Now, we witnessed Loira turn this team inside out on Monday. Because Fnatic, I felt, were just very lazy in terms of how they dealt with the VIP player. That is always going to be a position that defenders would want to hold because it gives you a clear line of sight onto players dropping via the freezer hatch, which is the main way into this bomb site to look to get a plant down. I just want to see Fnatic actually challenge the guy. They just thought Loira wouldn't do anything, and well, they were very quickly they found out that that's not the case, and you can see it's another Goyo in the same position as Azox this time. They need to deal with him one way or another. They cannot have the same thing happen again.
Well, they're getting themselves the angles and verticality done above. They want to see if they can try and get a catch with a C4 before the floor falls itself. Gonna maybe throw another claw as soon as the first gets broken open. There's some of the work being done by the Habana. Will that catch in time? Probably not, but as that one gets placed and played, nobody's caught on the other side of it. 1:20, and still some steady work being done. Now there's another bit of pressure with the next claw again, and another roll of a grenade just into the floor itself to blow it out. Nice. Works a treat.
Minute 15. Also, I noticed that C4 also blew up a Goyo canister inside, so Asa didn't do his team any favors, but still for Fnatic, everything is going to plan. Hatches open, vertical work is more than done, but it is just that VIP player. That is the position that I worry about. They brought in the Aurora. Are they going to try and Aurora off the Goyo? They tried that against Loira, and he simply impacted it and killed them as they went for it, so I just worry, you know, it's
it was what happened.
Thing again.
It was sort of what I heard at the start. They went for it in the control of this power position, but alongside the discs and how much time Skies can buy for them, I just can't see it netting the same result. They're holding on now with Azox. I'm not quite sure that they've slipped on through. Actually, they're inside the fire and they roar the door behind. The connection between the two sites has now been temporarily cut off. And instead, they're going to go for an engagement here on the back. But 20 seconds, they're still stuck waiting. Ooh, Wizard almost gets called out from the reveal of the back. The Clash is just burning and working away. 13 seconds, waiting for the Goyo to clear. There's another smoke canister on towards the Clash, and Groovy gets Azox. Now, moving in out of the fire. They still need to try and get the plant secured. Groovy gets a second, and now they're in the securing position, but the hop-up just needs to stop the kit. Can't find the angle, though, because of their own shield.
Oh, I mean, a very weird approach by Fnatic.
Right?
It's right, okay. So, one difference immediately that I noticed was their smoke placement was a lot better. They tried the same thing where they're just trying to ignore that Goyo. I will admit, they did play somebody to actually try and contest against Loira, which they didn't, or against the Goyo, which they didn't do against Loira on Monday night. Make a lot of comparisons Monday night, if you weren't aware. And their smoke placement was off on Monday night. On Monday, they smoked, and Loira was just about able to see a gap and kill them as they're dropping the hatch. We've seen the perspective of the Goyo. This time, they couldn't do it. The smoke placements were a heck of a lot better. I was worried because I seen a Clash just sat on where you would want to plant, but they smoked them off so you couldn't see, and then they flamed them out. Like, this right here was the issue. You clouded his vision. He couldn't see where the player was going to plant. And I mean, great snappy shooting though from Wizard. Wow, I mean, really saves his team there, because the Clash was honestly pretty darn close in being able to take out the diffuser, but still Wizard prevails, and Fnatic gets their first attack on the board. But they need more. They need another 3 of those.
And they need to keep Gen.G off of OT. It is still just down to 1 round, and that was the tertiary site. That was the 3rd place to go, and now you're looking at, even if you get there again, having to do it without the Ram, having to do it without such a big boon. Tools attacking the bottom. Sure, you've limited the castle. To be honest, that isn't really where things have sort of separated, and not playing the IQ against the approach of a lot of cams and a lot of utility that's been used to destroy you is, I guess on this site, you know, how are things going to sort of ship together? You've still got to try and find yourself on soft and on some steady control of verticality. You're still at risk of any of those 3 C4s catching you. But
drone up and running.
They think they can get it locked in, and well, time to prove it as it's a steady just force back, but they haven't thrown in for a fight yet. There's some of the control placed around White. They've obviously got that person on Lumber, but you can still sort of hop and rotate your way down. You don't need to. It just stops you being able to swing the window itself.
Gen.G again. Just looking for the C4s, I imagine, just based on their lineup. They've got 3 of them, and of course the Valkyrie cameras. No IQ though from Fnatic, so certainly the Valkyrie could cause an issue for them. Fnatic on the slow and steady approach at the moment. Jags still patrolling on those eastern windows, and Fnatic are able to get themselves in towards Piano and can safely cross into the rest of that top floor, because we know nobody's up there. Everyone has fallen back into the mid floor, and they're just hoping that these C4s will be enough to win them the round, if they can connect a big one onto some kind of execute operators. You take out the Blackbeard, for example, that would be great. Stops that shield from running amok in the final minute. But hey, you have to hit the C4s and make sure you get them.
Well, there's the first C4, and there's about Cam feeding all this information. Are we about to see a second? Oh, it got shot out. Nice snappy play, but they're going to lead into a fight against the Blackbeard, who's propped up against the door, and there's still, obviously, an opportunity for more pain. And just a read on where the approach is coming from. 40 seconds, and they've got themselves angled down. Making the kit land is always the toughest part. Forced back in towards Pillar, but still being able to swing from Pillar is the big problem. Oh, there's a way to shut him down, though. Jags uses the verticality, gets the kill, gets the lockdown, and gets some of the space cleared around it. But how confident are they to go for the plant itself? The kit's sent down to the Blackbeard, so he can pop a shield on his back, and sneaky little route up isn't quite possible with that parkour. But he's got 10 seconds, so Groovey's got to make a decision. Soon wins out, kills Deadshot, 7 seconds. You've just got to send it at this point all the way through. They're halfway in the site. Jags goes down. They've just got to stop Deepak, but look at this demo. Oh, they didn't even need him. It's done. Gen.G, they have secured themselves the top 6 places just by securing themselves OT. They are guaranteed 1 point. The game isn't done. Fnatic is, unfortunately, as is BDS, who will fall back down to 7th and join Wolves and Wylde as teams that will be out of playoffs. Gen.G have secured that 1 round. They needed more, and now they can just play for the 3 points.
Yeah, now for Gen.G, it's done and dusted. They got what they wanted into that top 6. For Fnatic, now it's just a case of playing for a bit of pride, playing for yourself. Seeing if you can maybe try and finish a bit higher in the standings from where they are. But no, just with that single point being confirmed with Gen.G, it will put them on 10 points. Even if Fnatic go on to win 8-6, for example, it would only give them 2 points, which then puts them on 9, so still behind Gen.G. And of course, BDS, as we've seen earlier, remain on 9. So, there it is, confirmed our top 6 for playoffs. G2, Secret, Falcons, VP, Macko, and Gen.G. That's what we have. I mean, obviously I think the big teams expect it, but certainly for, you know, a team like Fnatic, a team like Wolves, who are big organizations, don't forget. You know, and even BDS, yeah, BDS certainly as well. It's, I don't want to say it's a shock, but it is what it is. It's, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
I think it's the rough sort of thing about how they got here, but obviously Gen.G, it's a bit surprising. The end is where they find their form. They've sort of defined it in this final playday, sure, but also in these final couple of playdays, they've pulled the 2 wins. The massive one against Secret last night, the difference of points there but they lost, I think, their opening 3 play days, including a 1-7 loss to Falcons on the 3rd. Then beat Wylde max OT, then lost to G2 again 7-2. But found that little bit of form at the end of the season to now heads on and aim for the best of 3s and playoffs. Macko creeping their way up towards top red. Looking for a spray on towards the back of pillars here, but not quite anyone caught at this point. Fnatic, as I said before, they can play for OT, they can play for the win. But unfortunately, it won't get them anything more than a bit of pride and a jump of wolves on the board as well. Spray round. Deepek wins out though.
Bit windy there, isn't it, from that SMG? But Deepek still able to get that kill nonetheless. And takes down a Vigil, who, in the grand scheme of things, it's not the most vital operator for Gen.G at this point. It's just a roamer, that's all it is. But Deepek using the nades to see if he can remove any bits of utility. Quite interesting that the Goyo hasn't been brought this time from Gen.G, which, as we know, is great for, of course, this kitchen site. Whenever it is a very lengthy round and it really does come down to the dying 3 seconds, that the flames can make all the difference.
Hot dropping with an Oscar shields, but there's a shotgun ready on the swing of the default plant, and, well, there'll be the reveal of them now. Goes in for the knife and finishes the punch. Deepek down in and amongst the chaos of smokes. Pasha's staring out. Oh, there's Groupie there. Jex does find Skies at the same second, so it's not entirely without some merit, but oh, this could be. Does he know about the player to his left? You talked about windy demo. That was a strong one blowing in the corridor, but he's done enough to slow their approach. In the same time, Deadshot pushes on, gets one on the drop, gets one more. Oh, Demo sticking a fork in it. I think this one's done.
There it is, Gen.G closing out 7-4. Look, they didn't need all 7 rounds, but they got the all-important 6. At least they move on to secure themselves all 3. So, yeah, we knew it was going to happen anyway, but still, clean performance from them. That means Fnatic actually at the jeopardy of placing as our 10th team now, because Wylde still yet to play. Wylde could go on and win that and overtake Fnatic, but wow, Fnatic, who is a team in the past who we know have finished bottom. Was it last stage? Did they finish bottom as well? Don't tell me it's going to be back-to-back 10th place finishes.
I mean, listen, you're the one that focuses on the negative. I'll look at the positive. Is lessons learned, time to grow, and also time for you and I to go at least onto a quick break before with the desk to try and piece that all together and show us our final standings, I assume.
What a result for Gen.G. Just when they needed it most, they locked themselves in for top 6, get the victory over the line in regulation. It was technically only the 6 rounds that they needed, but they were just, okay, you know what? Let's actually close it off as we should the round after. And it's obviously well-deserved. I mean, what a growth for this team in this stage.
Absolutely. A great showing from the Frenches. And I have to
Why
say...
did you look at me when you said that?
I have to say, I think you said the things the right way. I think you set the expectation the right way. I think it was decided in the first 6 rounds.
Yeah.
The reason for this is Cafe, heavily defender decided. Fnatic starts in defense. They need at least a 4-2 split. And we see a Gen.G that attacks the right way. We see a Gen.G with the right plan. A Gen.G capable of executing, of teaming up together, of trading each other, and of winning rounds in attack that we did not see them basically win at the beginning of the stage.
Yeah.
It's a Geng.G that is massively improved. That round in particular.
It was this round here, yeah. It really was this round here where they could have clutched it out. Wizard could have had a great clutch. But I think Gen.G did a really good job of playing, not necessarily playing to their own win conditions. I think it was more understanding what Fnatic's win conditions were, how they were going to play it, and then countering it out from there. They seemed to be ready for everything Fnatic had in the late rounds, and it quite literally got them 2 rounds. Because there was clutch potential in 2 Fnatic rounds where all they had to do was kill the planter, and Gen.G were fully ready for it. When it transferred onto the defense, they were then obviously kicking on. They were good. They were setting up some real problems for Fnatic. The Valk cams, the information, the Mozzie drones, the echoes, all of that stuff, and they were clinical with it.
They were, yeah, obviously the C4s and everything that was coming out on the side of Gen.G, and you could just see how much it means to them. Being able to get into the playoffs, being able to keep that improvement going in there, and obviously having that shot of being able to play next week. That's literally also what we're playing for. Otherwise, it would have been a 2-month break until we see you again.
That's it. Once again, Gen.G just does the same thing all over again. A really poor beginning of stage, and then they come alive. They blossom at the end of the stage. And what a way to do it. To qualify to playoffs with every single player dropping almost the same number of kills. There was no big individual player standing up. It was just a collective effort.
That's actually crazy to win seven rounds without every player getting less than 10 kills.
Yeah, and barely positive KD or neutral KD for most of them.
Yeah.
I just love it because it means that the entire team stepped up and they collectively won those rounds.
What's love it in French?
Je l'aime, je l'adore.
I adore it.
Yeah,
okay.
Je l'adore.
But it's teamwork makes the dream work, whatever that might be in French. I mean, obviously, we'll not get into that. But on the side of Fnatic, I think a big thing that's been worth mentioning, and we talked to him about it in the interview as well, obviously, transitioning into this IGL role, it's affected his performance, but he really is back on that rise.
Yeah, I think speaking to Grubby yesterday and watching him evolve this stage, I think he was a big quote-unquote letdown in the sense that we saw him as a player that has a huge fragging potential. He was brought onto Fnatic and then dropped terrible EPS score, right, to 70. Look at this game. Final chance for Fnatic to make it to playoff. He drops double digits as the LGL. He steps up. He tries to do everything he can to give a chance to Fnatic, and I think it's beautiful to see, I think.
He had a huge moment on Clash as well, one of the early Fnatic rounds where he's playing Clash in the bakery, or not in the bakery, in the kitchen bomb site, and he gets that Clash shield down next to Freezer, and he's absolutely owning the Gen.G guys. I think Grubby, knowing him as I do, he would trade all of those kills, all of those moments for Fnatic to have had a win today. But it is just a token because he's had a hard stage, but he came through in the last couple of games.
It's a nice way to lift up the spirits, I guess, for yourselves at the end of the stage to really make sure that you're back or getting back onto it with the performances. But obviously, on the other hand, I mean, Gen.G qualifying to playoffs. I'm sure we're going to get a super happy Macko on the interview joining us very shortly here as well. As we do.
Last time. There's the smile.
Very good to see that. Macko, a massive congratulations on locking in top 6. This is absolutely amazing for you guys.
Yeah, of course, I have my smile now. We are in playoff, we secured playoffs, so yeah, I'm happy. It's amazing.
Macko,
after this disastrous beginning of the season.
I need to ask you guys. Stage 1, terrible beginning of the stage last year. You make all the way to grand finals of LCQ. Stage 2, you do the same shit again. And stage 3, you were all the way at the bottom of the standings 2 weeks ago. Now you go all the way. What's gonna be the difference this time for you guys to qualify to an international event?
I mean, first we are in playoffs, so now it's gonna be best of 3. So I think we are kinda better in best of 3s than the best of 1s. Like with every like attends, aide-moi s'il te plaît.
Vas-y, dis-moi.
Genre n'importe quel joueur par rapport à la team, genre.
Bah, fais-moi une phrase en français.
Ok. Peu importe avec le roster qu'on avait, on a toujours eu du mal en BO1. Genre c'est un fait depuis qu'on est arrivé en Pro League. Au début de saison, on a toujours eu du mal. Et on a toujours été plus à l'aise. En LCQ, du coup, on est arrivé en finale et on a toujours été plus à l'aise en BO3. Je pense que ça fait une grosse différence.
Ok, tu m'as dit plein de mots là, attends. So in every single situation, every single iteration of that roster, whatever the players they had,
that was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, they were struggling with the BO1s and the group stage, but whenever they reached LCQ, obviously in the BO3s, they always made it to the grand finals. So it should be also easier for these guys in the BO3, and I guess they've got the experience to show it as well.
Am I right in thinking that it's Falcons in a best of 3 as well on Monday? I think I'm right because they would be finishing 3rd, right?
I haven't checked the bracket.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, so Macko, how if it is Falcons, how are you going to beat them? Obviously, your French brethren.
I mean, we know how they play. If we just don't play like we play on the best of ones on lair and do nothing and stay outside of the map, for sure we're gonna have more chance to win than the best of one.
Nice.
It's gonna be easy.
Nick, one more question before we let you go. Why do you think it is that you guys are better at the best of 3s and the best of 1s? Is it that like safety net of, if we lose a map, we can bounce back?
Yeah, it might be just a mental thing. As I said, we had some struggle, so I think it's kinda this. We can lose a map. It's not the end of the world, and we can just bounce back and win the whole match. At the end, if you drop a map, the only important thing is the one winning.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you do get to 1-1, it's essentially back down to another best of 1. But Macko, we want to thank you so much for your time once again. A massive congratulations on locking in the top 6. We'll see you next week. Go and enjoy the victory.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think they've really built that team culture. That's what we were looking for, right?
Like, if you were to make a graphic on Nako's mood during the interview, like, for real,
it's like a meter, isn't it?
It's literally doing that. Like,
the
first, we asked him, like, I remember saying to him in the second interview, like, oh, you're really upset. And I was like, oh, that's not maybe the right word. He's like, yeah, that's fine. I was upset. You can say that word. Like, he truly was really upset during that first interview because, yes, they got the victory over the line, but it really wasn't the way they wanted it to. And this is so much better.
Yeah, it was so good. Like, and that's what you want from a professional, right? You want a professional, even when they win, but they're having a bad stage, you want them to be angry. You want them to be bitter because you want the reaction. And the point that you made, Leo, about team culture is culture drives habits, it drives behaviors, and ultimately it drives performance. As soon as the culture swings, momentum's a funny thing. Like, once it starts snowballing. And that's what Gen.G seemed to happen. There seems to be this, like, point in the stage where they go, guys, we're actually good at the game. Let's lock in now. And it switches. And I think that's why they come in strong at the back end of the stage.
Yeah.
If they could start the stage like that, they genuinely,
it would be so much easier. But obviously, momentum, like you say, could be a really big thing. That might really determine Wylde's chances going into this next matchup, because we have one more best of 1 to close out our group stage. We'll take a short break and then we're back. Welcome back to the EML for one more game. And these two guys were checking the standings just to see, especially, obviously, you know, we talked about Leo's power rankings, the ones he did at the beginning of the stage, where he predicted where he thought the teams were going to be. And I think Jack is just trying to show him the current standings and how wrong Leo turned out to be, because I think we all know what it means. If you got more than half of the teams wrong, you're gonna get tattooed with a semi-permanent tattoo, just to make that clear. It's not an everlasting tattoo.
Playoffs.
But we'll do that on Monday. Obviously, given that we've had a long day today, we all want to make sure we get this last game going on. So we'll check out the power rankings, we'll check out the settings, and we'll get that done on Monday. If you do have half of them right, that means Jack is getting tattooed as well. It's again a semi-permanent tattoo, but
there's like a 0% chance that happens. I think I only have 2 teams right now.
We'll work it out.
We'll keep the tension just for a little bit until next Monday, and then we'll find out whether you're actually getting tattooed or not. But let's dive into the last game of the group stage of EML, and it's actually going back all the way to where this EML group stage started. Obviously, we got the rematch of the Challenger Series Grand Finals, where we saw both Macko and Wylde qualify to the EML, and now they play against each other once again in a best of 1 this time inside of the EML. The spot where they really wanted to go to. And especially if you look back at Macko, this being their first stage in the EML, they should be really proud of themselves. You know, qualifying to playoffs, it really looked good. And the fact that we're talking about that there is still more growth in this roster is a big positive.
Yeah, it's looked good. It has looked good. I think fundamentally it's looked good. The late round composure has looked good. And I think one thing that we've said has looked good is the late round composure. Just said it. But you wouldn't necessarily expect that from a team that's made the step up for this level. So they're advancing in that front. Would like to see them have a little bit more control in terms of rounds and matches. And also, obviously, you did have Ghost as your least valuable player, Leo. I think we're looking for a step up, particularly from him. You know, at the start of the stage, we were accepting it. Rookie, you know, even into Tier 2 level, but also into Tier 1 level. That's now a full stage under his belt. So I think on a personal performance, that's who we're looking to step up.
I think an interesting story here, if you look at the KD from everyone on that roster, everyone is negative, but one player that's even neutral, is not even positive. So not a single player of Macko is positive in KD, and most of them are negative in EPS. Despite that, they're the top 5th rated team in the standings. Why is that? Because they got away with so many overtimes, so many very, very close victories, and then when they lost, it was a huge loss, like strongly defeated. Still, 2 promoted teams, one that is overperforming the other one, and what quite clearly in that grand finals of Challenger Series, it was Macko dominating, and it's been Macko dominating all over again this stage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you can say for a while, I guess, that they were overperforming yesterday in specific, obviously, with that result that they got under the belt for themselves against Falcons. Not an easy task for Wylde, but they still did it. And whilst there wasn't really anything anymore to play for Wylde and that roster, it was kind of scary to see what happened to the team when you know, all the pressure was off and they could just play freely.
Factually, Falcons are the 2nd best team in the world, right? Because they lost the 6th Invitational Grand Final. Wylde yesterday won. And not just won, they obliterated Falcons. They looked so goddamn good in that game. It was like a night and day different Wylde. They were confident, they were aggressive, they were everywhere across the map. And they were showing us the quality that got them to this level. That's been the 1 game out of 8 this stage. So as you see them on your screen, as you see the stats, they're not going to look good. But that 1 game out of 8, it was the magnitude of how they beat Falcons yesterday that was impressive.
I'm glad that we saw the glimpses of hope and the talent that was on this team, especially yesterday, but I will even argue the weeks before. I think we've seen an evolving Wylde, similar to Wolves, a Wylde that is closer to victory every single play day, and that has showed potential in players like Mats and Sneak to be the entries, to be the fraggers, in players like Boomsy and Garen on the back line, trying to, I guess, play a little bit passive and punish players, and even to a degree Evan as well, IGLing and coordinating some good attacks.
Yeah, there was a point in this league stage around play day 4-5 where Wylde was showing in the bottom 10 of every team in the world for every metric that we track. And then they've converted that performance, that team, into a performance that's taken it against Falcons, improved confidence in players, aggression, and that's their journey that they've been on inside, 2 or 3 weeks. So give them a couple of months for next stage, and then let's see where it goes.
Yeah, obviously that's the thing that we're looking forward to, especially with them potentially bouncing back into the next stage. But when we talked to Evan yesterday after their victory, obviously we teased the upcoming match for them a little bit, and obviously I think Evan was very clearly minded about what was ahead of him today.
I mean, hopefully we're going into it better than we went into it in Challenger Series. That's all I'll say, to be honest. Like, it didn't go great in CL.
but it can't possibly get worse, I guess. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. It can't possibly get worse.
No, it can, but let's look at those results then, because you mentioned they played against each other in the grand final, obviously. Not just once, but they played each other a total of 3 times during the Challenger Series, and all these matches went in favor of Macko. Obviously, with that series, the middle one on your screen, the one that actually qualified Macko to the stage, being the closest.
Yeah, obviously they played in the group stage and it then went into a double elimination bracket. It was Wylde who then had to run the gauntlet in the double elimination bracket, got to the grand final, and then lost it. In fact, over 7 maps, they only won 1. That's how dominant this kind of, I won't say a rivalry, but this mini rivalry has emerged.
6 maps to 1. Welcome to a tennis game. We have a clear victor and we have a clear dominant in this matchup. We have a nemesis and we have a young teams, a young players on the side of Wylde. I think a wealth of experience on the side of Macko, despite them just being promoted. Loads of players that had tier 1 experience before, and that showed today. Now the real question is, can Wylde repeat, I guess, the miracle of yesterday? Can they upset a big team that is consistently beating them? That's the question right now. Excited to see the map, because I think it's going to be a big moment.
Yeah, because obviously, if I remember correctly, with the maps that we've seen, they played a lot of lair against each other, but Macko don't want to do that. We're actually going to end up on a map like Chalet. How are we feeling about that?
Well, I'm
Leo's getting excited in French.
I'm very excited. Why am I excited about this? Listen, Macko managed to upset a team of the Big 4 on Chalet. Who was it?
Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro.
Oh my god, it's so late. It's like
I almost
midnight.
threw you under the bus.
It was Virtus.pro, I know.
So we saw Macko upset Virtus.pro on Chalet. Yesterday, Wylde played on Chalet against
Falcons. I remember that one. Woo,
and they upset them as well. So we've seen both of these teams recently promoted from Challenger League play on Chalet and upset teams of the Big 4, Virtus.pro and Falcons. It's 2 teams that are really comfortable on this map that manages to get 2 really big upsets. So now they face each other on it. Really comfortable map. Should be a great matchup.
Yeah, can't wait.
It's like the perfect battleground, actually, between these 2 teams. Who's upset was maybe more legit, I guess, if you talk about it, right? Who's really got the deeper, prep and everything going on this map to really win out?
Well, I guess the answer is right now. The answer is going to be that matchup, and it's going to be maybe the end of the low streak against Macko.
I want to see Wylde just come out confident. That's what happened yesterday. Evan, his first kill onto Shaiko was, getting aggressive outside the building. I want to see them do the same again. Don't care about the opponent, don't care about the history, don't even care about the map. I just want to see Wylde put in this big, aggressive, confident performance. Even if they lose the game, I want them to, have that substance, because I want them to grow in stage 2 as well. So I'm never biased, but I'm really rooting for Wylde here.
Ooh, okay.
I don't, it's a heart versus brain situation. My heart wants Wylde to win. My brain thinks Macko are going to have enough, particularly in those late rounds and the clutches, but hopefully as well.
I think there's a lot of people on that same boat with you, but honestly, in my opinion, open the gates. Let the rookies all come through. Let them go up against each other once more in this best of 1. The pressure is off and nothing really technically can be changing a lot. Obviously, Wylde can finish not last in the standings that they really want to. That's the only thing that might really matter in this matchup so far. Our final game of the group stage. I send it back to Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Anne. And yes, one last time, we find ourselves drifting into the icy cold of Chalet to see, is it a grudge match demo, or is it more just let's do something to prove something now?
Yeah, I think you've done a big win up against Falcons yesterday, and surely that's going to inspire something in these players. Looking at the last game of the split, of course, everyone knows where they stand, and certainly for Wylde, it's an opportunity to just not finish last. I think they'll take that if they could, but obviously they have to get past the Italians, who I think have probably been the biggest surprise this stage.
Oh, definitely.
Mostly because it's a new team coming up. I will preference that and say, though, look, this Italian team should have been in Tier 1 a lot sooner. They've been kicking about on the cusp of it for years now, and they finally get the opportunity in that Tier 1 scene, and they've done very well for themselves. Being able to move in and compete well, because they have had some pretty good wins under their belt. They've beat established teams. For example, they beat VP, who they actually have an opportunity to overtake in the standings and move into 4th. Not as though it really makes too much difference other than seeding, but still, they have the opportunity to dethrone VP out of that top 4. I think for Wylde, after yesterday going into Chalet, just keep it moving. You know, play with the vibes. Yeah, you won Chalet, it might be the good luck charm for them. Run it up again.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
As they sort of set themselves Wylde, things haven't gone their way against Macko previously. Now's the time for them to see if they can swing that round, I suppose, and bring a nice little comfortable end towards it. The same way I guess we highlight the G2 versus Falcons match. Yeah, there was positions to play for there as a bit of a prove yourself game. This brings a bit of the same energy, because outside of this conversation, we now get to sort of just highlight the fact that these are two teams, A, that know each other quite well, but B, both Challenger Series teams, regardless of how long they've been playing around, they both got here the same way. So there's more to sort of play off it. There's more to sort of say, look, there's no fear. We're not against these teams that have been at ASI and lifted hammers or won majors. We're against another Challenger League team. So let's just get in, get stuck in. And it'll start with a bit of a steal of information underneath. Macko, Tab trying to find their way up from the garage, and I mean, just Brava right now, such a powerhouse.
Yeah, great. Again, a little bit of information from obviously hacking cameras, default, and of course BPs alike. Now for Wylde, they have went for, of course, that hold in towards that top floor as expected. Everything seems pretty run-of-the-mill so far for Wylde. But that mirror window that will lock down majority of reading room, of course. Let's be careful of that main door. We've seen plenty of times just a player just walk in through lobby, up the stairs, and tap that guy in the back of the head, but looks as though that Wylde are aware of that. You can see Sneak actually playing over towards short. Jiggle one tap onto Teb's head. Great little start there for Sneak, and gets him stuck in and involved in the action, which right now that's why Wylde need to play. Get stuck into Macko. We know how the Italians can play, Fluke, if you give them a bit of momentum. Don't even give them that.
That's it. You know, lock them out, swing, play Chalet how Chalet likes to be played, which is that quick, snappy, aggressive. Don't let people get comfortable. Don't let people set up. And that was the perfect way for them to start their sort of preference and damage onto it. Now with eyes across the top and a little bit of a drift away on a close engagement. It's Boomsy holding DBS the hatch to escape, and he's going to double dip. There's the E1D, and surely he thinks pressure's going to come from elsewhere. Maybe didn't expect it that quickly. Akwi mops up the kill, mops up one, but the exchange there, I talk about the power of Brava versus the Warden. Warden against the right push is the perfect one, but this probably isn't the right push. There's no smokes, no cover, just the man with a gun, and I hope to get a couple of kills.
Activated track.
For Macko right now, it's about trying to force their way in through site, and that's a big pick. It eliminates one of the players in said site. Still one more in connector, though, of course, is that mirror window that Sneak is sat behind, but you're just waiting almost for that pinch to come in where they'll try and throw all the util in at him and force him out of position and look for that pick, but Sneak says not today. Swings the hatch, ends up killing one. There's Garen inside of lobby, able to pick up another, and Wylde have flipped the script on Macko right now, and the last player goes down as well. Evan, look at the confidence from this Wylde team.
This is... I know that we cast Wylde the other week, and you know, we've cast them a couple of times, and I said at the time where it felt like they were a bit concerned about going in and going aggro and stepping up and making their opponents uncomfortable. That won't be such a big factor in this game, right? Against a team that has sort of come up on the same way, there's almost the point to prove. There's almost that bit of bravado, that bit of, yeah, we're just like them. We can step in, we can do whatever. And also the fact that obviously nothing can shift on the board. At this point, they're just playing a game of Siege ahead of them. And even against Macko, regardless of the times that they've played against them, it's one of the few times where there hasn't been any weight to it. Because of their history in CL and often being two of the teams in the final fight, because of their history, you know, against each other in other tournaments, versus here, on a tier 1 stage, at the end of it, might be the least stressful time these two teams have gone up against each other.
5 seconds left.
No pressure. Just play your Siege. That's just the best way to put it. Just, it's like an audition, isn't it? What could go wrong? What's the worst they can say? No. Simon Cowell has other ideas.
You should quit your everything.
I would love, honestly, could you imagine having a cooking singing competition and you've got Gordon Ramsay and Simon Cowell as 2 judges?
Oh my
That would be a nightmare.
Imagine them casting Siege.
Oh my word.
That's an analyst desk. Someone stretch out. Someone reach out. Send an email. See if they're up for it.
Claymore mine is ready.
My goodness me.
Wylde. 1 round up. Get their first start. And get themselves, well, I guess putting a little bit of the shake of the confidence. Obviously, Macko, they're a team that we've complimented how they lean in to their opponents, how they try and find fights and find these little peaks and parts. But yeah, get rid of the pipe before it causes problems. And a very quick breach here on towards Red, and they've instantly pulled away. But at this point, yeah, you still have the vertical. But if you're Wylde, you maybe thinking, okay, that was a bit easy.
For Wylde right now, it's a slow and steady approach, of course, just based on their lineup, where they're looking to try and play into, a lot of the denial. You've got the Cage, you've got the Tub, you've got the Goyo. You just want to keep playing them as much as you can. Just don't give them that ease of access straight into the site. And there you go. There goes the canister from the Tub to deny those Selmas for the meantime. And a swing as well for Max. I mean, Wylde, they're just swinging everything that they can. The aggression is out of this world.
It's working, hey. They're so happy to sort of lean into these fights. They're so happy to cause these problems. They're so happy to just make Macko uncomfortable. And here, 50 seconds, they've got rid of Acqui. Sure, Macko have that breach, but they don't really have anything else. Tem is going to root and roll himself through and try and kill anyone that's on the hatch, but they're not giving him the angle, and they can peel themselves away. 40 seconds, and they still have most of them above this high position as well. And yeah, you're going for a West main take, but Dora's the first to suffer, and then it's Ghost. Matt peeks out, gets Ghost, and now you're just sort of sat, watching, waiting. There's one. Tries to follow through with the second, going for another air jab deployment. They're putting pressure on towards maybe getting a plant. They've maybe forced them off the hatch itself, but at this point they've had to rotate their way down, and now they're past in the default plant spot, trying to tuck it in, and Tem tears the head up for one, almost finds the second as well, but they've pushed themselves up and they do get the kill. Can they get the follow through? They can. Boomsy blows their way up and through, and now getting on towards the hatch itself. They know it's going to be peeked onto here. There's one, but they're just holding F at this point, and they've got the kit done.
Wow, Wylde are just winning their engagements. I mean, Boomsy, a great two-piece on to not only the player covering for the plant, but then being able to take the Thermite. It just got the diffuser down. I mean, what can you say about Wylde right now? They're just running around doing what they do best, which, to be fair, they didn't really show us that. You would have expected the challenger teams to come up would have been the ones who would, I suppose, lack a little bit of discipline almost, and would want to just fight and fight and fight. I think Macko, they certainly showed that at this stage. I think their aggression has been great, and it's really caught a lot of the big teams by surprise. Whereas Wylde, I think, came in an approach of just way too timid. You know, they looked scared in a lot of the games that they played. Whereas now, different ballgame. It's not the same team that we had seen.
Two rounds, Wylde, and 2 of the best rounds that they've played all season. Which is sort of saying something that, you know, I guess I made comment about how Gen.G had gotten themselves into that 6th spot. A lot of it came in the final 4 play days. Generally, a lot of their success was built in that area, whether it was OT or putting the pressure on. And yeah, when you needed it most. Wylde is almost the same potential story, but at the very, very end, in the final 2 rounds, and Boomsy seems like he wants to keep up that aggression. A Solace ready and a prepped jump out waiting. But will they actually net anything for it, or will Macko, with a bit more patience, be able to pull apart an early first kill?
The Solus downstairs, see if he can have some of the drones, and well, there's plenty of them. Still 9 drones live for Macko right now, and in goes the bees to see if they can try and put pressure on this player towards Solar Stairs. Evan just Don't move. He's safe for the meantime, but in goes the nade, and out goes the C4. 2 nades, and oh, somehow the C4 connects onto Akwi and Evan. He just brushes off the nades as though they weren't even there.
There's the pings on the external player, but with Akwi gone, at this point, they're just going to lose some more of their tracks. Now, obviously, they've had a lot of hope to control the range and the radius of those loose players. There's another grenade that rolls in. That one will roll a bit further back, and it's more utility demo thrown at a player who is fine with it. Yeah, he's caught between a rock and a hard place, but they can't just sit there and wait and hope. So the run out almost gets the Blackbeard. Boomsy was a couple of bullets short. And that was an attempt, but Macko have to just pull out. They've hit the emergency evac.
They can't clear a player off Solar Stairs. That's it. They threw, what, 3 or 4 nades at him. He dodged them all pretty well, and Evan's just chilling. You know, it's a complete mishap from them in terms of the take that they went for. And again, the aggression's what I mean. Look at Sneak. Just swinging the piano window. It's absolutely insane. Oh, that's a great kill there from Ghost. Didn't even see him. He just shadow sensed them almost in the fog.
Yeah, that was some prediction. There, and
stuff.
Garen now holding on and about to come under a bit of a blow. Evan's been able to get himself up the stairs, and Garen gets Dora and pulls himself back again. The aggression swinging into the fight, aware the pressure's going to come, so why not let them have it first? There's the cover. Lolo does get Evan, but Ghost is down in the middle, and Mats will lock out Ghost. They didn't expect the player to be in piano. It is 2 versus 2, but 20 seconds left, and the site is obviously still below.
Oh.
Boomsy's able to get one from underneath, and Garen gets the last. Wylde, where have you been?
Just swing after swing after swing. I mean, even Boomsy holding the walk-in for the Blackbird with a shotgun below as well. My, oh my. 3-0, by the way. And it is, look, so easy for them. Probably been the cleanest 3 rounds I think Wylde have ever put on. It's incredible. Just the way that they're moving off each other. They are playing so much off vibes right now. That's what it feels like. They're saying, do you want to swing this with me? Yeah, I'll swing it with you. And away they go. They're talking, they're communicating, they're working together. They've got that right bit of aggression. Macko look as though they've just been hit with an uppercut and they don't know what to do. They look stunned right now.
I mean, yeah. What else can you... I'm stunned. Because it's just so confident. And obviously the tag timeout has come here from Macko. Because this is what Macko do to other teams. This is how they play. The amount of times that they've sort of been the ones that step in and put the pressure on and swing out, and here it's just been pulled away from them. And now where do you kind of go from it? You have your timeout early, you've lost 3 attacks, and you were starting to piece things together, but ultimately the puzzle is still out there. 4 grenades, and the only thing they had to show for it was a death and a minute and a half gone.
Oh. Well.
Vulcan's ready.
Where do we go? Where do we go? I feel like a Guns N' Roses song.
Where do we go?
That's the one.
It's been a long night. But Wylde might be making it a quick end if this keeps up. And obviously the only shift that could happen on the entire board, I think, is that Wylde could go up. Oh no, if Macko get 3 points, they could jump Virtus.pro and get 4th. But if Wylde win, they could jump up to 7th space, moving BDS, Wolves, and Fnatic all below them. Which I think guarantees that Leo's going to get a tattoo. I think it's already pretty locked in.
I think it's done anyway. Yeah.
Oh, here's a couple of shields. How do you stop aggression? 2 shields, and that's a catch out. Garen's doing his best to save on, but I think Macko are just fed up at this point. It's the kind of lineup that you have when you're against, I guess, an aggressive team on Chalet and ranked. You're like, we ball with shields. And they cut out Sneak and get him. Garen took a huge amount of damage trying to save the player, or at least get a trade out of it. Didn't quite get him anywhere.
I mean, the double shields, it's a strong strategy. It is, and I think the fact that you're running them, it does kind of make you believe that just the information from the attackers it hasn't been there for the past 3 rounds, and they think, okay, let's bring the shields in. To give us a little bit more stability. You know, these 2 operators will just provide a heavy amount of info because, again, they can peek things that normal operators just can't. So, yeah, the double shields have worked well, and it's good for 1, and also a good operator to pick up if you are running 2 shields. It's the Legion, so any Gumans that are up, that's it. That's all they have. But the main issue is going to be taking above. There is still a hefty amount of players upstairs for Wylde. Garen, is that 1-tap on the Ghost that sounded like it? I think it was. So down goes Ghost, who was looking at maybe backstabbing up into the bomb site, but he's been dealt with, and these Goyers are also causing a bit of issue for Macko. They have to kind of stall out and just wait for that to dissipate.
Well, they have the line on an approaching shields, but the pressure is kind of popping around them, and there's someone who can perfectly see through it. Evan's ready on the swing as well. The blinds come in, and there's a close shield, but does nothing to a man with those glasses. The support needs to come in, but it's covered. It's back and forth. Evan gets 1. Lolo gets Evan, and we're suddenly in a 2 versus 2. Yes, they've wrested that vertical control, but now all they have left is 2 shields. It was the start. Can it be the end? There's no more C4 in the pocket of Garen. It's just a drop and a shield leading another shield. You can hear the other in a fight. Mats wins his out against Akwi. And with 10 seconds left, there's a 1 versus 1. Lolo, he's cutting the distance. He's got to have a fight. At this point, you've just got to play the distance, but Mats wins it out. Wouldn't have been blinded from that range, but what else could the Blitz have done?
Oh, I think you needed the close distance. Yeah, the flash is never going to reach for that stage. Maybe could have walked in the connector and tried to go almost the far side of the mirror window. I don't know. It's a tough one, but I think just flashing like that and hoping, yeah, it's never going to work. But I mean, it's not very often that we see a 2v2 and it's two defenders versus 2 shields. I don't think I've ever seen that before, by the way. The shields being the last ones up. I think the Monty trolled it. Why Monty is ADSing at that stage is beyond me. You need to wait for your teammate. The Blitz and Monty should have seen that both of those defenders were segregated from one another and just rushed down the 1 player. You know, getting charged by 2 shields is not fun. So that's probably how they should have played it. I just think the Monty got a little bit too trigger happy. But 4-0, Wylde. They break the timeout as well, don't forget. This is...
10 seconds.
Where was this team? Where were they?
5 seconds left before
all of the teams that start off so bad have now gotten just so much better in these last remaining play days. It's nuts. Wolves, Gen.G, and Wylde have all just turned it around.
Yeah. It's not over till it's over. Unfortunately, sometimes it's a little too late, and it may as well be over, but it's also not over till it's over.
This.
Oh, it doesn't get anything, but I mean, it was always going to happen at some point.
Oh yeah, the pistol will get him. Just Macko holding the run up with a pistol. Love it. Oh, it's a fun game. It's a fun game.
Macko didn't get the round after their timeout. They're going to stick with at least 1 shield, but they're using it in a very different manner to last time, and they have a man advantage. Again, quick to get the pipe open, and then theoretically the wall not long after.
Cam deployed.
And lock in the red and the trench side for themselves. As they also, instead of going for those air jab tricks and a close down on West Main, ooh, Garen finds Teb in the meantime. That's the ram gone. And now Garen, where's he going to go? They're going to have the call. Obviously, that was directly above the site. It's a huge loss. That's their soft destruction. So now the players inside the site depending on how many of those boogie drones got popped off, are going to be a lot more confident, Demo.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good pick to get back, of course. They lost the Vigil, which again won't really bring much to the table, but certainly that Ram will have. And Macko starting to take a bit of shots. And oh, the quick jumping from Lolo actually caught him mid-vault.
Swapping mags.
Macko, he answer back with 2 kills of their own, and with plenty of time still on the board. This looks to be the first time that Wylde should be able to get around on the board.
Loading new mag.
I mean, they're in the best spot, but as the Monty goes down, they're almost caught out of blue. But what the heck was that?
What?
Unreal. That's unreal.
That may be the shot of the season, by the way. I don't think I've seen a better shot in my life. Oh my.
Woo! You can't hide, Argus.
I just want to swear. Lolo and Dora. Now all that's left, 2 versus 2, 30 seconds. And if this one goes away from Macko, that'll be the tilter. They have the plant, they have the shutdown, Dora's down, they just retook the vertical.
That's shocking. How? How did he lose this? He's down. I mean, you're never going to go for the pickup, so Lolo just has to try and play on kills, but he has no idea where Garrett is, and yeah, it just peeks up.
Unbelievable.
But how do you lose from that position? How? It's 2v4. One of them went walking upstairs. There's a 1v4 in sight if you look at it that way. The Monty goes down to a C4. Complete life shot comes out. They had no idea the guy was above, so obviously those 0 cameras did nothing. How has he been able to get onto the hatch without them knowing? You brought in a 0, I assume for that particular reason, is for the flank coverage with the cameras.
Reloading.
I mean, Lolo's got all 5 in pocket. He's got 4, so he used 1. Where that 1 was, we'll never know.
Has there been a 7-0 in the league? I don't think there has.
Let me check.
Imagine if this was the first.
Yep, don't have 1 yet.
10 seconds to go.
It's just a nonsense game. All right, we keep on going though. 5-0. Wylde could secure themselves a flawless half. They've been in solid control, they've been in no control, and still made it theirs. Macko long since used their tack timeout at this point. And it's a game of 2 halves, it always is. But at this point, just impressed, and you know, Sneak took some damage there on the rotate round, survives, which is probably the most important part for him. Still wants to get it on. I thought for a second, I wasn't sure what that damage sound was for Boomsy. It sounded like he fell in a frost mat for a second. Just suddenly was hurt really badly.
ADS deployed and ready to go.
It's and just a ferocious start, isn't it? I mean, Sneak and Boomsy just not in great positions of HP. Well, certainly not for Sneak as he's down to the floor. Somehow, Wylde still end up getting the first pick, but he's just jumped out. He jumped out west main window to get a kill.
Changing mags.
With no health, by the way.
This is ranked. This is where we are.
Jumped out of west main window with like 10 HP.
Mine activated.
It's unreal. Unbelievable.
They lose the ace. They've obviously still got the backup hard breach to try and crack their way across. But Acqui does find Boomsy, gets some revenge. They have generally decently what they need open at this point, but how do they cover the movement? They only have flashes, exactly, so they need to go above. They cannot just try and send it in. They need that vertical control. At this point, some of it has been handed over by Wylde, but what has ever truly been handed over by Wylde? There's one in the bedroom, one in the bathroom swing. Really hoping they don't just try and send it, but there's some flashes. Matt's gets caught out, and there it is. Okay, will there be a response at this point? No, the calls are coming out. They're trying to push their way across the top. I thought they were still down in the bedroom, in the kitchen, but they'd actually handed over the ground, and they pull themselves back. Macko, decent job, and they're out of there. Great movement, and unfortunately too little too late here. Wylde. There's at least one, though. A curious idea there from Lolo. But Akwi at least punishes one back, doing everything to make sure they have a round in their favor. 3. Ooh, another quad kill. Akwi, he's on for the ace here. And it's just Garen left. He's got a first fight, but Dora gets his first kill instead. They find a round. We do not have our first 7-0.
Yeah, you can see the retake tried to come in above, but I think Tab danced around that really well. He positioned himself where he was still applying pressure onto those defenders upstairs, but he just positioned himself well enough where he wasn't gonna, be picked off by 1 or 2 people. He was always in, good angles, good engagement angles to fight the defenders. And of course, they had the retake. They didn't have any denial in the bomb site, which was, I think, with the way Wylde are playing, where it just feels as though they're picking operators just to run around with. Generally, you're not going to see a Tachanka or Smokes, for example, as your kind of run around operators. It's it's that's where it comes down to Wylde and the playstyle that they're having. They are kind of lacking in the traditional plant denial department. So yeah, 5-1 anyway. I mean, still back in half for Wylde. Macko have a lot of work to do if they want to try and get back into this game. And just if we have a look at how the game went yesterday, obviously between Falcons and Wylde. Wylde were able to take 3 attacking rounds.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, they've grown in some manners in terms of their total play today. Maybe that's another position that they could grow in. Obviously, 3 total attacking rounds the last time. I mean, their total sort of split, as I have a very, very quick look over at their performance throughout it. They were the 2nd lowest rated defensive team across the entire split, with a total of 17 defensive round wins of 37 before today. So they've almost added an extra 1/3 to that tally. They do lose Boomsy immediately, though, so that's not good. Glaz gone, Glaz removed. That's obviously a big sort of bone of a play here, which is hop in, get it done, and have the Glaz watch. There wasn't really any smokes to watch on the cover of outside their own, so at least it's a self-sufficient loss.
The drone work from Wylde is been dealt with pretty well, as half the drones are gone. Still a few up remaining, of course, but whenever you're dealing with still 2 minutes on the clock and half your drone force is gone, how will it look whenever you get to the 30-second mark? You would like to do your final checks of the bomb site? That's the question you would like to have for Wylde. And oh, I talked about Wylde and how aggressive they can be, and here comes the Italian aggression. Akwi was thinking about it, but instead just decides, you know what, let's just lock it down, shut up shop, use those as armor barriers, and fall back to the safety of fireplace.
Well, it's what I sort of said before, where, it's what Macko had sort of become known for. They were more than happy to step up in the fight with anybody. They've not really had to play from such a deficit. But Wylde also now have that same pressure put against them. Macko aren't just going to rest on their laurels. They're going to see if they can try and get more for their boon and prove their point. Ooh, Mats fortunately misses Akwi's drift on by, and Akwi is going to move back towards the flashes and about to find a Blackbeard right next to them, so gets out of there. Smart move. Ooh, that's C4 from the back of the room as they drop away as well. Okay, well, they've cleared the top, but they haven't got the kills for it.
Akwi is just kind of outspoken, hasn't he? He's getting a lot of kills now all of a sudden for his side, and he's hungry for more as he starts pushing up in towards blue, but no, gets punished by Sneak as he was patrolling that staircase and making sure nobody could attempt that play. The issue for Wylde, it's gonna be the information game, like I mentioned, with only just a handful of drones left, and whenever some of those have to be used as flight cameras, yeah, it's gonna be tight getting them in and around and trying to find out where they are. But the good news is, I mean, 2 of them are inside a connector, like they're stuck in there. One of them looks to be down in the basement, but will then now rotate over towards blue.
Massive damage done to them, and that's sort of the problem, because if one of those goo mines gets in close, which it always could, well, now's the attempt on the plant. They're worried about the stair rotate up, but it's actually the sort of fill on prep that's going to be the cost. There's the plant, there's the stop. And yeah, it's a post plant, but, you know, Sneak's not really going to be able to stop this. Sprays through, they know exactly where he is. He's looking for the man on the kit, but there's a shotgun in his spine. Makes it quite hard to hold your life.
You see that he was kind of fearing, I think it was Evan, or no, well, who was covering Evan? Yeah, who it was. Whoever it was, the player trying to cover the plant was so fearful that somebody was going to walk up snow. That was the angle he was so concerned about, which means he wasn't watching the kind of generic swing of just somebody sticking the head out of connector. If they had known that that player was instead going over towards blue, that would have been so much easier, because he could have won that engagement against the Legion. Diffuser would have went down 2v2. It's a different ball game then with a player still alive inside a lobby. But yeah, just lacking information, which again, I kind of feared about. Just the fact that they lost 5 of their drones within the first minute. There's Max, that's who it was. There you go.
Well, Macko get maybe the best round, which is an important round, which is the first round after a rocky half, because that is the best reset, right? If they'd have come into this and lost, yeah, you're on the match point and you got the rest of it, but you'll just be shot. Your momentum. Now you get to go, yeah, it's a game of 2 halves. We've just won one. It's a distance of 3 rounds. Easy. Make that up in no time at all. But now we'll see if they get a bit more confidence. Clearing out the fire extinguishers. Imagine if somebody actually did that from like a foot away. Blew up a fire extinguisher in their own face.
Swapping mags!
Always hate when that happens. It's probably happened a few times to me.
Yeah, well, you know, I've told you need a new hobby, but fire extinguishers just are your favorite thing.
I've seen them on sale.
Seen them on sale. Oh, Boomsy's been sold 2 rounds in a row now. Akwi, as he said, they have just refused to fall these past couple of rounds, and obviously they almost pulled off the ace on that big round. You wonder again, it could have been a flawless half if not for a 4K. They are gone now. So it's down to the rest of the team to try and step in and put some damage. And the problem is, outside of them, Lolo has also had a great time, but the other 3 haven't really. Yeah. So, a bit of a margin to step into.
I think Ghost has found it really difficult this stage, hasn't he? Well as the team has played, I think. Certainly as a rookie coming in, he's kind of learned it the hard way. This is a standard that you need to play in. You know, obviously, Tier 2 is one thing, and certainly Tier 3 is another, but whenever it comes to this level of play, inside of EML, you have to roll with the punches. So, looking at this top floor, this mirror window will cause a few issues, of course, for Wylde, because it can't exactly just go and place a Thermite charge when there's a massive gap in the wall. So they may have to try and shift over the Habana to make their way in. Now, this aggressive nature from Deimos is looking to target was cleared in towards the piano, but it is going to be the Izami that they're dealing with, and we know how strong a position that can be whenever that is fortified up with plenty of concrete barriers.
There is some of the pressure starting to come towards Dora, who's holding a tentative grasp on whatever's ahead of him, but it's Ghost that suffers next, and the Deimos is just after a fight here. The grenade falls a little bit too far away. There's another keeper being smashed out. Will another one be placed? They swing in and are knocked right back out. Lolo has the cover. They still really want to get the kill. You gotta pay attention here, lads. Dora drifts around, gets Evan. And well, there's army that sort of had their life saved a bit before everybody got logged out. And there, I mean, Macko, they sort of set up a grinder and is very good at grinding up Wylde.
Yeah, they just couldn't deal with that player inside piano. Missed the nades, just couldn't get a lock on him, but hey, that's why you play a Zami in that position, because she is so strong, could just make that portable cover for herself the entire time. Wylde will take the timeout. So it could be a tale of two halves. I mean, this could be 8-7 to the... I can hear the sigh in the production room as I've said that, so I've mentioned it could be an 8-7. But honestly, with the way the kind of tides have shifted here, I don't know.
Another 8-7.
I'm up for it. Hey, I must be the only one, I think, who excels at this time during casts. Because Ollie was the same. Like, I remember whenever we were doing the late shifts in Brazil, he just wanted to go, and I was, yes, come on, give me more.
I think it's just that you run quite late, and you know the players are an hour later. Some cases 2 hours later than I am. We're calling in close towards midnight now. It's exhausting for the players. You have to sort of sit up and watch at 1 a.m. It's a long play days. The longer a game goes on is always something we talk about, but it's also the longer, you know, sort of play day goes on.
Yeah.
And
it's really only VP, I think, have to deal with the kind of 2 hour difference, isn't it? Because if I'm not mistaken,
players as well.
But this is the first time I think we've ever had a league where there's been no Finnish people. I think this is the first time in the history of the game.
Wait, are you sure?
There's no Finnish people. Oh, no. Oh, Jegs. There's Jegs. Never mind. Yeah. There is Jegs.
I went to double check Jegs
Unu's gone now. Yeah, I was thinking Unu's gone, but no, it is actually, yeah, Jegs is the only one left.
5 seconds to insertion.
There we are. Throwing mine. Well, he played earlier. He's going out. But that, only one Finnish people left, though. That is, even that's a big stat. Used to be full Finnish teams running around this league.
One of my first ever casts ever was a full Finnish team, and that was a community cast for, I think, just a weekly go for.
Tracker on the prowl.
Breach charge deployed.
Tracker on.
Looking for anybody that might be around dining. They've got the Deimos track. They've obviously had their timeout conversation. They want to try and just get this locked in on the tertiary site itself. But obviously, as I said, if this goes away, a gap from 5-1 to 5-3. If it gets within a single round touching distance, and Macko have stolen all of that momentum, you really don't want to be suddenly finding yourself on the wrong end of what could have been a very right way to end this split. Garen worried about somebody just going for the swing, but they have some balcony control, and now they have still just eyes on a window.
No kills yet, which is very off-brand for this game. Everyone's still alive. A lot of damage done to Evan, but that's really it. It's all we've had. Wylde going with that drone game, but again, just look how many drones they've lost, only down to 3 remaining and still half the round to go. Look at this absolute disgusting stangle for Boomsy. Looks straight down into the kitchen side from that lunch hole. Let's tag Acme up just a little bit, but oh, Macko send them back out the windows from whence they came. They've attempted to execute above, but nobody from Macko looked phased whatsoever. That's what I mean. The tides they've turned. It honestly could be meandering all the way into overtime. Because again, Macko looked primed and ready to take another defensive round.
Oh, I mean, there's a possibility. Hey, they do get 1 kill out of it. They get rid of Ghost, but with Matt's gone, with the Candela's gone, you've lost the Deimos as well. You're suddenly now just having to try and piece things together. Guns up. They don't really have anything to lead them into a fight. There's a man in a bathtub. And they seem to have a good awareness, but Garen gets 1 as Teb swings onto Boobsy. Garen is looking to try and piece up another kill, and they... Oh, did they miss it? No! Evan with the tap. Comedic second late Kiva doesn't quite save the doomed player. But they got 10 seconds demo. They're charging into a waiting sort of firefight here. The pings are there. Slips on bars. Does find the fight. There's 1 more to get. They're under the hatch and... Oh, don't have the time.
Close enough finish, but still a time. is on the side of the Italians, who are slowly getting their way back into the game. And now this is really where you start to worry about Wylde, because I mentioned before, if momentum is on the side of the Macko team, they will sweep. They're that team where if they have the confidence, but they have the wind behind their sails, they can do scary things. Now, we have got the bans coming in. Fenrir is one that Wylde will have no part of. Don't want to play against that anymore. And then also Deimos, which has been causing them a few issues, Macko, as we know. Very strong operator just universally. Wonder what the game plan's going to be for Wylde, because it needs to change, because things are not looking good.
I mean, at this point, it's just kind of hurtling into a strange place, this game. Maybe Wylde sent their numbers too early. Maybe Wylde sort of played, I don't want to say their hands too early, but some high energy quite early. But now Macko, now they've been able to sort of have things leveled out. It's that split. And it's also a game of two halves, right? Yeah, Chalet can be great for attackers. It hasn't in this game. They've both struggled to get that final sort of landing.
Swapping mags.
My magnets will protect us. Perimeter defense active.
Still. On we roll, Demo. And on a roll of a shield. Cracking its way. They're just going to go for a full clear above. They've got two even. They've also obviously got the black beard here of Matt. Last time they tried a little glass thing that just did not work. So this time, instead, let's do actually what Macko did when they sort of got a bit fed up of things. Bring two shields. That'll solve a problem.
Well, just based on the positions right now of Wylde, you know, you see the Blackbeard outside the double window towards games with the diffuser in hand. That kind of makes you believe that, hey, they may be looking just to jump in and go for the plant. But before you do that, you're going to need to try and put pressure on the players above, who, of course, will be holding that hash. So I hope that they do that before they even think of making a move in towards that bomb site. And player jumps in towards Mud, and flashbangs are going to go in. And in goes the Blackbeard. Mats is going to go aggressive alongside Evan on the Monty. Where's he came from? He's inside a connector. He rushed in through snow window straight into the bomb site. Nobody was watching that from Macko. And now Mats can go for the plant.
That's it. Now they just need to watch from the plant. They try and keep their way up. And I mean, that was a decision. They've pulled themselves around and dropped off to try and get the cover. Ghost does get one of the two shields. The other's quite hurt. But now as Ghost tries to drip their way on by, there's an impact towards the Monty that's fleeing, and that will be the end of them. Ghost gets another. 2 versus 3, but they don't have a lot of time to cook. Boomsy lives, and that's a big blow because that's still a gun that can be up high, and it's a tricky, tricky retake here, and they've gone for the verticality. Wylde have said, where you are, we're not. They've pulled their way up above. Garen gets Ghost, and now Lola does not have the time to make it to the kit. Wylde have guaranteed themselves an OT. And they did it by just charging 2 shields in.
Oh, pocket play, which, to be fair, it could have went horribly wrong. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
Very easily. You lose that Monty, for example, jumps to snow window. Somebody could just been dossing about in lobby. That guy in connector would never have died. Could have stopped the plant coming in. They went so... I cannot express you how risky that play is, because they just didn't check. Like, I'm sure they probably did check it, but all it takes is that one miss moment, just that one little second where a player from Macko is thinking, oh, I'll just go over here, for example. A lot of things could have went wrong, but somehow they play off their laurels and they make it work. Macko not switched on, not expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. So yeah, I just think, again, Wylde, the unpredictable playstyle that they have had throughout this entire game is finally being transitioned onto the attack.
Four to 6. They just need to make it land, but once more. And, well, they're not going to have another chance at the same site for now, at least, as instead we're up to the bedroom and off to a new potential start.
10 seconds to insertion.
Here with no shield this time. They're not going to sort of fall for the fool me twice, but there is Acqui on the Ella, hoping that they can sort of react to some of the active swings that come into their favor. As we said, they've sort of been the shining light. If they hadn't have got that 4K that one round earlier, maybe it would have been a different one. It was a hard one to call. Wylde had some control, didn't have some control, and Acqui was able to pick them apart whilst the kit was planted deep. But from this now, Wylde almost securing themselves a perfect end to a long, rough season.
Here we go. Potentially, flash round that we have here tonight, and of course, for our regular stage. Wylde, up to the old tricks, Boomsy, on the nook. Look to see what he can go for. Oh, what a run out from Acqui! Tried to catch him as I'm assuming he's on the drone, and Darren is wise enough to pull off and takes out Acqui. I mean, what a boisterous run out, Fluke, and it is just being punished straight into... I mean, he's buried him like a tin peg into the ground.
At this point now, with Acqui gone, they're going to have to hope that the others can step in, and ooh, Ghost was caught. A nook perfectly under a camera, ready for the perfect position to play pretty well. A 5 versus 3, and it's still quiet. It was a bit of an easy take on the first. The second was a surprise take, and now they've got a tough road and line ahead. Slips on past the mirror window, but it's going to be awkward to approach and get the breach on. Forces them further and further away, but you know you're always within risk of being C4'd whilst they're in this position, so you need to open up the balcony, make them worried about a swing, which they seem worried about, so instead they step back towards the rotate, get themselves a little bit more safety and keep eyes on where they could be swung from. No, actually, where do they want to go? Dora seems to be trying to find an angle everywhere, but that was the worst one to choose. Sneak puts it into a 5 versus 2. Now we've seen some impossible things, and there is a slight play underneath, but the last 2 Macko players are just a backline of piano and bedroom towards the open breach. In fact, they move all the way in. There's one, traded out instantly. Could have been big, but they step in 20 seconds, worried about someone coming up from behind them. They're about to find a fight. This will just give them the read on exactly where the player is. Wylde try and flood in, get one, get dropped, get Wylde. That is 3 points, and our final play day does bring them slightly up the board. Wylde, they will jump Fnatic, jump Wolves, and jump Team BDS to be 7th. It doesn't get them any rewards beyond bragging rights, but hey, they'll take it.
Yep, they will. Again, for Wylde, for their first time, for all these players inside of T1, to finish 7th against teams and players like BDS, Wolves, Fnatic, all big organizations, players who have been here for a while. All credit to Wylde. Very well deserved. They should hold their heads up high, and we'll see how they get on next stage.
Well, let's see how they get on after this break before we're back with the desk.
What a result for Wylde to close out the group stage. They finally beat their arch nemesis in the name of Macko. Obviously, finally taking them down after what it was like 7-1 in maps or something over the Challenger Series?
Yeah, 6-1.
6-1.
Tennis game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you said that. Yeah,
and now we get the upset. And now we see the same exact game plan and the same execution from Wylde. Look at this.
Craziness.
Look at the talent on Sneak, on Mats, on these young fraggers, on Garen as well. And Evan, I think Evan stepped up massively. I think that double kill, I think him holding the black stairs.
Some of the shots
on
that they shot, by the way.
Yeah. I hope we're going to...
No, it wasn't that round. There was a couple of rounds later. It was when they were back on the basement again. Don't worry about
it. Oh, yeah. Some really good and nice shots. I'm going to say this. That vertical one especially. But effectively the same game plan for Wylde here, Jack. Defense, let's be in their face. Let's go aggressive. Let's not give too much space to the guys in front of us.
There's this one. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
Hasty.
No, real talent on the side of Wylde.
It's the headset.
And I have one question.
It is the headset buff.
Sorry.
I have one question to ask. Where was this confident Wylde before?
Yes. Because it's literally what we saw yesterday as well, right? Not really showing that respect to Falcons.
No,
beating them, swinging them, boosting them with, like, for example, the Blitz and everything. If we would have seen this earlier, maybe they would have gotten even further.
Yeah. I'm honestly astounded. I think they'll be astounded as well. And yeah, it's a little bit late. My brain's not working. Don't worry about it. I'm on a 300 millisecond delay. But I genuinely do think like Wylde showed a lot of character and a lot of fight to make it to this level. Like, let's not, you know, beat around the bush. Some of the teams they were competing against in Challenger Series, they were not the favorite. They were not the favorite in literally any of the games they played this stage, either inside of EML, and they've had to dig deep. But when they've dug deep, they've found something really good. And I don't want to say it's just a map. It was a couple of chalets that they played against, you know, against Falcons and against Macko. But the way they played, the team play, the chemistry they've had, I feel like they've really unlocked something now.
Yeah, now we've got a beachhead. We've got that map. That is chalet. We've got a style.
A what? A beachhead?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a beachhead.
A what?
A beach.
You gotta be really careful with the pronunciation.
I never know how to say this right. Okay, let's just say we have an advantage. We have that one map where they can go to. We have that play style, which is aggressive, which is getting in the head, having strong fraggers. That's all good and well. I want to see them develop that, and I want to see them being able to have different play styles and also different maps where they get comfortable. And I guess that's going to be the working process for the next two months. Overall, very positive for Wolves.
It's something for Wylde. Yeah, no, it's something,
Wolves.
It's something positive to hold on to, and indeed, like you say, expand from there on, and hopefully, make that better for the upcoming stage. But for one more time, we get to speak to the victors. We have Wylde on the line with us to ask them a few questions. Once again, we're joined by Evan. Good night again, and once again, congratulations on the victory. You finally take down your arch nemesis, Macko. How are you feeling?
It feels pretty good. I mean, it seems like I'm becoming a regular on here, I guess, so. A little bit late, but better late than never, I suppose.
Evan, I need to ask you, where was this Wylde? Where was this Wylde at the beginning of the stage? Come on, guys, we needed to see more of that from you.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we were just showing people too much respect early in the stage, and I don't know. On Chile, we're not even playing stress, to be honest. We didn't play the map for like 2 or 3 months. We're just playing positions and just running around, and it works, so I don't know.
Well, you weren't running around at that black stairs. I will say this: that little dance from you on Cade in those black stairs, praise to you, because that was
the solar stairs.
Yeah.
Solar
stairs. I call that black stairs. Solar stairs. Yeah. I mean, that one single round you won it single-handedly with that C4 and the juggles around the nades. That was really cool.
Yeah, no, back in 2020, teams would have cleared that like so easily, but I guess today we can't do it.
They're not
didn't
used
do
to
it
it
yesterday. Didn't do it today. Yeah.
They had 4 nades on you, by the way. I don't know. Insane.
Yeah. And the bug below it,
and the bug below as well.
Whatever it is, yeah. Do you think that's what it is then, Evan? I suppose, you spoke about, because the big story here is how you guys have come alive late in the stage, right? Do you think it was maybe, earlier in the stage, I think you said maybe a little bit of pressure on individuals and as a team. And then do you think actually maybe it's more important that you just play as a team rather than the strats like you have done on Chalet? Do you think you'll implement that in the future, maybe across more maps?
Not too sure on that one because it's like kind of hard to do across other maps, especially more win condition maps. Like you can do it on Clubhouse or Bank, but like I don't know, we could be open to it, for sure.
I think the real thing for me, I'd like to see you guys is like manage to have the same amount of teamwork and aggression, I guess, and confidence, but also play to a different win condition that's maybe more methodical and is objective oriented. And I guess that's like probably gonna be, I think, something you're gonna work on in the summer, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like we know that we can win rounds playing quick, and like we've been trying to get better at slowing the pace down, but it still needs a lot of work very clearly.
Yeah.
And I guess just like adapting individually, where it's like picking a different entry point or just picking a different like small weaknesses that we got to work on.
On that subject, I wanted to ask indeed, like you say, the small things you need to work on, obviously the individual things. What are the next 2 months going to look like for you guys?
Don't really know yet, to be honest. I guess we'll just scrim and see how it goes from there.
Are you going to have a bit of time off? A little bit of vacation? Holiday?
We'll think about it.
Okay.
All right, well, once again, though, thank you so
Fabian
much.
wouldn't have a vacation, so.
Oh.
Yeah, but he did also lose to Team Cruelty, so, you know.
Oh, I'm glad you said that and I didn't.
I'll take him cooking me, it's fine.
All right, well, obviously, like you said, it's getting late. This is unfortunately where we say goodbye to you because we won't be seeing you for the players, but we do hope to see you again when Stage 2 starts. So for now, once again, enjoy the victory and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye.
I'm glad we get to see also Sneak and Matt, especially.
Yeah.
The fraggers on the team that were kind of like in the shadow of Garen, but Garen never really was in that position. And we heard a lot of good stuff about Sneak and Matt. So I think they were like the standout players also for Wylde qualifying through the Challenger Series. I'm glad we see the potential in these fraggers. I think really the next step for them, being able to play objective-oriented and manage to have the same level of skill and teamwork.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right. So for one more time to really close out this group stage, then let's take one more look at the standings to see how we really ended this league table, where all the teams have found themselves in regards of their position in the group. And let's be honest, did we really expect to find ourselves here at the beginning of the stage? I mean, you didn't, Leo, I guess, with your power ranking.
This is
but
caveat, yes, you did. I know we're going to talk about your power rankings. That's one for Monday. But the top 4 we expected to be the top 4.
True.
Yeah.
I think it's the 5th and 6th slots that really are surprising. In reality, we probably expected BDS and Gen.G, I think. So BDS is the big disappointment. Yeah, around there.
I put Macko 6th
Okay.
for ranking.
Okay, so you had... yeah.
But you're still wrong on that.
So, yeah, I mean, that was... Is this a table a surprise? Yes.
Yeah.
I think because the two teams that got themselves into playoffs and have done very well. And also, just on that note, one of those teams will be invited to EWC, one of Macko and Gen.G, if we assume the top 4 also make it through their methods as well, which is phenomenal for either one of those two teams that ends up going.
Individual, I think collective debut at a big international event for these guys. It will be very new.
Yeah.
They will benefit from that 5th invitation that we have in EML because we had a winner of EWC, of course. I think it's going to be playoffs exceptionally important for this. 5 teams out of 6 are making it.
Yeah.
So really, they all have really big chances of overcoming this.
I'm glad you mentioned the playoffs, because obviously that's what we're looking forward to, right? Next week, they're starting us take a look at the bracket, because there's a lot on your screen right now. There's obviously a lot to play for, but we do know the first few matches, obviously. Best of 3s, the players have already mentioned it. They're really excited to play these best of 3s. It really has that kind of safety net. Obviously, speaking to Nako, if you do lose a map, there's still a way you can potentially bounce back. But this is what our matches are looking like, and we can then take a look at our schedule as well for next Monday, because we're going to be having 2 best of 3s on Monday, and that's going to be the Virtus.pro game versus Macko and the Team Falcons and Gen.G match.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's a double elimination bracket as well, and that's the games that we're going to face off. Macko against Virtus.pro, and obviously they'll be reeling. A couple of losses now for Macko, who'd had a strong stage, but a weak end to it in terms of form. Same with Virtus.pro, actually, to be honest. And then Falcons Gen.G, a French derby, Leo.
Yeah, I think we're French.
Ish.
Yeah, I can't get French. French is derby.
There's going to be 8 Frenchmen in that lobby.
Yeah. No. True.
Yeah, true.
But no, overall.
7. And that's Swiss.
I like the Macko VP matchup. Macko were the first ones to take VP down. That was kind of cool. I think that was a moment where we see, I guess, the first flows of VP, and then we're gonna get a real rematch of that in a BO3. That's gonna be cool. And then the Falcons Gen.G on an upwards trajectory. They've never managed to beat these guys, I guess, consistently. They did so last year one time time in the BO1, never in the BO3. That one is going to be very interesting as well. Maybe also history will be made on Monday.
Do you know what? I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to stay here. I'm not excited for Monday. I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to sleep in the studio. It's going to be great.
You just don't want to take the plane. That's in 1 hour.
That's true. And it's a little bit creepy in the studio at night, I'll be honest. So no, actually, I will have to.
No, I mean, it is getting really late, and I feel like we're almost getting into the pre-games of the next week already with the players, the way that we're talking about it already. But we still have to wait a whole week. Like, what are we gonna do? Are we just gonna watch like some of the? Oh, there's a lot of other Siege happening. To be fair,
there's some Siege happening, Leo.
True.
There's 3 things happening. 3 things that you should watch. What's number 1?
Should they watch NAL?
NAL, North America.
Really?
Super Week.
Super Week. Okay. Tomorrow night, the day after that,
NAL.
the night after that as well. What's on Sunday night?
That's gonna be South America League. Final day of the group stage.
And also, what is on this weekend?
Very important for us as well. It's the Combine, the Central Combine. Obviously, our Tier 2, our grassroots competition as well, right? Where we handpick our players from. I guess that's what teams have been doing so far. Obviously, we took a quick peek at the Combine of last year, and especially the Grand Finals, and who find themselves playing Tier 1 after having played Combine. And it was actually a surprising amount of players. So really important to see.
Wylde.
Yeah, exactly.
Many players.
You want to scout some of the stars of tomorrow? Go watch Combine.
This is really where we're going to see the stars tomorrow, obviously, for the future of EML and even like grassroots of other competitions as well. You know, as well, like America, NAL is in the middle of their Tier 2 competition they got going on. Yeah, I would say Elements, and I was like, I don't know, I really lost track of how many elements we've got right now.
They just add one every time. I think it is 5. Yeah,
it is 5.
Element
5 then.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Either way, that's also a competition that's going on. So there's a lot to keep us entertained, I guess, over the course of next week. So unfortunately, you'll have to miss us here on the desk and the games in the EML. But as we said, there's plenty of seats to us. There's the NAL Super Week, there's the Central Combine this weekend, and of course SAL on Sunday as well. So I'm sure you'll keep yourself entertained. We'll have to see you again next week on Monday when the playoffs start. For now, thank you for watching and have a good rest of your night.